Stepping on a beach, stepping on a beach, stepping on a beach. All right. Let's pull up the drive. Let's pull up. How long is this, actually? Let's see. 11 fucking pages? Why the fuck did I write 11 pages? Huh. Jesus. Alright, shit. Yeah, I must have been bored. Five minutes. Yeah, this is like 30 minutes long, isn't it? Because this would be like, what, 3 minutes, 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 3 minutes. Maybe 30 minutes? Yeah, maybe. Hey, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing today? How are you all doing today? Actually, yo, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go get some water. What a time to be a Mihawk and Yuji fan. I simply can't lose. Yeah. Those are definitely strong words to live by. 1 second. I'm gonna go get some water. Alright. We're back. King of Lightning power scaling the... Am I late to you reacting to King of Lightning's power scaling the big three? Hey. Did he make something like that? Did he know? Yeah, what have you been keeping up with all the slander wars on Twitter? Nope, I do not have a Twitter account. King of Lightning Plus? Uh-huh. Huh. Just KOL Plus. Sure. Uh-huh. The big three power scale debates. Sure. What are these? Sure. Wow. Two Blue Vortex tomorrow? Yeah, some people are been... Are you challenging us today? Are we crashing out today? It's not healthy, man. Oh, no. Well, I can't promise you. I'm not crashing out on anything, but, Let me grab my headphones real quick. Alright. Let's test this out. Alright. If Luffy dodged photons, and would it be faster than Kizaru since he's dodging multiple light photons bouncing off of mirrors? Not necessarily. That's under the assumption that you believe Kizaru is limited to the speed of light only. Kizaru's Devil Fruit offers him the ability to travel and move around at the speed of light since his body naturally becomes light. Like any other Devil Fruit in the series, quite literally, any other Devil Fruit within the context of the story, Kizaru can push his body beyond what the Devil Fruit initially grants. In the same way that Luffy did, in the same way that Crocodile allegedly did, in the same way that every other Devil Fruit user, to an extent, gets a certain bonus out of their Devil Fruits, they must also train and push that Devil Fruit beyond the limit. Kizaru being light speed because of his Devil Fruit is not his top speed, it is his base speed at that point. However fast he chooses to move However fast he chooses to move, his devil fruit should allow him to move at light speed on a bare minimum. So him blitzing Luffy and the others, attacking them, calling Luffy too slow is not indicative of Luffy only being light speed. It's indicative of Kizaru moving at faster than light speeds. Especially when you have all the other scaling that supports it. What's up, guys? How you guys doing there? Han, Lazarus. Hope you guys are doing well.
Play for Sony. That's coming out tomorrow as well. So I do want to get to that. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to react to. That's for damn sure. There's too much time power scaling. There's been a wave of downscaling Naruto, and the community Me One Piece has been growing due to popularity. That doesn't matter to me. All right, like that doesn't matter to me. Like there are certain things, like for example, I would not scale Ichigo's speed to be multi-light up until like the end of Bleach. I want to do that immediately.
I'm not gonna look up somebody at Tamori. I could potentially look this person up, but the thing is that I need you to just correct real quick is that you're calling this person a loser. I don't mess with that. If what you're asking me to do is look up somebody on YouTube so I can react to their content, please don't call them a loser. Whether or not you disagree with their content, whether or not you don't like their takes, that's completely fine, but please don't call random people losers. Yeah. It just pissed me. I mean, it's fine if he pissed you off, but sure, I mean, anyone can post any kind of community posts, but I don't appreciate somebody in my community, you know, just insulting and talking behind somebody else's back like that. I just don't like that, dude. You know, you can, I mean, if it pisses you off, that's fine, but what they could say some outlandish thing, but you shouldn't let it get to the point. You know, you're fine. You're fine, Tamari. Sure.
Because I think Little Baro proves that the light speed shit because what happened at the end of Bleach. I was that Naruto's faster than Ichigo, honestly.
Yeah.
Because Naruto, I think, has more consistent light speed feats, and I think also Naruto is light speed is, well, at least with Mamoru Uchiha and his moves, I think it's like actually I guess I don't know if the point blank thing matters per se, but the point blank feature I think is a very important feature when he dodged the light beam in front of Madara. But people say it's actually not him dodging light, it's him dodging Madara's head swipe. Like it's him dodging this head motion rather than the beam itself. I disagree. I think that Naruto dodged a beam of light, point blank. That's what I think at least. But so I was that Ichigo's slower than Naruto. But based on what they said before about how Reishi, the beam of light, is a beam of light, I don't think it is. Again, things that are Reishi related versus things that are not Reishi related are two different things fundamentally, right?
Yeah.
So like even if, let's say, for example, we do have pocket dimensions that do have, let's say, planets and stars. If they're comprised of Reishi, not the same thing as, let's say, a planet or actual star.
Yep.
These are arguments are the same thing fundamentally. That's why they're always weaker when you look at the world of living, rather than, let's say, stronger. Duh. But I think that I would say in terms of DC too, like what they've destroyed, I would say that Naruto's superior than Ichigo too. Based on what they've actually shown at least.
I'm gonna be so real with you guys. I'm gonna be so real with you. So I'm the type of person that I get inspiration at like the most random hours of the fucking day, right? Excuse me. Let me see. Can you guys hear me better? Oh, that's a lot. That's a bit louder. Okay. Still trying to learn this this new mic. Oishi, this question is in regards, this answer is in regards to you, mind you. I'm the kind of person that, in general, let me just see that I'm not, like, blasting too high. Yeah, I'm probably blasting a little too high. Yeah. Okay, that should be good enough. Where I get inspiration for stuff. Do you think Naruto is uni? Fuck no. Naruto is not universal. I think Naruto is about as close to universal as Luffy is. And yesterday at around like 11, not 11, what the fuck am I talking about? I'm just straight up lying to you guys. Yesterday around like what, 1 in the morning? Yeah, it was around 1 in the morning because I didn't go to sleep until like 5. Around 1 in the morning, I got like an intrusive thought, which was like, I don't know why. I was just thinking about Trafalgar Law for a second. Mind you, I wasn't really thinking about power scaling throughout the last few hours. And for like 2-3 hours, I was sitting in my room in the middle of the dark, just typing up a script using voice to text. And I ended up apparently writing an 11, when you do it on your phone, by the way, it doesn't tell you how many pages in you are. I ended up apparently writing about 11 pages worth of law, quite literally running the entire Naruto gauntlet. I don't know if I'm going to turn this into a video before or after Naruto versus Luffy. I'm thinking about putting out at least some level of content while I'm still doing this research. Honestly, I know you guys don't want to just sit here and listen to me chat about... I know you guys don't want to just sit here and listen to me yap about this kind of crap, right? Like, just the same thing over and over again. We go through more One Piece, we crack a couple jokes, I do a bit or two. You guys either laugh or you don't, and then we move on, right? Just saw the title of the live, and I'm here for war. You're here for war? You wanna debate me? Is that a yes or no? Because I can just, let me, if you do, then sure, I can start up Discord. So yeah, I ended up writing, like, this entire script off of the top of my head. I had, like, no research, I had, like, no things, I had nothing, and I basically... Hey, Lapis, what's up? I'm just telling everyone about how at 1 in the morning till, like, about 3 or 4 in the morning, I was just writing down an entire fucking script off the top of my head. This is the kind of shit that I go through at nights, which is why I never... The master debater? Yes, I'm a master debater. I love master debating. Master debating is my favorite pastime. I'm so good at master debating that I sometimes master debate 2 or 3 times a day. Anybody else here ever had a master debate with another master debater?
You can maybe surmise Ichigo has more DC if you assume that he. Or at least
I'm gonna read this while that happens.
Because in terms of attack power, you'd say, well, he could kill the Soul King, and the Soul King has the power of, or Yuha Baka have the Soul King, and therefore he would, what do you say? He would be able to destroy whatever the Soul King's powers could emit too. But is that the case? Like, so when Ichigo cut through the Soul King's husk or like his crystal body, is that the same power you need to like destroy the entire universe or like multiple realms? What? Like. But if you want to argue, you could maybe argue, but I disagree with that. I would still say that Naruto, in terms of attack power, is stronger. Mainly Naruto from the movie The Last. That's where I stopped at Naruto. I have no idea what goes on board. But I was going to Naruto says that too. At least in terms of DC. Attack power, you leave for Ichigo.
I know you don't like Bleach, but what are your final thoughts when Ichigo in the verse in general scale in terms of strength, speed, 3 times a day? I do it every second. I'm not doing it right now. That's funny as fuck. Okay. In terms of speed, I think that you can probably get Bleach characters to like somewhere around light speed to maybe FTL. Like, Bleach scaling is just inconsistent, which is why I usually never give you guys an idea as to where I scale Bleach. Or when I do scale Bleach, I usually use very conservative estimates. I know that people like to say that the light beam of Negacion was something that the lieutenants dodged, but then you have characters like Noritoshi or whatever the fuck their names are, that whatever the fuck the guys are from like the light novels that apparently you also have to use to scale, that apparently are still only lightning speed, and Yoruichi finds it extremely impressive. Characters like Ichigo dealing with, like, Seros, you could say that, like, well, a Sero is stated to be light. It's stated to be light right there, but a Sero is stated to be spiritual light. And if a Sero is stated to be spiritual light, and the Negacion light comes from these spiritual beings that use spiritual particles, and it doesn't function like normal light does because it literally beams people up, I'm more so led to believe that the characters aren't exactly light speed. I mean, even Lily Baro, right? Lily Baro shoots actual beams of light, yet are they faster than light? Are they not faster than light? Because I'm confused at this point, right? You have Bleach scaling, regardless of how one chooses to view it, as either the 2nd or 3rd slowest in terms of its raw speed, either due to contradictions or due to the fact that even with the multipliers, there's really like no actual way to like scale the characters to anything beyond I don't know, some arbitrary value like 10 to 100 to 1,000 times the speed of light. You should low-key make a video on Sonic replacing Chopper and how the crew would have go from there on out. Well, I see you like Sonic Riders, so... And I do enjoy Sonic, and I was planning on eventually making some Sonic content myself. The crew probably gets very far for a lot of reasons without Chopper, but at the same time, it's kind of fucked that some of these characters, you know, need a doctor, and Sonic is no such thing. Yeah. There are certain situations where I would probably say Chopper is probably more helpful than Sonic, like in Onigashima. But that's kind of it. It means the photons have souls through the Bleach cosmology is made of spiritual matter. Yeah. Photons have souls. I don't think that the photons have souls, and I have no reason to believe that spiritual matter functions even remotely the same as physical matter, especially since we know that it doesn't. As far as power goes, I just give Ichigo large planetary. Like, in general, Ichigo... Man, it's so fucked, because you have Hueco Mundo, which people say it's like the size of a country. It should be massive like a country because it takes 3 days to walk there, and it's still pretty damn big when you get to, like, the outlines of Las Noches. But then you also have to consider that, like, there is no actual size. There's no actual, like, size metric for it. I am never going to just resort to pixel scaling if I have to, because at the end of the day, my entire argument would therefore be met under a metric fuck ton of assumptions, like how big Las Noches would have to be if everything is drawn exactly and perfectly to scale, so on, so forth. My whole point here is just that, like, there is never any definable scale for any of the things in Bleach. We know that they live in a universe. We know that the universe and the cosmology itself is considered a universe in and of itself, right? But the issue with Bleach is that, like, it's three major realms: the human, the Soul Society, and then the Hueco Mundo. All three of these realms don't actually have, like, a stated size. I guess you could say that, like, Hueco Mundo has an infinite number of sands, but I think that comes from, like, a databooks entry, and at this point, I genuinely don't consider databook entries to be even remotely, like, objective pieces of evidence for anything power scaling. You can use them as supplementary sources to help promote arguments, but I don't view them as, like, the ipso facto, you have to use this if you want to scale, because at the end of the day, in many ways, databooks tend to contradict the actual statements in the story. So, I don't know if I'm going to call Hueco Mundo, like, infinite in size because of that, but sure, let's just say that it was, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that the human world and the Soul Society are infinite in size, because for the most part, the human realm is only really just Japan, and it's really just Ichigo's town. And if we're talking about the Soul Society, people say, well, it's the size of a planet. The Soul Society is at least a planet. I mean, it's got stars, it's got space, it's got all that crap. But the Soul Society, as in the Serite itself, is like a country at best. That's kind of it. And I'm not even going to tell you it's a large country. Again, there's no discernible size, so I can't go by any actual metric to tell you how big the things they're destroying are, so I can't tell you how strong the characters actually are. Ulquiorra blowing up, potentially being capable of blowing up Las Noches, is less, with a Lanza del Relámpago, is less of a case of... It is quite literally less of a case of Ulquiorra literally having the capacity to blow up, having, like, country level, like, attack potency because it's the size of that, and me just saying, well, what makes it the size of a country? What even makes it the size of a small state? Why do I have to believe that? Under what piece of objective evidence makes me believe this? Well, he can blow it up, sure, but what does that put Ulquiorra at? Because Kenpachi, like, in the Soul Society, was only slashing away large buildings. Chinjao, with, like, a single one of those, like, arm picks that he has, only really blows up a large pillar that I have no size reference for. I don't know how big they are, so it kind of just boils down to, well, are you willing to sit here and just genuinely believe another person's opinion about how big they are? Because they have, even though they themselves do not have any actual say and any objective claim as to how big they can be, because again, any pixel scaling comes off of entirely out of assumptions, and again, off the author writing everything right. It's all based on eyeballing, which again is basically how you perceive it versus what is actually intended by the author, etc., etc., etc. It just causes a whole bunch of fucking issues. What's up, Aster? So I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, listen, if Yhwach is going to bring three worlds together or whatever through Hack's ability, even though I don't believe that it's actual attack potency of his or destructive capacity, more so it's just straight up the Soul King's energy that he absorbed, which was the linchpin of the world. Therefore, he's not really combining everything through raw force or bring it all together through raw force, but through actual hacks. I would say no, I don't think that Yhwach is even planetary, but hey, if I had to give him something and I had to be generous, I'd give him, sure, fuck it, large planetary. Whatever. Durability? I mean, the characters usually seem to scale to about how tough they take their own hits, so they're that strong. However strong you think they hit, they can probably tank about that much amount of force. I mean, even Aizen, after quote-unquote ascending to a higher dimension and being a being that is supposed to be multiversal or whatever, or universal, or whatever the fuck you think Aizen is, the guy was surprised by that he was swiping away mountains, which weren't even his. Those weren't even his slashes. So, if I were a being that just gained the power to wipe out a universe, quote-unquote, or have the attack potency to destroy everything in the universe, why am I surprised that I'm just wiping away mountains with the force of my slash? Like, Ichigo did something similar, not on the same scale, because we don't actually know how big it was, but he kind of did the same thing on a scale when he just swung his blade down as hollow Ichigo, as full hollow Ichigo, and just destroyed the ground beneath him. Like, sending out shockwaves behind him is not that crazy, at least in Bleach. But I started what I assume is the last arc of the 100 years, so I am not that well. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Are you not well because you're reading Fairy Tail, or are you not well because you're about to finish it? Do you have any power multiplier for Bleach? Like Ichigo's Bankai is 10 times stronger than his base form or anything like that? Yeah, no, that's literally it. Bankai is a 10 times amp. Shikai does not power you up. Bankai is a 5 to 10 times amp. That is it. That is the only multiplier I have. Bankai and Holification are both 10 times amps. That is it. There is nothing else for me to go off of. I cannot tell you how much more powerful a true Bankai is. I cannot tell you how much more powerful full Horn of Salvation, half hollow Ichigo is. I can just say that both multipliers are 10 times. So if you think Ichigo is light speed in base, he is at best 100 times faster than the speed of light in his all-powerful final form. That's all I can tell you. I have nothing else to go off of. There's absolutely nothing else for me to tell you. Bleach is so fucking wide open. How strong are the gates of hell? We don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people say, but those are the gates of hell. Like, they're like a massive construct. Okay. Cool. Oh, but they're supposed to be, like, super duper powerful or whatever. The Sokyoku is supposed to have the power of a million Zanpakuto. Okay. How powerful is a normal Zanpakuto? Because last time I checked, the Zanpakuto, specifically in Asauchi, is just a blade. It does nothing. You have to awaken it first. You have to call it out. Or when you say it's a million, it's the power of a million Zanpakuto. We're talking about like a billion Asauchis? Are we talking about a million Shikai? Are we talking about a million? What the fuck are we talking about here? Right? Fuck Bleach.
So potentially given like how people scale up now, but I would probably I'll downplay that because to be more accurate, I think that it makes a lot more sense to say that Yhwach was. There's a rule in Bleach where...
Just a theoretical question. If Ikamundo was mountain-sized, wouldn't that make so much sense scaling-wise? Aizen and his feet would make a lot more sense, at least. Yeah, probably. I'd probably be fine. I think that can probably make some sense. Yeah. I don't know how I'd scale Ichigo to light speed. I need a power scale Bleach, but I don't want to read it and scale and anime scale it. Reading Bleach is kind of a pain. It is kind of a pain. That's why you should go back to my streams where I already read it. For some reason, your streams are always unstable for me. Always a stutter every minute, setting back a few seconds. Something wrong on my end. Let me see, because I am currently connected to my LAN cable, Memento. My stream analytics say it's healthy, so I don't know, dude. It's probably just because we're such a far distance away from one another. I would probably attribute it to that. Bro, they just introduced a new Mei villain completely out of nowhere, and her concept sounds straight from a low-effort fanfiction. Her concept sounds... What's the concept? Give me a chapter so I can look up this chick.
Damage something. You have to have equal or more ratio to that thing. But that's not true, because we see it time and time again. Like, we've seen, what's his name? Hisagi. Actually cut through, Tosen's...
Oh, yeah!
With his Shikai.
Hisagi did do that.
Than Tosen.
Yeah, that's true.
When Rubio fought... Oh, this guy's name.
Aruniero.
Arurue. Whatever
yeah,
was, right?
Aruniero, that's right!
Guy had way more range than Rukia. But Rukia still killed him by having her sword turn ice and go through his whole thing. So it's like, okay, it's like, is it really the case where if you have more ratio, you can't damage someone that has less? If you have less ratio and someone has more ratio, you can't damage it? Like, come on, like, this examples here that we see like all the damn time. So, I don't know, like, to me, it's like, it's not a consistent thing at all.
Actually, they're right.
Guys that just say that, you know, like, Grammy made actual space for some weird reason, not an actual portal to space, like the real space, or whatever.
Yeah,
But I would still say that in terms of like the powers of the realms, though, like even though Yuha is very strong,
time cut for the Lost Noches. Yeah, but we don't have an exact scale for what the time frame that they traveled was, right? You could say sure, maybe like 3 days to walk to Lost Noches, but again, that value, no matter how you choose to look at it, is still irrelevant to me. Because again, what am I supposed to tell you? Is that value, would that value canonically be correct by Kubo's logic? Because Kubo also tends to go back and forth. Kubo also tends to go back and forth. Am I really echoing? There is no way I'm echoing right now. Give me 1 second. That has to be... Am I echoing now? No way, dude. No fucking way. No, that's not me. Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way I'm echoing already with a brand new mic. There was a small bit of echoing. Okay, just a few moments ago. Okay, got you. Let me just
Power of the Shield, I would say that Ichigo, you can't say like it's an equivalent. I wouldn't say it's an equivalent. No, I wouldn't say that. Whereas with Naruto, I would say that he did have enough power to block an attack that could cut the moon in half. Even though it was a hollow moon, so it's not the same density as the regular moon, which is the problem I had when they scaled Naruto versus Ichigo back then. Where Naruto, they scaled him as like, he can cut the moon in half, or just block that can cut the moon in half, but it's not a real moon, or it's not a full moon per se, it's a hollow moon. It wasn't a portal. He literally does something like he puts Kenpachi in like some sort of pocket or some sort of area, or a port into space itself. That's what it was. He's not making every star or every night sky. He can barely make a meteorite. He needed 2 Grammys to make a fucking meteorite, like 1 meteorite. How do like 3 make a portal? How make all the stars in the sky in the universe? They make no damn sense. What the fuck is striking? Either way,
Kieran had the upper hand in experience, but in stark contrast,
but I would say that for sure. Like in terms of certain categories, I'll still edge Naruto over Ichigo. But again, I'm not trying to upscale as infinitum. I'm trying to be accurate here and use consistency in terms of how the powers work. And I think that's the best course here for Naruto, where I put him over Ichigo in certain senses. Yeah, for sure. But I could see Ichigo winning now in the death battle sense. Yeah, I could see that for sure, without doubt.
All the consequences. Let's fight.
Let me see here. As for Luffy, he's not done yet, so I can't necessarily say where he's gonna end up.
Damn.
But in terms of speed, he just have those 2 beat just innately, because then Luffy has future sight,
so he can see the future. So it's like, reflexes worked against
light speed is
there is no way Kowloon Wansawat lost again. There is no fucking way that Kowloon Wansawat just fucking lost because of his own goddamn reflexes. Yo, Kowloon Wansawat might just be a fucking... this dude is a fucking fraud. I don't care. Kowloon Wansawat is a fucking fraud, dude. He is a goddamn fraud. What speed are you watching the video in? I'm watching it at a 1.5, I think. Yeah, 1.5 times speed.
Consistent.
I'm sorry.
Naruto or Bleach. Oh, so that's
what are you reading? I'm reading Kengan Omega real quick before we get back to work.
More.
That was the first for Ryan, an unintentional victory.
In terms of attack power, depending on how things roll,
we're still alive and kicking Goku. Fight me, goddamn it. Fucking fight me.
Actually, well, more if you want to, way more if you want to do in the death battle sense.
I'm swallowing my pride
in terms of attack power, you argue that.
Now.
In terms of abilities, it's not a question.
Bro, there is no way that Kowloon Wansawat just took another fucking L. I'm so upset. If I'm not mistaken, it stated that some supplements or material that Grimmy actually created a galaxy where he put Kenpachi. Oh well, I mean, cool. Creation feats mean nothing to me. Yeah, cool.
In terms of abilities, it's not fair. But
what the fuck is he saying?
As for Luffy, he's not done yet, so I can't necessarily say where he's gonna end up. But in terms of speed, he just have those 2 beat just innately, because Luffy has future sight, so he can see the future. So it's like, I mean, good luck. I don't know.
Yeah, good luck.
Light speed is more consistent than it is in Naruto or in Bleach.
It is.
So that's just a fact.
Right.
In terms of DC, I think that Ichigo outputs less, but Naruto outputs more.
Let's get...
In terms of attack power, depending on how things roll, Luffy could output the most, but you argue Ichigo outputs just as much. Actually, well, more if you want to, way more if you want to do in the dead battle sense. In terms of attack power, you argue that. In terms of abilities, it's not a question.
The fact that Remy destroyed
in terms of abilities, it's not fair.
I mean, not really, because Kenpachi and by sheer virtue, most other Bleach characters simply destroy these quote-unquote pocket spaces by simply existing. The pocket spaces, I have no reason to believe, even if Grammy did create one, is actually an entire galaxy or an entire space in and of itself that Kenpachi just completely broke apart. Like, it's still an ability that is it's still a hex-based ability that Kenpachi simply breaking right through was simply just a matter of fact of him just being stronger than Grammy.
But stamina's a problem for Luffy. That's the biggest issue right there.
No, it's not.
Ichigo probably go way longer.
No, it's not. Stamina's not really that big of an... It's only an issue if you're going by Gear 5 Luffy. Stamina's not an issue for Luffy.
Right, then Luffy could.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree. Maybe Naruto is like the longest if you want to just go off of base like quantity of chakra that he has, but no. I don't give it to... I don't give it to...
There are other categories like physical strength, intelligence. I would say in terms of fighting styles, Naruto's the best, and Luffy's number 2, and then number 3 is Ichigo. Because I think that Ichigo's less creative. Well, actually, it kind of depends. Like, Luffy's creative as fuck, but at the same time, there's like a limit to how much you can necessarily do, whereas Naruto has like a lot of clones you can mix and match things up with. So it gets tricky, I think, between the 3 as they are.
That seems that I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Like, what does Naruto having more clones really means for like his combat ability? Not combat ability. Let me not say that. What does having more clones really means that he can like switch things up, especially like Naruto. Okay. We know for a fact that Naruto at least has a couple of fighting styles that he should realistically know, right? Frog Kumite, he knows Wing Chun, at least as far as we've been able to see, and whatever kind of like hand-to-hand combat he did against like, let's say, Sasuke, right? Or against like the Madara clones, right? If you want to say that that's like his Frog Kumite that he learned, or that's anything else, sure, whatever, right? Naruto has like those kind of fighting styles, but the fact is that like, when it comes to like hand-to-hand combat, you kind of also have to consider that, like, even if Luffy is a brawler, he's still someone whose entire fighting style, like Spider-Man, I always like to bring up Spider-Man, is entirely revolved around having his devil fruit. Ichigo, like, as far as I'm aware, Ichigo just knows how to perform hand-to-hand combat on a level that is still, like, technically weaker than Satsuki, who's, like, the second best fighter in Japan in terms of, like, or second best, like, I guess, female high school student in Japan. But I think even Ichigo said, like, he hasn't been able to beat Tatsuki since, like, middle school or whatever. I just don't agree, dude. Are you at Marineford arc in terms of scaling? Nope. Hacks scales to power in Bleach due to how it works in the manga? No, I don't believe it does. Didn't Jinbei... I really don't believe it does. Didn't Jinbei and Ace fight for 5 to 10 days and Shanks and his crew were able to fight for 3 days? I have to go to work. I will watch the stream after so you can talk about the law script you made and other characters. Find it interesting when you find the time. Alright. Yeah, I'll talk about the law script and I'll try to do that for you, Noel. Have a good one, man. Have a good time at work, dude.
But like, if I wanted
get you that bread,
I could also upscale Luffy to like multi-planetary too, where I just base it all on Whitebeard. Like, okay, Whitebeard's power has the power to destroy the world. Well, One Piece planet is in principle bigger than planet Earth. Yeah. And if I use movie logic too, it's over. Because then I have Uta. It's like, okay, shit. So, yeah. So for example, I use Film Red because they use movies too. Uta has a dimension with a larger planet on it than the world of Naruto, than the world of Bleach. And then she creates her own star/stars at will, arguably, because she changed the entire light spectrum at will. Yeah. Uta then has to also summon a demon called Time Musica, and then Shanks and Luffy have to destroy it from their respective dimensions, and then they feel it from both sides of the eye, which means that their fists are crossing dimensional boundaries, and Uta has the power to get multiple stuns or stars, with them be able to, and then Luffy's outputting more power than that. So right there, I just gave you multi-star level Luffy. It's not even hard to do, based on the movies alone.
Eon, if Naruto and Luffy swapped kitted abilities aside from stat amps, would they be stronger or weaker? Naruto would likely be stronger because he has more amps to go off of. He can stack up more amps to go off of. You can definitely argue that Luffy's destructive capacity probably shoots up. The thing is, at least in terms of, like, explosive... well... Yes and no. It's like... Kurama gives at least a 90 to 100 times amp, right? I think it's fair to say that Kurama at least gives, like, a 90 to 100 times amp. If you want to say that, like, okay, the light novel statement about the the orders of magnitude statement, which implies that it would be hundreds of amps on a low ball, 100 times amp on a low ball, since an order of magnitude, which would be 100 times, and each of the tails probably amounts to about a 10 times amp per tail, right? I know you're saying that. I think the biggest issue for Luffy kind of just comes down to the idea that, like, he no longer has future sight, and under a situation where, like, he doesn't have future sight, fighting characters like Katakuri probably becomes more difficult, because a lot of the issues that I mentioned before about, like, Naruto versus Luffy in general come from the fact that, like, Luffy in general having the capacity to see into the future, the capacity to bypass his opponent's internal durability, through internal destruction. They're things that he can't necessarily replicate through Naruto's toolkit alone. Sure, you could say, well, what about the Rasen Shuriken? The Rasen Shuriken attacks at a cellular level, but even against opponents like Kaido, it's like, okay, but Kaido's cells, you know, like his skin cells are also his super tough dragon scales that aren't just bypassed by nothing. I don't care if you think that the attack is like super duper tiny and they're like tiny cellular cell-sized needles. They still have to pierce through his skin, and I have no reason to believe that they just could for no reason, right? So, yeah, I think Luffy probably takes a bigger hit than Naruto in that department. You think Luffy's Devil Fruit can stretch as much as he wants it to? What I mean is, can Luffy stretch his arms off? They were probably nowhere near the length in Drunk Kingdom. What I mean is, when Luffy tried to stretch his arms off, they were probably nowhere near the length shown in Drum Kingdom. No, you could probably argue that it's longer. I do think that Luffy has a limit to how much he can stretch. I mean, Oda does state that that he's working on increasing his stretching capacities to a certain amount of, like, Gomu Gomus, Oda's weird metrics. So, I mean, I'm not gonna say that Luffy has, like, infinite stretching capabilities, because that's clearly not the case. Rubber does have to eventually pull itself back together, but I do think that, you know, yeah. If Kaguya pulled a paintress and ripped open reality and a character stated she was doing that word for word. Yeah. I'm so annoyed at King of Lightning. He's always so close to just saying it, but hedges It's so much, yeah.
So I can just do
Who's
that.
a character you will always slander in One Piece? Mine is Sengoku. Sengoku. 10 times out of 10, Sengoku. I will always shit on Sengoku. This isn't even remotely close. Figured, but I believe it's credible enough. Baryon Mode completely overpowered Aizen and all that jazz, you know? Oh, okay. Universal Naruto's more believable. Yeah, we were that. Kaido had his heart shocked by Law and got back to his feet. Took Ryuo attacks from Luffy and still won before Gear 5. He is easily eating a Rasen Shuriken for breakfast. That's what I'm saying. I mean, one Gomu Gomu could be 10 billion light years long, so it could be practically infinite. I mean, if you want to believe it is, right? Is that Johnny Joestar Omega? Is that your profile picture?
Who's in the manga? Not light novel, not fucking actual.
How fucking dare you? I'm about to fucking remove your mod status right now just for saying that you slander Senior Pink. How dare you slander one of the most important and influential One Piece characters of all time that taught every single person here how to truly be a man? For shame! Everyone, boo this man! Boo! Sengoku starts taking notes from Syrup Village Usopp. That's what I'm saying, bro. Some couldn't even take down. Some couldn't. Actual L take, man. Actual L take.
Canon character. So I could do that. Okay, so
that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's an upscale or a downscale, but to benefit the future side, you have to have reaction time and processing speed that is significantly greater than your combat speed. I don't know if it's an upscale or downscale to benefit from future sight. It's an upscale to benefit from future sight because that just means that your opponent now quite literally has to speed blitz the ever-living fuck out of you beyond your own capacity to not only see into the future and also dodge. Like, it's only upscale. There's no way you can downscale. I low-key agree. Boo! Boo cynical Jerome as well.
It's not hard.
Expedition 33 scaling is so delusional. Guys, and the story isn't even real. Everything that happened is a creation for a fictional world. In no way is that universal, or is that the book guy in One Piece is also universal. He's spitting, though. No light novel nonsense. What I mean is Luffy's imagination will kind of determine how long his body stretches within the realm of what he believes is believable. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Hopefully at the end of the series he doesn't have a stretching limit. When it comes to the big three, I feel like it's very subjective for all of them. You can get them to large planetary or Hari pretty equally. Yeah, no, 100%. It's all based on what you're willing to believe. Power scaling is all about interpretation. There's a reason why that's my slogan. That's like the biggest slogan of my channel. It's because you can interpret characters like Mont d'Or, you can interpret characters like Kaguya or Gremmy, etc., who can create these spatial dimensions to just shoot the characters all the way up to universal levels, dimensional tiers, outer versal, all this shit. You can scale the characters to absolutely ridiculous heights if you genuinely want to. It's sure in some scaling metas, there will be, in some scaling metas, let me be clear, there will be certain arguments that do require you to sort of ignore certain lines of logic, or some of them might even be a little bit inconsistent. And you know what? That's fine. It's all about, at the end of the day, where you're willing to believe. I mean, there's inconsistencies in a bunch of different things, but at the end of the day, I added the manga files I could find, and man, I forgot Big Father got a size reveal. Big Father got a size reveal? Ooh, interesting. Can't wait to see that out. Check that out. So, I don't know, man. It's one of those cases where, like, if you were to honestly say that you think Naruto's planetary by the end of the series, think that Intentos can beat Rocksteady, Zebek, and Herald? No. No, if Rocksteady, Zebek can take out an Admiral, and assuming the Admiral's anything even remotely as strong as any of the other Admirals, I don't know. No, I mean that the benefit from Future Sight, your reaction and processing has to be fast enough to process what you see in Future Sight and move accordingly. Your reaction and processing speed has to be fast enough to process what you see with Future Sight. Well, not necessarily. Future Sight happens in an instant. Future Sight essentially happens in an instant. You think it takes several seconds for them to see, like, you know, the future because it literally shows several seconds ahead of the character. But no, it happens. Katakuri Future Sight. No, not this one. The fuck? Katakuri Future Sight. See? They're already attacking. Luffy is already attacking in both regards. Both of them in an instant. Just automatically see it. Future Sight happens like in less than a snap. Like, yes, they are looking at an entire series of events transpiring in front of them. That is true. But that actual event happens in less than the time it takes for me to snap my fingers. Yeah, no. Their ability to process what is happening and all that stuff, yeah, no. It quite literally just is straight up upskill for the characters. Okay, this is a stupid question. I know I suck, but what's the music at the beginning of the video you're talking to Mother along with the others when you talk about the admirals? What was it?
Everyone. So, I had originally planned to make a what if Madara invaded Marineford video.
It's a song. It's a song from... Shit, somebody had commented something earlier that they wanted me to check out. It was Tamori, right? Yeah, it was Tamori. Yeah. Copy. I'm gonna just copy that real quick. It's a song from Blue Lock's OST. Remember. Alright. Fuck. It's from Blue Lock's OST. Titled Puzzle, if I remember correctly. Alright, sorry about that. Let's just go all the way back down. Okay. Let's go back here. Boop, 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 boop. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So I guess it's more of an instinct rather than actually gazing the future. No, they still... No. Okay. They quite literally see into the future. It's not an instinct thing. It's not just like a flash that they like allegedly glad. No. They are literally seeing an entire span of seconds occurring in the span of like a snap of a finger. Let me send his link. Is this like the video you were talking about? What are we doing here? You told me to check out this dude. What? Yeah, I'm gonna need a link. Can Omni-Man reach up to Namek Saga levels? Probably. I don't know where Omni-Man actually scales. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I have not... Click on Ahmed from there. Which one? You gotta give me like a profile picture. You gotta give me which video? They see in... Which one? Can you give me like a relative place to like go through? What are we watching? Omni-Man isn't even planetary. I don't know, man. I don't know how strong. I mean, Omni-Man kind of raised an entire world, didn't he? When he went to like that other dimension in the first season, didn't he do something like that? Wait, go to live chat. Sure, I'll go to live chat. What up? Kunox. Okay, so you want me to click on the one that says Kunox? This one? Kunox? Yeah, what about it? Go to that guy's video. This one, okay. What about it? Oh, okay. So what about this dude? Naruto slams the goat. Dude, are you upset about somebody making random... dude, if you're upset about somebody making random... I'm sorry, Tamari. If you're upset about somebody making, like, random, like, shorts, that's fine. No, it's fine. I'm not clicking. Fine, whatever. I'll do it. Sure. Where is it? History. Sure. Why not? You said posts. What is this about? You dropped some requests for matchups. Ramadan Mubarak. I already know Prodigy looking to troll. I'll drop a request. I'll do edits. Thank you for the 50 subs. Alright. Yeah. What about any of this? What about any of this? Dude, this dude is using this as almost like a Twitter page. Some posts used to be toxic. Okay, that's fine. I don't really care if his posts are toxic to people. I don't want to platform something like that. Anyway, he held up a big building-sized boulder in the story. Not a single feat above Continental is performed by a single Viltrumite. Okay. Most people in Invincible should probably scale to country or moon level because of the 3 Viltrumite planet feat. I'm out of that. However, fictional transcendence still applies. If you don't understand what it means, you aren't alone. It's tier 1 power scaling, which gets very technical and theoretical. Ah, okay. It's crazy how in 2022, Naruto fans were fighting for Naruto to be planetary, and now in 2026, they're fighting for it to be uni. How the tables have turned. More. Hey, what's up, Drake? How you been? All right.
Let's just
gave you a
multi-star level Luffy and Shanks right then and there.
Yeah.
Right then and there. Top Musica embodies all of Uta's powers, or even amplifies them. Uta herself, who is omniscient in her own realm, who can not only make a star, but can change the entire light spectrum at will, making multiple stars, arguably.
All right.
But that's how power scaling is nowadays. It's so different the way it used to be, the good old days, where you care about accuracy, right? I can give you a multi-star Luffy. It's not that hard. It's not.
By Daigo Knight, how Kishimoto draws power scaling.
All that matters is the agenda.
Daigo Knight, sure.
Movies, the canon, doesn't matter. Uta's a canon.
Daigo Knight, titled Kishimoto. I'll just type it in. It's not within the first. Don't do Daigo Knight. Why not? How Kishimoto draws power scaling. Why shouldn't I do Daigo Knight? There you go.
Today I want to talk about something that I find actually quite fascinating in the Naruto manga / anime, and that's how Kishimoto conveys power scaling through his drawings. Now, don't get me wrong, when I say power scaling, I don't mean how Kishimoto draws every single pixel to match the exact...
Is film read canonical to the story? There is an SBS from Oda. There is an SBS from Oda. Let me see if I can find it. That specifically... Oda character, Give me 1 second. The question today I heard on the radio. Yeah. Oda Sensei, Franky family. Yeah. Sensei, randomly. Let me see. Sai, Whitebeard, Volume, Warlords, Magazine, Horty Jones, Django. Movies could be canon. So, it's stated over here, it seems that Shiki the Golden Lion has finally appeared in the manga. Does that mean that the anime movie Strong World is part of the canon? Well, and this is what Oda answers. Well, you can force any of the movies into the timeline if you really want, but then they would be obligatory to watch to understand the story, which is why I don't connect them to the manga. But in Strong World's case, that was a story I came up with, and I used a character named Shiki, whom I was already planning to introduce into the story. Into the manga. He was part of the plan. On the other hand, if I hadn't used Shiki for the movie, he wouldn't have eaten the float fruit, etc. He basically just talked about his limitations. Then I used him in the movie instead, so now he's coming back to the show in the manga. It's certainly a strange case of reverse importation. So, you can technically, if you really want to, put any of the One Piece mangas, almost everything is, for Daigo Knight, almost everything is retcon, and he gets the basic information wrong. Okay. I see where you're coming from. I'll leave this up for a second, but yeah, there are elements to film read and other pieces of supplementary media like the other movies where characters introduced within the context of these movies are in every sense of the word canon. However, the issue is that they don't necessarily pop up within the story, so it causes a bit of an issue. So it sometimes causes a bit of an issue where, let me see. Dude, I don't know why I'm getting, like, random... Dude, I don't know. I don't know why I'm getting, like, random echoing. So it then causes, like, a bit of an issue where, like, yes, the characters are canon, but then you have to kind of consider whether or not you want to conclude the movies into the manga. I'm actually been a very big proponent of the idea that a lot of the movies do kind of scale the characters to where they should be at within the context of the story. You can the movie where like Luffy a movie like Stampede, right, where Luffy is walking just out of, let's say, Whole Cake Island, has Snake Man. You see Zoro split a giant meteor, which happens which means it should also place right after Dressrosa. And you have all of these, like, insane feats for the characters that, like, you can honestly, very reasonably say, yeah, they can replicate even within the context of the canon manga or anime. But it kind of does boil down to, once again, whether or not you're willing to use it. It happened every 20 minutes for 5 seconds. It doesn't matter, right? I don't think it matters. Who is the smartest combatant in One Piece in a battle scenario similar to Sukuna and the Straw Hats? Don't count. Battle combatant? Maybe Kaido, maybe Shanks. Battle IQ in One Piece generally isn't really a thing. Maybe Enel. He did figure out a way to, like, bypass Luffy's rubber capabilities. Like, they're not morons either, but One Piece is less about, like, fighting a tactful way around a character and ability and more so about, you know, who hits harder. Yeah. Uda canon, her powers are canon, Top Musica canon, Elegia canon. Only the movie isn't canon. And the 3-episode special is canon too, only them going to Uda isn't canon.
Amount of jewels that a particular explosion...
Heard is that the story shouldn't be seen as canon per se, but the feats can be used as a guideline for more. Shanks should be at the level because of One Piece Red, for example. Yeah, I agree with that. Alabama Nami had good battle IQ, though. She does, but again, that's not a vast majority of, like, fights, and they also mentioned no Straw Hats. So, yeah, it's kind of rough, dude. It kind of is rough because, like, you have characters like Marco being capable of figuring out how to counter, like, let's say, the Ice Oni virus that they started up. You have Trafalgar Law attempting to, like, destroy Doflamingo's internal organs, and him and Eustace Kid essentially tagging Big Mom with their devil fruits one at a time, but it's still annoying, man. It's like how many examples can you really bring up? Maybe Katakuri. Katakuri is more about dodging the opponent rather than outright intelligence in a fight. So Uda's canonical, but the events of the movie doesn't. So does that mean the feats are just possible, just never happened? Yes. You can 100% argue that, especially if you want to just slot it in right after Wano. Or right before Wano, I should say. I agree with you. I use the movie feats as low-end estimates of what the characters can do. Yeah. All I'm hearing is Luffy being multi-star is canon now. I mean, if you want him to be. Shit. At least in terms of scaling, since it doesn't contradict anything. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily do that.
Jutsu heals because Kishimoto does not care about that whatsoever. He does not count the pixels in the manga to see how exactly that explosion is going to affect the environment. He does most things for an artistic purpose, and that's how he tries to depict explosions, but there are certain panels and pages in the Naruto series that are clear attempts of showing how powerful things are in comparison to other things. Case in point, this particular panel here, which is probably one of the most detailed panels when it comes to the sheer destructive potential of several different characters/creatures in the Naruto-verse. Now, this is a very interesting panel, actually a very nicely drawn one. We can see the massive Ten Tails explosion on the background. This is right after the Ten Tails powered up for the first time after the Alliance attacked it.
And you want to know what's crazy about this? You want to know what's crazy
right
about
after
this?
The Ten Tails.
So,
drawn one.
Right here, you actually have a concept for how much land was destroyed by the Ten Tails. It was stated if you believe that the Ten Tails, when it cast its Cataclysm, the feats are still the same. Movie Shiki and Canon Shiki are the same feat in theory. You can argue Sukuna was doing the who hits harder method as well, and only that. No, you can't really argue that for Sukuna. Sukuna quite literally was deciphering what their entire plan was, and adapting to everything that they did in the moment. You can even literally see him keep track of every one of their capabilities. IQ may not be a deciding factor, but we can for sure say Nami at least has amazing battle IQ. She kind of has to use her weather knowledge in combat. Robin has to know anatomy to some degree. Yeah, but Robin also just has to grapple your arms and legs and literally just bend you backwards. And in Nami's case, it's more so about her meteorological capabilities rather than, you know, knowing exactly where to stand in a fight. Though granted, I do think she is quite impressive in terms of like how she sets herself up, but that's because she's also been a thief for over 8 years, which does imply that she has to have some level of craftiness to her combat style. What do you think about JJK Lightspeed meta after Dabura? I think Sukuna still dodged an electromagnetic wave. I think he still dodged it, and I think he still did a raw reaction to it. As I've always said, Sukuna can move at relativistic speeds, light speeds, in short bursts. I hate how scalars boil down IQ to stat like AP when it comes to it's much more complex and has so many factors going into it. 100%. You cannot quantify battle IQ, which is why it's a factor that I usually try not to consider. That's why I also usually never give a character something in terms of their quote-unquote battle IQ unless it's directly shown to me, right? When people say, well, a character like Naruto has way better battle IQ than Luffy, it's like, well, Naruto's more unpredictable in some senses than Luffy, right? But at the same time, Luffy's also very unpredictable. I mean, look at Water Luffy, right? Who the fuck thought he was just gonna show up and drink a bunch of water? You know what I mean? Ramen's case, I mean, at least on a level of martial artist, so who knows where to bend, whatever. I mean, you don't really need to know where to bend a person. You just need to know, hey, the arm doesn't bend that way. Let me bend it that way. Hey, a person's back only bends so much. Let me bend them that way. Hey, a person's leg shouldn't bend forward. I probably can just do that to them. You know what I mean? I think Usopp might have some geometry knowledge because sniping accuracy feats before his observation Haki awakens. I think for Usopp, it's more instinctive. I think for Usopp, it's less about him, you know, knowing geometry and more so him just having an idea for how to do it. Yeah, that's not really on some 1,000 IQ level shit either. IQ is dumb since most characters don't really show a huge IQ. They have a combat system in the story. They know it. They use it, of course. They can make deductions based on that. Doesn't require IQ++, yeah. Yeah, they're not dumb. They're not dumb at all.
See the massive Ten Tails explosion on the background?
Right. So, this feat happens before the Ten Tails Tenpechi.
Tails explosion on the background.
This happens before, like, the Ten Tails... God damn it. This happens before the Ten Tails Tenpechi, right? The Cataclysm. I can't tell you whether or not the Cataclysm actually made the battlefield any larger than it already was. I'm not going to sit here and make that assumption, but even under the assumption that it did, right? Either this battlefield is only a few kilometers wide, several kilometers, as Gaara put it. Either the battlefield itself is only a couple of kilometers, and, I mean, a scale about this wide would still only make it, again, kilometers big. This blast, while I would agree can blow up a country, I do not believe actually just one-shots an entire continent. It is a very massive scale, don't get me wrong, but knowing how big this battlefield should be based on Gaara's statement about having to travel several kilometers in order to get towards Naruto, it doesn't really make me believe that this is that much bigger.
A very interesting...
At least I don't believe that this thing right here is anything above, like, let's say 50 kilometers, in all honesty. I really don't believe that this is even beyond 50 kilometers in width. I think a better term... adaptability is definitely a better term. I would actually use adaptability in terms of a fight as a better concept, simply because a character adapting in the middle of a fight is a lot easier to talk about than a character's raw intelligence. You can somewhat imply Naruto might have some sort of plan to deal with Luffy using his terrain or the battlefield, not saying about power, it's just prep time. Not necessarily. I don't believe you can do that. And the reason is that Naruto usually doesn't use the terrain, at least I think to the extent that you seem to think that he does. Naruto, let's talk about, like, let's say the Forest of Death, right? Naruto doesn't really use the terrain that much throughout the majority of the Forest of Death. I mean, he basically just tries to overpower 2 giant snakes for the most part, and then he's basically out of the most of the Forest of Death, besides a couple of shinobi, like, I guess, taking him out to the side in order to, like, let's say, deceive Sasuke and Sakura, right? If we're talking about later fights, like, against, like, Gaara, for example, I don't know if you would necessarily say that using the trees around him to, like, have all of his clones stand on is necessarily him using his terrain or him jamming a kunai up, Gaara's ass, especially since Naruto basically used his clones, not the terrain itself. Even against, like, even in, like, other battlefields, like in the 4th Great Shinobi War, Naruto doesn't really use the battlefield itself as a way to stop his opponent from, like, you know, attacking him, rather than, like, maybe using, like, certain terrain as, like, a way for him to, like, sit back and, like, maybe charge up nature energy, or to, like, give himself, like, a moment of breathing time. I don't think he actually uses the terrain to the extent that you think he does. I'm sorry. Maybe there's, like, one example, but in general, that just doesn't happen. And if anything, Luffy uses the terrain more to his advantage, especially if we're talking Gear 5, where he literally turns the terrain into rubber and then uses it to bounce attack either himself or certain attacks off. I mean, Luffy even used lightning as terrain itself, you know what I mean? Naruto Loki outlasts Luffy if he spams substitution jutsu. Substitution jutsu is, at least in my opinion, almost never a factor in any fight. If it were really a thing, most ninjas would be using it a lot more often than they actually do. This can blow up a small country the size of a small city. People remember London is bigger than Vatican City, so while it can blow up a country, the country is small to medium-sized cities. Like, Aizen, to me, relies more on prep. He fought Final Zangetsu, Ichigo. He sort of just crashed out instead of trying to reason and come up with a sword. Naruto digging. That is... Yes, that is one example of Naruto actually using the terrain to his advantage. Yeah. That is one example, actually. Correct. And Luffy also uses the... And Luffy's also used the terrain itself to dig his way underneath his opponent. The thing I want to know most is how I defend using anime-only moments like Kaido's kunai eye thing. Just say you're prescribing only to the anime. Just say, I'm going to be using the anime adaptation only. You are allowed to simply scale off of the anime adaptation only. Just be sure to bring that up. And if you use the anime adaptation only, you can also use Strong World, you can use the Horty Jones pill meta. I'm not gonna lie to you, when I say, listen to the words that I'm gonna say. Luffy and the rest of One Piece, if you go by the anime adaptation, objectively scale higher than the manga adaptation. The anime adaptation has 3D2Y. The anime adaptation has both 3D2Y and the Horty Jones pill meta. You cannot use the Horty Jones pill meta if you're using the manga because it doesn't ever show up in the manga. But if we're talking the actual pill meta based on the actual anime, yeah, you can 100% use it. Then you just get Luffy to like billions of times faster than the speed of light. It's only a meta that I would only be comfortable with using personally if you were to talk about, let's say, let's say, only the anime. You're allowed to do that.
Drawn one. We can see the massive Ten Tails explosion on the background. This is right after the Ten Tails powered up for the first time.
Sengoku eats beans, yeah, Sengoku eats a ton of beans.
After the Alliance attacked it. It's evolving now, and this is the appearance of the Ten Tails. This is that more gaunt form. And we can see here by the sheer size of the Vijudama that the Ten Tails just tossed very far away. But this is not the main detail of this particular panel here. This panel is a very wide shot of the main battlefield of the final stretch of the war.
So the Horty Jones pill stuff never happened in the manga? Nope, it does not happen in the manga, which is why you can only use it in the anime. Geography is used in One Piece and Wars, but Naruto never uses geography in Wars. No, they use geography. They do use the geography to an extent. I do believe that they do that. Ninjas actually tend to have plenty of battles within whether it's trees, sand, or wastelands. Ninjas tend to use the battlefield to some level of an advantage. I mean, whether it's just finding vantage points or just hiding themselves, they do use it. I would say in some certain cases they use it quite a bit more, but in general, Naruto himself only ever really, like, digs underground and uses the terrain for, like, that example. I can't really think of any other examples where Naruto's using the entirety of the battlefield to his advantage, you know what I mean? Besides, I guess, making footholds for his shadow clones. You might be able to say that, like, you know, he used his clone jutsu ladder to, like, slam Sasuke next to the cliff wall, but I'm pretty sure he would have done that if there were any other kind of hard surface near him. Substitution. Just say that as long as the anime doesn't contradict said scaling, then it's alright via anime adaptations. So I should separate anime and manga scaling. Can the movies then be applied to both due to the SBS? Yeah. You can apply it. You can scale however you choose to scale. You just have to be honest about your metrics, right? If you only want to use manga, that's completely fine. If you want to only use anime, that is completely fine. Because if you use the anime, then you can use, let's say, like, filler episodes. It would still be canon to the anime. Those episodes still do happen within the context of the anime. You can use filler episodes. You can use special events that only happen in the anime if you truly want to. It's not a bad thing per se, but you have to then make that differentiation. And the reason why you do that is because then if somebody tries to argue with you, you say, well, these are episodes that do appear in the anime, and I am arguing based off the anime alone. I am not including the manga, so nothing that happens in the manga yet I am willing to introduce so far. You can just do that. Yeah, what do you mean the pill meta isn't in the manga? You because we don't see the amount of pills he eats? Yeah, because we don't see the amount of pills that he eats. Because we don't see how many pills Horty Jones actually eats, you cannot get an actual quantifiable scale for how much stronger he gets. That is why, in the anime adaptation, it is an anime-only scene. So when it comes to the Horty Jones pill meta, I would never use it, actually, unless I'm only applying the anime adaptation. Anime only scaling is heavily hated in the community. Why? Elitism? No, it's just, no, I just call it gatekeeping. You can scale anything however you want. How do you think Naruto characters get to the universal meta? They have to use the movies. The movies are non-canon. If somebody's allowed to use a movie, you're allowed to use the anime. Who gives a fuck? You have free will. Power scaling is all about interpretation, but more so, it's free will. You can believe whatever you want to believe, whether it's disingenuous or true. I don't really personally care. But you are allowed to believe whatever take in anime you want to believe, as long as you are using some level of evidence, whether it's from the anime or manga. And if you are willing to put at least a differentiation between anime and manga and say, well, no, I'm not going to count anything within the context of the... I'm not going to count anything within the context of the manga that hasn't appeared in the anime, you can totally do that. Hell, throw in filler if you want. The only reason I don't look into a Naruto filler at all is because A, it's non-canon to the manga, but B, because I'm not going anime only for Naruto.
The entire final day of confrontation essentially happened here.
For example, even in the anime adaptation, of like One Piece, the moment where like Luffy fights Don Krieg Luffy's fight with Don Krieg completely contradicts the manga, where Luffy's fight with Don Krieg completely contradicts the manga, where Luffy punches the mighty battle spear 5 times in the span of a single explosion. In the anime specifically, Luffy actually punches it like 2 extra times, and then likely lands 2 to 3 punches mid-explosion, right? That, one can say, is a differentiation between anime and manga adaptations, where I will still take the manga over the anime, not because the anime downscales Luffy, but because the anime just takes a completely different interpretation to what Luffy did. In the same way that in Long Ring Long, Robin also gets taken in by the Foxy Pirates, and it wasn't just Chopper. Does the last movie have a manga adaptation? It does not, but it is canon. Regardless of what you think, it is canon. I feel like you could still claim Hody Jones 8 like 50. You can do it, but you can't. You have no evidence for it. You have no objective evidence for it. Base Naruto over Gear 5 Luffy, you can totally choose to believe that. If you want to debate me, let me know. How strong is Luffy even in red? If you use that to scale only multi-star? No. You can probably get Luffy to like universal depending on how you choose to interpret Yuta's double fruit ability and the whole thing with like Tot Musica and the separate dimensions.
It started off with a fight between Naruto, B versus Obito and the Jinchuriki, and it ends with the Kaguya fight, essentially. Obviously, we don't get the damage from fights after this particular moment, but we get the damage...
Can the Ninetales attacks scale to Red Rock? No, I have no reason to believe that any Ninetales attack scales to Red Rock. Red Rock would be stronger than King Kong Gun that Luffy used to split Dressrosa in half, and by that arc in the series, Dressrosa, Luffy already scales to above continental levels of attack potency. You cannot get Naruto the same. I know that we're listening to like this video and Daigo Knight's talking about like the massive range that like the Ten-Tails blast scales to, but like this is not a continental blast.
Of everything that happened so far depicted in the battlefield. Now, first things first, it's interesting to look at where this is happening exactly in the world, and we can see here, by looking at the narrow stretch of land surrounded by the ocean on both sides...
Didn't blow up anything, though, but it does hurt Kaido beyond what a continental punch like... King Kong Gun can deal. And mind you, King Kong Gun isn't Luffy's continental punch, it's actually Elephant Gun. I tried to watch Film Red, but I couldn't stand it. It's fine. If you didn't like the musical end of it, it's completely reasonable. I fuck with some of the songs.
Happening in the Land of Frost. It's a small Naruto nation that borders the Land of Lightning, where most of the fighting in the war arc actually happened. Right.
So, the entire war arc happens here. They should be somewhere close to this area over, let's say, here, since they have to be close to the water. They have to do it either near one of these fronts and either right here. And so the Ten-Tails blast is only covering a small portion of this area right here. Yeah, no, I have no reason to believe. I have absolutely no freaking reason to believe that the Ten-Tails blast is that powerful.
This nation was probably absolutely ravaged in the war. I mean, the reconstruction for this place...
Is Loki clearing 90% of the Naruto? Oh no, it's clearing everything. Loki at this point is clearing everything in Naruto. There's nothing for me to even remotely... There's nothing to stop me from believing it at this point.
It's probably insane, but this is where this fight is happening.
The explosion symbolizes greater power, though? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Luffy split a continent... Not Luffy. Don Chinjao and Don Sai can split a continent device that is as tough as metal. Tougher than metal, I should say. That was Dofi hitting the ground. King Kong Gun wasn't even country/continental. That was Dofi hitting the ground. Yes, Dofi hit the ground, but the punch itself has to be greater than Luffy's, Elephant Gun Luffy's elephant gun, which is what fixed Don Chinjao's head, which was later broken by Don Sai's kick, which is the reason why Don Chinjao stated that Don Sai is now capable of also splitting the continent of ice. Even if you wanted to say that Luffy's head has nothing to do with it, you have to then consider, well, Gear 4 Bounce Man's punches, its Kong gun is actually still stronger than an elephant gun, so at that point, there's no way that I'm even going to remotely entertain the idea that a Kong gun is any weaker than a Drill Dragon nail from Don Sai, who can now is stated verbatim to split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. I just have no reason not to believe it at that point.
Happening the main battle of the war arc, the divine tree would be planted close to here, around this place right here in the war arc. Afterwards, when Obito sprouted out of his body after he...
Okay, so the Tenpechi did actually extend the size of the battlefield, so you can't even argue. So it does mean that the span of the these are actually really good. I'm going to be using some of these. Yeah, the Ten Tails must have increased the size of the battlefield. It definitely did increase the size of the battlefield, which means this explosion would definitely fall around or below the several kilometer statement that Gaara made. Okay,
here, around this place right...
Yeah.
Right here in the war arc.
Luffy was already tanking Red Hawks from the same Luffy that blatantly outscales bare minimum continental level characters, so King Kong gun would be way above that. Ladies, calm down, it's a misunderstanding. I mean, Dressrosa V was on the ground, the attack itself should be even higher. Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with you. No, I agree with you, Memento. I'm just trying to clarify it, though, just in case. There's also consistent examples. There's also these two consistent... They move around a lot in the war. I don't care if they move around a lot in the war. This is the area that the final battle takes place in, and it doesn't matter to me where the fuck they were. The fact is, this battlefield, the biggest battlefield in the entire war, was only several kilometers long. Take away Luffy's power, and what exactly does he have now? You could say the exact same thing. You could say the exact same thing about Naruto. You could say the exact same thing about Goku. You can say the exact same thing about Sung Jin Woo, Sun Wukong, Jin Mori. You could literally say, take away X character from whatever series you like's power. Take away X character's powers, and what do they have now? Yeah, they don't have anything. Yeah, sure. You didn't make a point. You just made a blanket statement that applies to quite literally every single character in fiction. Yes, it means that if Luffy directly attacked Dressrosa, it would have disappeared because Doflamingo hitting the land only had residue of Luffy's attack that was diminished, yeah.
Afterwards, when Obito sprouted out of his body after he becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but it's interesting to take a look at the damage that happened in the battlefield here, and how Kishimoto used it to show how powerful character arc actually happened.
It's funny because like this plot of land doesn't actually like follow the actual like contours of this area
the damage
right here.
Caused by the A-Tails' massive rotation that Killer Bee used to clean up the forest in their fight because Naruto and Bee were having trouble.
Benten still got hands. He got hands from. He learned how to throw some hands from his cousin, but I don't think that Ben 10 without the Omnitrix is anything above a regular human. No, he has Haki.
And against Jinchuriki in the very enclosed space between all.
Well, Naruto threw Pain Summon in the sky. Okay, you mean the Pain Summon that is about as big as Gamabunta, and actually, I'm not even going to bring it up. I'm not even going to bring up the scans. You mean the Pain Summon that Naruto needed Sage Mode for? You know what I mean, right? No, if you want to debate me or you want to have an actual conversation, I can just give you a Discord link to this, not this one. I could give you a Discord link to this page right here, and you can just debate me right here, live. I'm kind of looking for a debate anyway. Maybe one that's live. Luffy literally performed a better feat when he threw a giant sea cow in the first arc than Naruto picking up a rhino.
All those trees, so they needed a cleaner battlefield to fight on. So the A-Tails pretty much destroyed a very large patch of the forest here. And obviously this doesn't look terribly impressive, especially if you look at the Ten Tails Bikudama on the background, because...
I mean, yeah, it doesn't look that impressive because one is an actual energy blast while the other one is literally the A-Tails just spinning around with massive amounts of force.
It's pretty small in the picture, but if you look at the actual panel when it happened, this was a pretty damn massive attack. Even the sensory division say that this is a pretty massive attack, and they note that Naruto and Bee are on the defensive because of this jutsu. But still, it's pretty small in comparison to other things. Yeah, it makes sense because this is not exactly the A-Tails' most powerful attack. However, it is pretty much comparable in terms of damage to a lower tail Bee Bikudama.
Set up. I'm not risking it. Why not? Because you have no actual statements or feats that you can remotely use to develop an argument for your character. Is that why? Is that why you don't want to debate me? Because I'm not here to catch you on any gotcha. I'm just here to ask you, what is your line of reasoning? What is your evidence that what is the evidence that you have to say these things? And if you don't have the evidence, then you can choose to believe it, but I don't have to. At the end of the day, I'm not here to change your opinion, and at the end of the day, I'm not here to just find some random gotcha moment. Well, no, I'm just gonna get jumped by your guys. No, you don't. You don't have to get jumped by them. The only person here that you're going to be talking to is me. You can actually just completely ignore everybody else, and if you want to, I'll just cover the screen itself, and I'll cover the screen itself. I'll cover the screen. There will be nobody here to chat about it. Everyone here is going to be respectful. They're not going to jump you, and they're not going to ask you a bunch of questions. It's going to be a discussion between only you and I. I'm just asking you to present an actual argument based on actual evidence. Turn off chat? Yeah, I can turn off chat. I'll just switch to fan funding. There we go. I'll just switch to fan funding. Now you can't see anything that anybody else writes. It'll just be a conversation between you and me. It's that simple. Well, still no, since I'm not wasting my breath on someone who won't believe me anyways. I mean, I won't believe you if you don't have any actual evidence to present. I won't believe you if you can't actually develop an argument to counter anything that I say, or to defend any of your statements or feats. If you are going to say that Naruto can lift up a giant rhino, or a giant quote-unquote, a rhino the same size as Gamabunta, I'll just bring up Luffy lifting up a larger sea cow that he physically sent flying outside of an island. I mean, we could talk about the scale of all of this stuff, but I'm going to be straight up honest with you. It's not about you trying to convince me, it's about you presenting an argument that's actually worth something.
Here, close to the forest, but not quite on it, 5 other craters. And these craters were caused by the Bijudamas launched by the 2 tails, the 3 tails, the 5 tails, the 6 tails, and the 7 tails. It's in that very epic scene when these 5-tailed beasts were aiming point-blank Bijudamas at Kakashi and Maikai. And then Naruto befriends Kurama, gets KCM2, and deflects all 5 Bijudamas far away. They explode in 5 different locations. And those explosions, they look
for a way out respectfully. I know that he's looking for a way out respectfully, but I mean, hey, I'm trying to actually have a conversation here. I'll actually just sit here and listen to everything they have to say, and then I'll just ask a couple of questions right afterwards. I could also just do that. But anyway.
Hard the first time we saw them, but as we see here, they're actually not that big of a deal compared to other things. But still, you can see right here, they were about the size of a pretty large mountain. Look at the mountains here, look at the explosion here. This would destroy...
Not really. You're saying that they're pretty large mountains, but all of these circles are, if anything, smaller than the mountains we see here. This circle is smaller than this area, this circle is smaller than this area, this circle is about the same size as this area. This mountain right here just completely dwarfs these two. Yeah, no. If you want to talk about raw strength, does Naruto and Base have anything comparable to Luffy swinging around a giant gold ball with enough speed and force to disperse an island-destroying storm? Yep.
Mountains for sure. It's even implied that a couple of mountains were probably destroyed by them. They're also comparable to the 8 Tails' rotation. So, now that we got this particular aspect of the fight out of the way, which was pretty much in the beginning of this confrontation here in this particular place that started the final evening of the arc, we can go up to some higher damage scars
on the battlefield. These are like hiking mountains? They seem to be like hiking mountains.
Is this massive ditch/valley that stretches across a very sizable distance. This is insane.
Yeah, the 10 Tails was spawned around that area right there, and then he transformed. Didn't Naruto need Sage Mode to lift a rhino? Meanwhile, Luffy lifted Momu beginning of the series without any amps? Correct. That is exactly what it is. That is exactly what happened.
Insanely long, if you think about it. Look at the size of the 10 Tails here. This is the 10 Tails. It's tiny in the panel because it's zoomed out quite substantially, but this ditch is long. Look at the size of the forest that Naruto and B were fighting on compared to the ditch itself, and then look at the size of this crater here, which the 10 Tails sits right in the middle of. Also, we can see the smoke caused by the alliance fighting here, which is actually pretty massive in the zoomed-in panels, but here it doesn't look big at all. The most important thing for us to note is that this ditch...
Why are all Naruto fans liars? They're not liars. They're not liars. In many cases, a lot of them are just misinformed. A lot of Naruto fans and a lot of Bleach fans, etc., 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 even One Piece fans themselves are all misinformed to a certain level of a degree. And it's not to say because I think that I have the objective one true take here, but what I'm saying is, it just in general, if you can't even conceive, or if you can't even accept the fact that, like, when a person presents to you certain feats, you have nothing to say other than, like, well, move goalpost, have a conversation about something else, and then, or resort to, well, I'm not going to change your mind. Those are pretty cool details, though. They are detailed. They are cool details. Lying means intended to mislead. Most of the time, it's just illusion. I don't want to necessarily say it's delusion either. I mean, let's be honest here. I was someone who legitimately thought Luffy couldn't beat anybody in Naruto. Yes, I've read the latest chapter, Dark King. I was someone who legitimately, like, 2-3 years ago believed that Naruto would curb stomp Luffy into the ground. I wasn't sitting here thinking, oh yeah, no, Luffy now, like, potentially solos the entirety of the Naruto-verse. I wasn't out here in the middle of, like, the night at, like, 1 to 3, almost 4 in the morning, sitting down, writing in my room an 11-page script about how Trafalgar Law unironically solos the Naruto-verse off the top of my head. Mind you, I did that last night. What about what Naruto and Bleach lie about? They lie about the feats and scaling of the characters. And it's not really lie, it's more so they try to misinform people about it. Because the truth is that no matter how you choose to look at it, if you go by actual statements and feats, the characters are not that powerful. The characters are not that powerful. Size and scale to an extent do matter, and these are series that do like to use their size and scale, but they never quantify said size and scale to any degree. The best you have for like this battlefield, especially after the Ten Tails creates an even larger ditch here that actually kind of reaches the ocean. The biggest like scaling metric you can go by is just say, well, Gaara states it's several kilometers. Okay, so if Gaara states it's several kilometers,
right here.
if Gaara states that it's several kilometers, okay, cool. Then the then a giant mound of creation that a giant mound of explosions and
picture. But if you a very large patch on the background,
a large amount of natural energy and natural disasters occurring at the same time still only span the range of about a couple of kilometers, about several kilometers. Several meaning 3 kilometers. Several at least meaning 3 kilometers, and at best meaning like 5 to 6. Even if you wanted to say that like the radius of the battlefield, not even the entire diameter, no, the radius of the battlefield is 9 kilometers wide. Sure, even if you wanted to give a high-end interpretation for the term kilometer, for the term several here, that would still mean that it's under 18 kilometers wide, and that would still make the entirety of this battlefield, mind you. That would make the entirety of this battlefield smaller than the width of the river of Alabasta. It's just not close. It's just not remotely close. English isn't my native language. Does delusion not mean opinion unshakable despite contrary evidence? Delusion can also... Yeah, I guess it could mean. Yeah, I see. Yeah, an opinion unshakable despite... An unshakable opinion despite contrary evidence. Yeah. Yeah, you could argue as such. I don't know. It's not our fault though. We get pressed for saying the correct info to another group. But what about your info is correct? Bogetsu. Let me just be clear with you and anybody else here who thinks that Naruto characters or Bleach characters scale to whatever the fuck people in the past have said, right? Your information is not correct if you cannot back it up under any lines of feats or statements. If I have to read things in a certain way outside of what is actually being spoken in the context of the series, in order to even remotely come down to the assumption that a character is as powerful as you say that they are, where you say I have to read in between the lines, where I have to not take what the characters say word for word, where I have to scale everything beyond what the characters even remotely state, if your scaling comes off of that, it's not correct info. It's an opinion that you based off of your own biases and beliefs. I've asked you, of all people especially, plenty of times to provide an argument, and every single time you get upset with me, or you say you're frustrated because you do not have anything that even remotely backs up any of your claims. You have yet to back up any of your claims throughout any of the discussions that we've had. So in a scenario like that, it's not about Naruto and Bleach fans lying, it's about the fact that all of their scaling doesn't add up. It doesn't put 2 and 2 together. It only works if you give them every single benefit of doubt and don't even remotely look at it with any level of actual critique or speculation. It's just accepting what accepting what some random person says and then assuming, oh yeah, this area right here is 100 kilometers. Why is it 100 kilometers? Well, I mean, because I counted the number of pixels, or I did the blah, 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 or it just looks like it. Okay. That doesn't mean anything to me. If it just looks like it, it doesn't mean anything to me. If you counted pixels, it doesn't mean anything to me because Kishimoto can't draw scale for shit. Give me an actual statement that implies the size of this area. Well, you can't. Naruto can throw up a giant rhino. Okay, how big is the rhino? It's like 100 meters tall. What makes it 100 meters tall? Well, it's the same size as Gamabunta. What makes Gamabunta the size of 100 meters tall? Gamabunta towers over massive trees. Okay, and how big are the trees? They're very large. They're very thick. They look huge next to Naruto. Okay, and what does that mean? With my definition, I'll call them delusional as a non-insulting way. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Memento.
And those two Jinchuriki combined, obviously using the power of the tail beasts, yielded, which is absolutely massive, especially if you compare it to the 10 tails right here in the middle, which looks tiny. There was a lot of travel.
Yeah, it was also a massive tailed beast bomb that was charged up for multiple minutes on end by two of the most powerful tailed beasts.
Combined their Bijudamas, obviously, using their tail beasts, and shot it towards the Ghetto Mazo. Before the Ghetto Mazo had awakened the 10 tails, this is the explosion.
Kilometers width. These mountains are very small at best. It's not even, if not even big hills.
And those two Jinchuriki combined, obviously.
Let me see. Most Naruto fans and One Piece fans are misinformed. Naruto believes any highball that gets thrown around, while One Piece fans twerk for other fandoms to downplay their own verses to wall level. Yep. Yep.
Obviously using the power of the tail beasts yielded, which is absolutely massive, especially if you compare it to the 10 tails right here in the middle. Tiny. There was a lot of travel, which is depicted by this massive valley here that was carved through the mountains, and the explosion happened right here.
Right.
It's actually pretty insane that the Ghetto Mazo survived this explosion. Well, we don't know exactly what happened here, but my interpretation, at least, is that Naruto and B first hit the tail beast bomb on the Ghetto Mazo when they shot it, and then the combined tail beast bombs dragged the Ghetto Mazo all the way through this valley, and eventually ended up here where it exploded. However, before the actual explosion happened, the 10 tails was formed and it erupted out of the Ghetto Mazo, and because the 10 tails is so freaking powerful, it tanked this massive tail beast bomb. But the explosion caused by the combination of the 9 and 8 tails, especially when you look at the size of the Bijudama they created before they shot at the Ghetto Mazo, was certainly the largest explosion we ever saw in the Naruto series up until that point.
That is 100% true. That is 100% true. Not really. No, it really gets to a point where it's just illusion, like that Bogetsu guy. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? It gets to a point where you just sit here and have to just answer yourself. This is why I said I'm down to just debate anybody who wants to debate me. I'm not, fuck chat, fuck everybody else here. We're just going to have a discussion, you and I. I'm not going to call anybody an idiot. I'm not going to sit here and just say, no, you're objectively wrong because you're wrong. I'm going to ask you where your evidence is from and how did you come to that conclusion. That's really just all I'm asking. No offense, but you're talking to the guy from the video like he's arguing that Naruto. Oh, I'm not talking to the guy that he's arguing from the video. I'm not reacting to the guy himself in the video. I'm not really even talking to Daigo Knight here. I'm actually kind of just looking at the scans that he's putting up and actually just comparing them in my own logic. I know that he's putting things into perspective. I'm not talking to Daigo Knight, nor am I trying to debunk him, nor am I trying to do anything like that. So I'm using delusion right. Yeah, you're technically using delusional right then, because otherwise it would be a bit embarrassing looking back at some of the debates. No, you'd be using delusional correctly. I'm not here tackling what Daigo Knight is saying or saying that like, oh yeah, Luffy just automatically scales to One Piece. I'm watching the video, I'm looking at the images, and with a closer look, since I didn't actually look at the images as well as he seems to, I've come down to different conclusions. Every conclusion that I've been coming down to here since, especially from some of the images that he's shown, kind of actually has been helping me with my scaling for how powerful Naruto and One Piece characters are in general. Specifically Naruto characters in this case. It's not about me talking to Daigo Knight or debunking his video or saying, well, Daigo Knight's wrong because I think Luffy went. No, I don't care about that. I'm just saying, as I'm watching this video, I'm actually learning a couple of things about the actual panels drawn within the story that I didn't consider before. Yeah.
Boost to this crater here that was caused by the two strongest tail beasts, at least until the 10 tails comes. And so we can see a clear divide in the power of the tail beast.
If anything, obviously, the only people I'm talking to in this regard are the other guys. Actually, I don't really care about what Daigo Knight's per se even saying within the context of the video. I'm not even really listening to what he's saying. We gotta gatekeep from Naruto fans? No, we don't have to gatekeep. I don't like gatekeeping. Most of the people just base their takes on YouTubers doing Bleach, scaling 4 to 5 years back when they said Naruto's stronger and they just believe it. No one did scaling for One Piece. That was even further back. Go back, what you said, 4 or 5 years? No, go back like 7 or 8 years. Go back like 7 or 8 years, honestly. Go back to 2017. Go back 9 years to 2017. Go back to 2018. Those are the years where I started power scaling. All of this stuff were things that people were saying, dude. But we talked about that before.
And Yuki are more powerful, and this is pretty much evident here. And one thing to bear in mind is that when Naruto used that tail beast bomb, he only had half of the 9 tails inside of it. And then we go to the actual focus of this panel, which is the 10 tails tail beast bomb explosion. Let's just say it is quite more powerful than anything we've seen prior to this. It would be difficult to measure how far away exactly this tail beast bomb is. I'm pretty sure if you count pixels, you would be able to do that by using the 10 tails as your benchmark. But this is pretty much irrelevant because Kishimoto is not.
You can't even use the 10 tails as okay. In this case, I'm actually gonna talk to him. Yeah, no, you can't use the 10 tails as a benchmark. The 10 tails has no quantitative size metric. The best you can say is that he's like maybe 5 times bigger than the 9 tails and the 8 tails based on one panel, and even then, it's still kind of subjective.
not counting pixels and measuring exact distances. He just wants to depict how much more powerful this explosion is to everything else we've seen before. If this right here was the previous most powerful explosion, then this, it's something else. You can see it's far, far away from the actual battlefield, and even though it's further away, it looks far more massive than this explosion here, which shows how much more powerful it actually was. And just take a look at how tall the column of fire rises. It's pretty damn impressive. And this explosion here is a very clear example of how Kishimoto does not really care about the science behind his powers.
Yeah, Kishimoto 100% doesn't care. I know that a lot of people like to bring up that, well, but the cone, Eon, the cone reaches the stratosphere, it reaches the hemisphere, it reaches the blah, 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 blah. This is one of those things where I'm like, dude, explosions do not just shoot up in a cone shape. Explosions don't just curve themselves into a perfect cone and simply go up in a certain direction. They explode outwardly and continue to expand until they completely dissipate. I have no reason to believe that the Ten Tails explosion is X amount powerful, has 5 quadrillion megatons of TNT, simply because, oh, the cone reaches the top of the sea. No, I don't care about that. The height of it means nothing to me. What I'm talking about is how big it spreads out. That's what I care about. How tall it hits? Doesn't the explosion mean more force than like a normal attack? Yes, an explosion would generally mean more force than a regular attack, but a lot of people use these explosions to say that Naruto's punches, that Might Guy's kick against Ten Tails Madara, that they're all just automatically as powerful, if not more powerful, than an explosion like this. Do you miss the 70 meters? I do. What's 70 M?
Alien explosions, because an explosion of this magnitude would yield a mushroom cloud. No, mushroom clouds are not exclusive to nuclear explosions. They are a phenomenon that happens because of physics in the atmosphere. When a
the 70 meters
happens, be it radioactive or not. So a tail beast bomb that yields an explosion of this size would certainly create a mushroom cloud that Kishimoto doesn't really care about, and he draws this quite impressive wedge-shaped explosion. It is similar to Datara's final C0 explosion, with the exception that Datara had those 2 extra little arms around it. And yes, this one is far more powerful than Datara's. If we take a look at Datara's C0 crater, we can see a couple of cities nearby. It was probably something comparable to this explosion right here.
That's maybe a town at best. Have you seen the new Naruto Storm game ults? They give some characters unique and cool ways they use their powers. Yeah, I do. I do like the ults for Naruto Storm. They're pretty damn cool.
At another level, you can see the mountains being cleared.
I especially like the one with Naruto. I especially like the one with Naruto, Indra, and not Naruto, Asura, and Naruto, Asura, and Hashirama, where like they create a giant-tailed beast, a giant Rasengan for Naruto, and they just like praise the jutsu itself. I think that's really nice, especially with Naruto's smile. I like that.
Sand or something like it, and the crater for this explosion would be massive. So this panel states that the 10 tails is far more powerful than 9 and 8 tails combined, and that the Alliance is absolutely screwed in this situation.
Yours just hit a volleyball to space.
Like this.
Insane. Yeah, your Forger is kind of crazy in terms of attack potency. Epstein files update implicates Donald Trump. Sneeko pulled up on Fresh and Fit froze. Fresh and Fresh froze. Let me just.
Hello everyone, welcome.
Let me just click on that for later. I'm just gonna click. Ain't that explosion just as big as the One Piece metas? No, it's not. No, it's not. Let me bring up the panel for you. All right, let me One Piece, not One Piece. Naruto. Sasuke. Okay. Here we go. This is where Naruto and B shot that first-tailed beast bomb that created... One second. That created this explosion right here. Gaara states later, within the context of the story, that in order to get to Minato, after Naruto got the tailed beast taken from him, in order to get to Minato, they needed to travel several kilometers. This area right here would actually be smaller than the point in time where Gaara makes that statement, specifically because the Ten Tails later grows even bigger, causes a Tenpechi, which actually creates a larger area of effect that covers... One second. A larger area of effect... A larger area of effect that actually leaves the Shinobi battlefield closer to the, at least the radius of the battlefield, closer to the, whatchamacallit? Closer to the nearby ocean than anything else. Man, Baryon Mode stomps Naruto. Again, if anybody wants to debate me, Berserker Skeleboy, if you want to debate me, I have a Discord thing that you can just join up. Big Father is the giant transformation that Beji has. The mafia guy whose power shows the mafia guy that shows up in Whole Cake Island. I'm just ready for the Naruto versus Luffy video. Yeah, I might actually make another video first, because I have been wanting to, like, actually get back into video design. I actually did get into, like, I want to get back into, like, designing a video real quick, so I might actually make another video on the side. Even all that aside, I'm just relieved that Naruto's popular in Japan than the US. I mean, sure. Cool. Good for you. Naruto's more popular in Japan. Fantastic. Love that. Love that for the people that, you know, care about that. Anyway. Alright. If nobody is going to, no disrespect to live stream of course, hell, you've thought about One Piece versus Dragon Ball video, because I think they could put up a fight. I have been paid to scale Dragon Ball, so I will be doing that eventually. I do want to actually get through that before the end of this year, so, yeah. Let me actually get to some work now. Let's actually get to some work. What else can we get here? Jesus Christ, becoming Sanji was grueling? Holy shit. Alright, I don't think I have anything else in the background to watch, so, right now, let's actually sit down and work on some Naruto versus Luffy. I'm gonna bring up the, I'm gonna bring up this right here. Last night, Iceberg from the shipyard was shot at his home. Don't kid around, was he killed? Don't kid around, was he killed a lot? He doesn't have a lot of enemies. Calm down, listen. He discovered in his room, the morning covered in blood. He's still in a coma and he doesn't seem responsive. They will just call Eon even more of a glazer. Biggest move of Luffy is the Bajirang Gun, which is an island level, and the biggest attack in Naruto's Six Paths Ultra Big Ball, which is planetary. Change the atmosphere of the planet. That doesn't make it planetary. How does it change the atmosphere of the planet, especially when Sasuke's attack? If you want to just debate me, just hop on a Discord call. I have an extra channel right here. Just hop in and just have a chat with me. Do you want to just do that? Bajirang Gun is not like it's not even continental. To say that the Bajirang Gun is continental is a massive downplay, considering Luffy already scales above all that by Dressrosa. To say that, mind you, it's a fist the size of an island that's packing Luffy's power behind it, most likely because of the speed it's going at. It's going at faster than light speeds. How is an attack the size of an island traveling at faster than light speeds only multi-continental? That doesn't make sense. Whenever people talk about the Bajirang Gun, I agree. Big Island Max, which scales to, I guess, continental? No, he scales above continental by Dressrosa 3 arcs prior. He scales literally above continental. Literally scales above continental. Okay, it's the size of an island, yes. And that's a punch. That's an island-sized punch. I don't know about light speed. It is light speed. Luffy is objectively faster than the speed of light. I can bring up Long Ring Long. I can bring up Marineford. I can bring up Sabaody Archipelago. I can bring up Punk Hazard. Like, just let me know. I'll give you. So you're saying Bajirang Gun, which isn't even Wano size, is bigger than the Earth? I'm not saying that it's bigger than the Earth. I'm not talking about scale. I'm talking about attack potency. Luffy's Bajirang Gun scales above continental because Don Chinjao and Don Sai can split a continent of ice that is tougher than metal, and they are weaker, objectively speaking, weaker than Dressrosa Luffy, who is 3 arcs weaker and multiple amps weaker than Luffy. You should pull up a panel of sages just being scared of lava when he was fighting Kaguya. It proves 99% of Naruto versus an Akainu victim. Bajirang Gun with its island-sized fist traveling millions of trillions of times the speed of light, at least planetary at a low ball. Yep. Let's download. Laboon. Download. This. Download. Strong do you rank my man Chopper? Which endurance is more impressive? Luffy fighting for 10 hours or me reading Fairy Tail with a fever for several hours? I'd probably say you, because it would really take a lot of inner will to have to read through Fairy Tail for multiple hours on end. I have a lot of respect for you for that. It didn't even look like the continent was split across all the way. How would they calc it to continental? Because it's stated by the characters that they have the capacity to split the continent of ice, and because Don Chinjao specifically states, Don Chinjao says verbatim, you can, in order to split the continent, you have to apply a monumental amount of force into a single point. In Alabasta, Don Bon Clay, Mr. 2, pokes a hole through a wall. Sanji is surprised by the larger than bullet size hole that he put in there, and he says there's no extra damage, saying, when an enormous amount of force is directed at a single point, there is no extra damage, as in there is no extra damage on the overlying surface. You also get this from Crocodile later on, and you even get this from Mr. 1 when he splits an entire building. One Piece characters can quite literally manipulate their attack potency in the area of effect that they're hitting. That's why it doesn't split the entire continent in half, but the characters still emphasize he split the continent of ice. He split the continent of ice. They specify it, they say it over and over again. No one's changing the narrative. I can give you the panels if you'd like. If you want to debate me on this, hop on a Discord call with me. Shouldn't Luffy, Bajirang attack potency be at least the moon level, 3,000 times the speed of light? I don't know how you got 30,000 times the speed of light, but sure. Oh god, don't bring up light speed discussions with us One Piece fans. We're about to go the rest of the day talking about the sheer amount of calc stacking you can do from pre-time skip alone. But why does that mean that the entire thing, when we can't see it that far, and it didn't even split? Because the author states 2 different times you can split the continent of ice. I do not care how you choose to view it. I do not care if you have to run a massive number of mental gymnastics around your head in order to convince yourself that the author and the characters did not write that, but it is stated right here. I have seen that your foot is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. The Japanese translation, when we translated it directly, uses, instead of using the term split, says shatter. They can shatter a continent of ice that is tougher than metal. And why would Don Chinjao want to split the entirety of the continent of ice when he has absolutely no reason to, since it is also the essential lock and key that keeps his treasure safe? He even states it right here. Cracking it requires a monumental amount of force, a monumental force directed at a single point. Yes, they are literally only breaking it to the point that they need to break it. That is why he doesn't have to destroy the entire thing, and yet he still means that he can split the continent. Oh no, it did split it. The split visibly continues beyond where the panel cuts off. Going against the multiple theories, Oniki made a turtle lighter. Are you trying to say compare that to Onigashima? Come on, man. Why are we gassing up an island-sized attack when we do it? Wait, for Onoki, it's now apparently wrong. Because Onoki didn't wipe out an island and wasn't going to punch a massive hole through the island, Helton. Because Onoki literally put his hand underneath a turtle that was stationary, activated a jutsu that made it extremely light, and simply lifted it off the ground. That's all he did. He does not have the physical strength to lift up an island. He literally made the island so light it could fly. That is why. Put the continent together. It probably naturally closes itself off. It probably naturally closes itself off. We surely can't count written word in a manga. It's clearly too complicated and interrupted. Yep. Made a turtle lighter. Yeah. If they meant that he only split a portion of it, they would have said split the area and stuff and we want. But the translation makes it that he split the whole thing. His skill set was also perfect for lifting the turtle. Yep. Yep. Likely freezes itself shut if it's that cold. Yeah, I mean, it is a continent of ice that is so tough pickaxes and fire cannot scratch it. I'm pretty sure the continent likely just closes itself back up. Also, I'm afraid that panel of the leg continent thing is outdated. What? It's not outdated. This is literally even in the anime. It's not outdated. It's possible it could be the entire thing, but not 100% provable. I don't care if it's not 100% provable. The characters legitimately state multiple times, powerful enough to split the ice continent. It's stated right there. I don't really care how else you choose to interpret it. I'm not going to sit here and say that statement from the character is not correct. Was a monster, though. I don't get why people used on Chinjao's feats to upscale Luffy. Because Luffy is stronger than Don Chinjao. Luffy is objectively stronger than Don Chinjao. That's 600 chapters ago. Objectively incorrect. It's barely 400 chapters ago. Barely 400. We're currently in chapter 1170, what, 573? Some shit like that. Slightly over 100 chapters ago. You're not, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So I guess Naruto's statements from all the way early in the series don't matter either because they were 100 chapters ago. You know what, Helton, how about this? How about I just time you out permanently? How about I just time you out? How about that? You're not going to make any argument. You're not going to actually make any genuine claim. Your comments are thereby irrelevant to me. If you're not going to actually have a decent discussion and not going to say disingenuous, and you're going to stop saying disingenuous things, I'm just going to time you out. Because honestly, if you're going to say that something happened a couple chapters ago, therefore it no longer matters. If you're going to sit here and say that oh, it doesn't matter because it was from earlier in the story, so it doesn't matter anymore, I'm just going to time you out. There's no reason for us to even have a discussion. Akam's razor debate rule. The most easiest explanation is often the one that is true, i.e. he split the continent. Man, dude, Baryon Mode still cooks Naruto. I don't give a fuck what y'all say, except it doesn't. Baryon Mode is trash. Baryon Mode is like unironically trash. It lasted 5 hits. Baryon Mode, objectively speaking, only lasted 5 hits. Did not last any longer than that. Lasted 5 hits, started to drop down immensely in power, and if you want to bring up the whole him taking away Ishiki's life, Ishiki literally states that he should have had 20 hours left. In 10 hits, he brought down 20 hours. If not faster, he's much stronger. He'll make Maki versus Naoya type situation. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't, because he's not that much faster. And stronger. Naruto can't perform any jutsu while in Baryon Mode besides Rasengan. And you have to genuinely believe that a single Rasengan is going to beat Luffy when he has to still land normal punches that can't hurt Luffy. His punches can't hurt him. Luffy's immune to raw physical force. Luffy's immune to blunt force damage. How is a punch from Naruto going to beat him? A time limit, mind you, that lasts 10 hits. 10 hits! Gear 5 doesn't even just last 10 hits. Gear 5 lasts longer than 10 hits. Yeah. So is Gear 5? No, Gear 5 lasts for several minutes. Baryon Mode ran out after 10 hits. You want to do it? We can talk about it. I can pull it up right now. Here you go. I can actually count the number of hits for you. You're yet not entering the debate because they don't want to argue with me and they don't want to enter a debate because they know that as soon as we have an actual discussion, there is nothing that they're going to be able to have. Because as soon as I start bringing up panels, they'll have nothing to even remotely argue. I was about to say, Naruto scale above Hill by Netanyahuya, cut my pay, so I'll low-key have to agree with Skype. Nami outscales these bums. Yeah. 1v1 Baryon Mode versus Gear 5 Luffy? Yeah, Gear 5 curb stomps. Gear 5 outlasts every single time, 10 times out of 10. There's no reason for me to believe it wouldn't. Gear 5 can last several minutes. Baryon Mode lasts 10 hits. You want me to count? I'll literally count for you. It lasts like 10 hits and maybe like 15 actions total. Naruto's gonna beat Luffy in 15 actions? I don't believe it. Especially since his punches weren't the reason why he beat Ishiki. It was the fact that he reduced his life total to a couple of minutes. He reduced the life total down to a couple of minutes. You want me to count? I can count for you right here. Even Kurama says it. Listen, don't make any unnecessary moves. Even rid yourself of superfluous thoughts. Those are the tricks to keep Baryon Mode going for as long as possible. There you go. Let's see. Let's count again. Ishiki tags. 1 hit right there. No, hit number 1. Goes in. Weave. Hit number 2. Let's keep going. Throws some stuff. You know what? I'll even count this one just for the sake of you guys. Catches the blocks. Number 3. Throws the block. Blitzes behind Ishiki. Kicks him down. 4 hits. Ishiki goes up against Naruto. Punch to the stomach. 5 hits. 6 hits right here when he kicks him away. Catches the rods. And then all of a sudden, let's see. Naruto drops to 1 knee because he's running out of power. Large star plus punches. No, why are those punches large star? Why are those punches large stars? I just wanted to say you're very impressive both in production and research. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. You mean like how Luffy passed out on Kaido and Kizaru and Saturn? Yes, after several minutes. Not after 5 hits. Yeah. When did Luffy pass out in 5? Let's count how many hits Luffy got on Kaido. Let's actually do a comparison, as a matter of fact. Let me do you the kindness of actually doing an... Oh, no, I have to actually pull up the manga. I actually do have to pull up the manga. I don't have all the Gear 5 panels. Let's see. It takes 6 or 7 and starts getting winded? Yeah. And by that point in the series, send your DC, send my Discord. It's right here. Just let me know. It's right here. I just have to literally put in a invite to server. Let's see. Invite to server. I need the hidden use copy button. Copy. Here you go. Here you go. Here's the Discord. You guys can join and we can chat, have an actual conversation on chat. There it is. If you want to join, you are more than welcome to. Let's see. Let's count how many hits Gear 5 Luffy did. Let's see. It's 10:45. 10:44. Sorry. Let's see. Luffy grabs Kaido. That's 1. Pulls him up. We're going to count that as 1. Starts spinning around Kaido. That's 2. Slams Kaido twice. 3, 4. Kaido throws a blast breath. Grabs the ground beneath him. Throws it. That's 5. Oh man, Luffy's already keeping up with Naruto and he's not even winded yet. Tries to pick up Kaido. We're not even going to count that. Bounces around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, then expands himself. You know what? I'm going to lowball that and actually say that that's 1 action that Luffy took. 6 hits. Blows himself up. Grabs Kaido's eyes. 7. Slingshots himself and blows himself into the sky. 8. Turns himself into a giant. 9. Grabs Kaido and uses him as a jump rope. 10. Literally runs on the ground. Travels all the way to Kaido to punch him. Gets 11 and then gets hit by Kaido. 12. Oh, look at that. 12. Let's count how many hits. Naruto's at 6. Let's see. Let's see where Naruto's at. Naruto dashes at Ishiki. Naruto dashes at him. 7 right here. 8 right here. Gets knocked away. He's already starting to lose power since he's getting knocked around by Ishiki. 7 weaves Ishiki. 8 right here. 8 hits. Knocks him away. Grabs him. Punches him in the face. 9. And then, oh, look at that. Ishiki. Man. Already running out of power. Already being held down by Ishiki. Tells him to run away. Oh, look. Baryon Mode ran out. 9 hits. There you go. What do you want me to tell you? That's when he was fed. What do you mean when he was fed? What do you mean when he was fed? This is Luffy after waking up after almost dying. Have to pull out the panels. Just leave it off as said is said. No, why would I not pull up the panels? Why would I not pull up the panels? Why wouldn't I do that? I'm giving evidence. This is me providing evidence. Oh, and then look at that. Luffy immediately restarts Gear 5. Let's see. Where were we at? 11. Let's see. Slams him down. He jumps over here. Punches Kaido in the face. 12. And you know what's crazy? Luffy still has about 3 more chapters worth of fighting. They're trying to debate Eon. They're rage baiting. Yeah. You guys are ready? I'm gonna hop in. Whoever wants to hop in first, you're more than welcome to debate me if you want to hop in first. One at a time, please. Are you? Let me know if you guys want to do it. Let me know if you guys want to do it. What's your opinion on Goku versus Giorno? It's kind of weird because it's like Giorno's Gold Experience Requiem is absolutely busted in terms of the ability to revert anything back down to 0. Essentially just meaning that he stops every single action before it takes place. There can be no effect because there was no cause, right? His ability it revolves around the concept of cause and effect. Giorno Giovanna essentially removes the effect of what happened. Sorry, he essentially removes the cause altogether. The effect were to happen, but then he reverses it back to the point where there is just straight up no cause. For the sake of argument, let's say Naruto does enter Baryon. Luffy is literally not touching him in either 2 to 3 punches. Luffy is going to have more than likely near death or have a very tiny life. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. That's objectively not true. That is objectively speaking incorrect. He's saying right here, I'm spitting blood, impossible, I haven't taken such lethal amounts of damage. Don't tell me, unbelievable, there's no mistaking it. I should have had at least 20 hours left, even conservatively. But how? I've got less than 30 minutes. Even under the assumption that Ishiki had 20 hours left, and Naruto landed exactly 9 hits on him, technically 8 if we're being honest here, because I actually gave him a cube catch and throw. So 20 hours divided by, what was it again? Let's say 6 or 7. You know what? I'll give it 8. That means that he was taking out 2.5 hours per punch. Even if Luffy had 300, even if Luffy had how many years? How many years? Sorry, how many hours are there in a year? How many hours are in there in their year? Even if we gave Naruto every benefit of doubt and said that he takes away 10 hours, 10 hours, he would still need to land 8760 divided by 10, obviously would be 876, but just to be clear, Naruto would still need to land 876 punches, even under the assumption that Luffy only has 1 year left to live. Cut the moon in half with one of his 5 orbs. Adding more hits makes it worse, not better. What's going on way overboard in Naruto's defense? He's legit just learning. That ain't fair for him. How is that going way overboard for Naruto? He has a form that only lasts a couple of seconds. And he has to be fighting while having no superfluous thoughts and no random movements. He can't waste his movements. Literally stated by Kurama. Why should I believe that Naruto is not only going to be so much faster than Luffy, with no precognitive abilities either? He's just learning it, though. What do you mean he's just learning it? He doesn't seem like he's just learning it here. He doesn't seem like he's just learning it, though. Why are you moving the goalpost, Aizawa? Why are you doing that? Whoever wants to debate, hop in the general voice call first and just let me know. Whoever actually wants to debate, just hop in the voice call and I'll go in first. The planet's destruction? Except the planet isn't immediately blowing up because the Tsuneri's dropping the moon on it. He's simply life-wiping the shinobi race. You know what, I just thought about it. It's kind of funny that Ivankov has better lifespan reduction than Baryon Mode. Yeah. Ivankov can unironically make you lose several years of your life from her hormone injections, and Baryon Mode can't even take away, what, 20 hours worth of a lifespan with 8 hits. That's crazy, man. Yeah. All I'm saying is this is tiring. I'm going to even consider joining because it's pretty much useless to think what I think. It's useless to think what you think because you're not basing it off of any actual argument that uses statements and feats. You're not using any statements and feats. You're just saying, well, he doesn't know how to use the move, though. I don't give a fuck if he doesn't know how to use it. Why does that matter? You're saying that he would win regardless. Man, where is the accurate lifespan reduction stat given? I'm just giving you a random estimation based on how much time span Ishiki quite literally says that he has left and how many punches Naruto landed. Why do I have to, I mean, honestly, then tell me how is Naruto shaving away Luffy's life force if he has at least a year left to live when he couldn't even shave down Ishiki's down to 0 with the form itself. Ishiki ran out of time. Ishiki, as a matter of fact, let's not forget, only lost because he couldn't get Kawaki within the time span that he had left. Naruto didn't reduce his lifespan down to 0, or else he would have won there before Ishiki even remotely tried to go after Kawaki. They only won because Kawaki used the Shadow Clone Jutsu on Ishiki. If he got his hands on Kawaki beforehand, he would have won. Straight hands won't work because he is immune to blunt force, and you're referring to the hidden finger jutsu. It also can't harm Luffy. Yeah, it can't harm him. Like, what are we talking about here? How does Naruto harm Luffy? How does Naruto harm him? You can't reduce his lifespan down to 0. Objectively, there's just no argument you can make. And his punches, who gives a shit what his punches do? Luffy is immune to blunt force trauma. Why would I even remotely consider that to be an issue? I'm right here. If anybody wants to debate me, they're more than welcome to join. I'm right here. I'm willing to simply sit down, listen to your line of reasoning, and then I'll just ask a couple questions. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Just to be clear, anyone here can believe whatever they want to believe. If you genuinely believe from the bottom of your heart that Naruto curb stomps Luffy with no amount of difficulty, sure, you can believe that. I have no reason to. And you're not going to convince me just because you say, well, I think he does. Can't really claim the extrasensory six-packs, that's precognition, extrasensory. Baryon Mode has better reaction feats. Right, better reaction feats. Not, where is it implied that Baryon Mode has precognition? Sage Mode gives precognition through sensing natural energy. Sage of Six Paths Mode, quote-unquote, allows Naruto to sense all things in the universe, even though he constantly gets caught off guard and takes hits from Ishiki and can't even keep track of him.
Why would I believe that Baryon Mode even then has any kind of precognition? I really can claim it. I really can claim it because there is no piece of evidence that even remotely implies it. I like the Melee Fox profile picture. I don't even like Melee as a game. I just thought it was a funny ass profile picture. I like the terminal montage art style. I'm just asking. But since nobody wants to debate, I guess I just don't. I guess we just don't. Does Sage Mode grant precognition? It does grant precognition. It does. I would love to see Luffy 10 to 6 Pats, Rasen, Shuriken. Easily. Easily tanks it. I don't even think it really does that much damage. Tanks it. Easily. Eats the hit. What are you going to say? Oh, cellular level attacks Haki armor. There you go. His body is constantly coated in armament Haki, and you have to basically argue that for whatever reason a cellular level attack bypasses Haki, which there's no remote argument for that. Going based on the pictures and general consensus, Naruto adult pre-nerf, when Luffy currently Naruto needs his KCM, no Sage Mode on top of no 6 Pats. No, what major consensus? What major consensus by people that don't actually know how to scale Naruto? Because here's the thing, Creed, I have absolutely no reason to agree with anybody else's opinion on how fast Naruto is when their opinions usually have no basis for actual quantifiable scale. Naruto does not even reach the speed of light. Naruto, objectively speaking, does not even reach the speed of light in terms of movement speed until the very start. Doesn't it just give awareness of surroundings? No, yes, that's precognition. That is precognition. Naruto doesn't even remotely reach the speed of light until the very start of the war arc, when he joins the war arc. Not when the war arc started, no, when he joins the war arc. This is where he gets his allegedly first and only light speed feat, quantifiable light speed feat. And the craziest part is about all of that. One second, let me just delete these right here, because I actually already have these. Let me just delete these. Yeah, I don't think I need these. Page 14, there we go. 34, okay, there we go. Let's just do that. Yeah, Naruto doesn't reach the speed of light up until this point. Luffy, on the other hand, quite literally dodges and even blitzes a guy who can shoot a beam of light from his hand. Yeah. A beam of light from behind. Let's see again. Let's keep going. Dodges beams of light right here. Dodges multiple beams of light right here. Keep going. Yeah. You mean combat speed or travel speed? If you believe your scaling for Naruto is so high? I don't believe my scaling for Naruto is that high. You're joking. Why am I joking? Naruto's MFTL? Prove it. What makes Naruto MFTL? The Discord link is right above. You can debate me on it if you want. Why is Naruto MFTL? This interpretation doesn't feel right to me. It just doesn't. It doesn't feel right to you because you don't want to accept it. You're just basically saying that it's not correct because I can't believe that it's correct. We've had these discussions before, Mr. Aizawa. If you cannot provide an objective piece of evidence that counteracts anything that I've said, then you have no argument to base it off of. You don't have to change your mind. I'm not here to change your mind, Aizawa. I'm not here to change Berserkers, and I'm not here to change Creed's mind. You guys just simply don't have to believe what I'm saying, but that doesn't make what I'm saying any less true, or at least any more canon to the evidence that is presented within the context of the story. If you have an issue, either debate me on it, or I don't know, just sit back and watch. Looking for the smoke. Yeah, why not, right? Why not? I might as well offer you guys Restless. Like, what do you want me to tell you? Luffy's not faster than the speed of light when he has objective feats that put him at faster than light speeds? What am I supposed to tell you? Here is Naruto. Once again, not a single light speed feat before. No light speed feat prior to this. No quantifiable light speed feat prior to this. And honestly, I don't even have to give this a light speed feat. This is honestly I'm with my guy. Even I'm on timing. Like, I don't even have to give Naruto a light speed feat for this, because you know what? The Raikage only runs at almost the speed of light. The Raikage is literally stated to only run at almost the speed of light, and I have no objective reason why I need to believe from the bottom of my heart that the version 2 Lightning Cloak just makes him light speed. Recently, a guy claiming Kuma's lightspeed statement doesn't exist and called me an R-word. I mean, what do you want me to tell you? They're willing to deny every single lightspeed feat for One Piece, but when you say this feat right here isn't lightspeed because the literal man who he dodges, who the speed feat is entirely based off of, doesn't even actually have an objective lightspeed feat. The guy that quite literally needed to be teleported into the battlefield at the speed of light when he could have just ran there if he was just faster. That's the issue with this conversation. When it comes down to the idea that Naruto may not be as powerful as people seem to believe it is, and then when they don't, you're talking about the V1 cloak, not as fast as Punch. So how fast is his fastest Punch? Why is his fastest Punch objectively lightspeed? Read your last message. My bad. Oda already drew Luffy at minimum 60, so he has 60 years left in the tank minimum. That's almost 300,000 hits for Baryon Mode. Yeah, Chakra is flat out more potent and scales higher. Why? What does it scale higher? Shown better destructive feats than anything Luffy has ever done. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Naruto doesn't have a single... No, he doesn't. Ah, yes, the Naruto is stronger, faster, more durable argument that doesn't actually provide any real evidence. You're just saying that he is. You're not actually providing any evidence, Creed. If you want to debate me, just put out on the fucking Discord chat then. I actually want to hear your line of reasoning. Why do you think Naruto's faster? Why do you think Naruto's stronger? Why do you think he just scales higher? Because last time I checked, Naruto does not have an objective continental feat. Naruto does not have an objective continental feat. None of these feats are even remotely estimated or scaled to be continental within the actual context of the story. There is no statement of any of the attacks being continental. There is no implication of the attacks being continental. And yet I can just easily sit here, pull up a scan about Don Chinjao, provide the best feat for Luffy, please. I could provide an early feat for Luffy, and that unironically puts him above anything that Naruto currently has. Right here, right now. He basically split Dressrosa down in half with the force of his opponent. Right here. With the force of his opponent hitting the ground, not the force of his only hit. And before you say, oh wow, how big is that? Why does that even remotely matter? Let me present to you Don Chinjao and Don Sai. Don Chinjao and the homie, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy we all absolutely adore that got one of the baddest girls in the entire series. Where the fuck is the panel? I always forget where the fuck the panel's at. Where the fuck is Don Chinjao and Don Sai? God damn it. I gotta mark these. I really do need to mark these. Give me 1 second. Now I actually have to look through this. Fuck me. Okay, Don Chinjao's there. He's losing his shit. Yeah. It was in the 70s, right? It was 172. Oh, right here. Right here. Split the continent of ice. Split the continent of ice. Here you go. Not this one. Right here. This continent is known as the Crystal Ice Sheet, and it is so tough pickaxes and fire cannot scratch it. Right there. Right there. Give me a Naruto continental feat. Give me the Naruto continental feat, please. Naruto's speed feat is not even the base form, while Luffy's dodging light speed attack in base form pre-time skip. Yep. Yeah. It's stated to be MFTL. Where is it? What's stated to be MFTL? Literally dodged Naruto's Light Fang? What, you mean the Light Fang that is quite literally stated to be only cut all things at the speed of light? Data book, right here, Light Fang. You mean, right here, they emit a beam of light that bisects the opponents like a sharp-pointed fang. It cuts all things at the speed of light. Yeah. Is MFTL because Teen Naruto with only half of Kurama dodged a light speed attack at point-blank range? That's not MFTL. That just means he's relativistic to the speed of light. Toneri output more than One Piece highball feats, and I still don't even scratch Naruto. This is a joke. It's really not a joke because Luffy just has to land a single punch in Naruto's chest and he dies. Naruto has no defenses for his internal body. Naruto quite literally does not have any defenses for internal destruction, mind you, and he does not have a chakra network in his heart. Also, here's the funny part about Toneri's quote-unquote output. It was a hollow moon. It was a hollow moon. You can say it was the moon. I can say it's hollow. There it is. But Naruto is just that OP. That's the thing. Okay, but what this... Again, why is this a feat? What about this is a feat? Doesn't Naruto destroying the Tensegan, which supports the hollow moon, transported moon level? Why would that be moon level? Why would that automatically make him moon level? A hollow moon? A moon with most of its mass removed. A moon with most of its inner mass removed, right? Naruto, overpowering a beam that can split that. That would put it, by the way, the moon is not that big. How much smaller is the moon than Earth? How much smaller is the moon than Earth? How much smaller is the moon than Earth? Is roughly 3.7 times smaller in diameter. Slower than an injured thriller bark Zoro. Alright, let's say I accept the One Piece star level statements to a minimum. You can argue War Arc edges over that. Not really. And it doesn't matter either way because of the speed difference. You cannot get Naruto to even remotely be as fast. You cannot quantify Naruto to even be remotely as fast as Luffy. I'm telling you, listen, the Discord server's right there. I can put it right here. The damage Kabuto did to Naruto was not permanent. Yes, it was. Why is it not permanent? Why is it not permanent? Why was it not permanent? What statement within the entire 700 chapters of Naruto imply that Naruto now has a chakra network around his heart again after Kabuto destroyed it? Tsunade even stated that once a cell is removed from the chakra network, even she cannot reattach it, and there's no statement that implies Kurama himself has the capacity to reattach organs to missing chakra networks. I don't have a reason to believe you. Give me an objective page and scan. I don't care if you say that it is. Why is it non-permanent? Come on now. I don't know. Naruto takes a single punch to the chest with internal destruction, and he outright loses. There's no reason for me to believe he survives that. His heart cannot tank a punch that has continental amounts of force. Is there some part where you can entertain Naruto and Luffy just being equal? No. Why would I? Why would I do that? In every single instance where it's Naruto versus Luffy, it's always Naruto is more powerful than One Piece, Naruto negs the One Piece verse, Naruto one-shots. But the moment that somebody comes around and makes an actual argument that basically just straight up implies with raw evidence that he can objectively withstand and deal more damage back to Naruto. Oh, all of a sudden we have to make them equal? No, fuck that. I don't have to do that. Sage mode. KCM reinforces no defense. Reinforcement, no defense. He's not dealing with Naruto insides if he's being consistently healed. Here's the thing, buddy. Here's the thing, friend. Here's the thing, my guy. Here is the objective and unfortunate piece of evidence that you haven't even remotely considered throughout any of this. Where the hell is it? Is it before or after Kiba? Nope, it's after Kiba. So is it in the scans right here? Manipulate the internal, saying what? Undetectable even to the Sharingan. I doubt even that. The Juken. Yeah. Where the fuck does Kakashi make this statement again? Kirakuke. No one else will heal as quickly as yours. Oh, right here. There's no way of strengthening the internal organs, so an enemy struck with that blow is going to succumb. There you go. Can't negate healing factors. And Naruto does not have a healing factor in his heart. Naruto does not have a healing factor in his heart. He does not. There is no piece of evidence that suggests it. As a matter of fact, I'll even provide a reason why I believe that he doesn't. Right here. Where the fuck is Tsunade talking? Let's see. Right here. Right here. Once a part of the cell, let's go back here. Let's go to the search for Tsunade, and let's get Kabuto right here. I cut off his heart's Keirakuke, the chakra network he heals himself with from the power of the Nine Tails. I used everything I had to stop him from healing on his own. Here is the world's greatest medical ninjutsu specialist. Once a cell of the body is cut from the chakra network, it is beyond my ability to heal, even with my medical ninjutsu. Be sure that Naruto explains that implicitly. Yeah, no, he can one-shot him. His body's not reinforced. He has internal destruction. Why wouldn't it work? He has internal destruction. Obviously has to travel through the chakra. Since when has chakra ever even remotely implied the idea? Since when Since when has it ever even remotely been implied that chakra can stop Haki from internally destroying them? Since when has that ever even remotely imply that? Wait, somebody's being disrespectful? What the hell's happening? We were talking about Naruto's weak durability. Naruto's not that tough. He doesn't need to negate. He doesn't need to. One smart. We've already had this discussion. I'm going to disregard unless you actually have a statement that actually implies it. I'm not even remotely going to read your stuff because you have nothing here to add. At the time, Naruto doesn't know their own setting and power system. Also, E on the Chakra Network statement was way too far back, so it doesn't count. You guys don't need to rub it in our faces over the One Piece verse being over Naruto. We arguably haven't done it with you. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to gaslight people into thinking that Naruto fans for years haven't been talking about the One Piece verse being so much weaker that Kid Sasuke could solo it. So, Creed, give me an objective reason, not what you believe, give me an objective reason as to why chakra stops Haki from performing internal... Oh, you mean Naruto versus Neji when he still had chakra in his internal organs? When Naruto still had a chakra network inside of his heart? Yeah, no, that doesn't even remotely defend you. I'm not even going to remotely check it because it doesn't add anything to your argument. It doesn't add anything to your argument, One Smart. It doesn't provide anything. It doesn't counter what I'm saying. One Smart, pay attention to the words that are coming out of my mouth. This moment right here and this moment right here happen after Naruto fights Neji. Naruto no longer has chakra inside of his heart. He does not have chakra surrounding his heart. He does not have a chakra network around his heart. If there is no piece of evidence within the entire context of the story. And bringing up a chapter from earlier in the series is not going to prove that. So I'm not going to bother doing it. Naruto's stronger and more... Why is he stronger? Why isn't it bypassing? It'd make sense for him to bypass someone with weaker chakra reinforcements, but that's not happening. What, just no? Okay, so your argument, Creed, is Naruto is not going to take an internal destruction punch from Luffy because you said so. Not because you have evidence, not because you have an actual statement, not because you have any real line of logic. You're just saying that Naruto, let me just bring up the argument, let me just bring up the panel again. Naruto, who has no way of strengthening his internal organs, who has had the chakra network removed from his heart because Kabuto literally states he cut off his heart's chakra network from it to prevent him from healing. You're saying that it wouldn't bypass because chakra would stop it? Yeah, okay. I don't need to prove the statement. It's damn obvious who wins. No, it's not. Why is it damn obvious? Why is it objectively correct? Where is the canon statement that says Naruto objectively beats Luffy? That's just an opinion, my guy. That is just an opinion. You're just saying it's damn obvious, but you're not giving me an objective reason. Be objective and stop giving me your opinion. Just hop on Discord. Just hop on Discord then. It's right here. I can provide the link. I'll copy it again. Right here. There you go. You're right because you say so. You don't have any evidence. You don't have anything. Yeah. Why are we also pretending like Naruto's just going to let Luffy hit him anyway? Because Luffy blitzes him every time. Because Luffy's blitzing him every time, One Smart. You have no argument for Naruto being anywhere as fast as Luffy. Take it or leave it. Here's my evidence. Naruto's combat skill, hand-to-hand and taijutsu can compete with ninja veterans, unlike Luffy goes, if they go band for band. And Luffy blitzes Naruto every single time because Luffy has light speed feats since the 7th island of the story. Luffy has objective light speed feats. Objective light speed feats in Long Ring Long, yet Naruto doesn't reach the speed of light until the final arc of the story, and he only lasts 2 days. It only lasts not even 2 days. The 4th Great Ninja War literally lasts 2 days, and Naruto only fought for 1 day. I have no reason under any context of reasoning, logic, and especially there is no objective metric for which I have to believe that Naruto in a single 24-hour period has become faster than Monkey D. Luffy after multiple islands post being relativistic to the speed of light, multiple islands of him getting objectively stronger and faster, and a 2-year time skip training. Luffy not move all, just make him stay in place, and that's all I need. He just has blitzing, just have Luffy not move at all. Okay, so now Luffy has to not move whatsoever for Naruto to win. Alright, and that is where I put you on timeout because you have nothing here to add to this conversation. I'll set the bar for One Piece Stage 6 Bats obliterates the Stage 2 gauntlets in the entire series? Not really. As a matter of fact, I have an entire script I wrote last night off the top of my head, knowing actual objective pieces of evidence that sits here and implies that Trafalgar Law unironically defeats the entirety of the Naruto verse by himself. As a matter of fact, I'll even read this. I'll even read an excerpt from it right here. Let me do you some kindness, my friend. Let me do you some kindness by actually giving you some actual objective scaling right here. Yeah, okay, sure. Obito is simply a weaker version of Madara. He's likely the best user of the TSO, but they will never land. The TSO are generally considered to be existence erasure by a good portion of the fan base. There's good reason for it too. They are considered more powerful versions of Inoki's particle style, which instantly atomizes anything in its range. I have difficulty truly believing whether or not it actually erases everything, considering that characters like Sakura are also hit by them and isn't instantly annihilated and isn't instantly annihilated. Obviously, their capacity to destroy anything seems to be an ability that can be turned on and off by Naruto, since Naruto can also create platforms for his allies to stand on, but it doesn't put up their ability to erase, into question when they've only ever seen TSO destroy Edo Tensei. Some people believe that they also destroy the soul, but that's a topic of conversation that's a bit more complicated because they only ever do that to Edo Tensei, who also happen to be ninjutsu, etc., etc., etc. Let's see where we go here. My guy, Kakashi, etc. Obito is not that fast. At least in comparison to Trafalgar Law and any One Piece character, he's not that fast. You genuinely have to believe that Rock Lee and Kakashi, while using the 6th gate, can throw a kunai faster than light speeds, let alone the speed of light, in order to believe that the TSO even remotely travels anywhere close to the speed of light. These things are not that fast. Minato had one stuck to him that he didn't even know about, but that was likely because Obito also placed it on him physically. The TSO have no good speed feats. Obito has barely any destructive capacity feats beyond what the Ten Tails can do, and even then, he has to land the hit that that Luffy just needs to dodge. What proof do One Piece fans have? Multiple upon multiple arcs of the characters getting objectively faster and stronger, in addition to a precognitive power system that allows them to sense their opponent's next move, and the only way to counter that is through raw speed. Yeah. Eon freestyling the script. That's what I'm saying. Naruto is universal. Yeah. Yeah. What are your arguments? Law beats Naruto, now you're beyond tripping. How does Naruto stop Room? How does Naruto stop Room, Creed? How does Naruto beat Room? How does Naruto or any Naruto character beat the word room? Room! How do they beat that? Come on. We're on the 27th part of these and people are flying in brand new talking about what proof. Yeah. Dang, Naruto Glazers are also blind now? I guess they are. What do you want me to tell you? Give me a speed feat of Luffy which outscales Naruto. You want me to give you a speed feat for Luffy? Right here. Gum, Black Mamba. Yeah. I'm going to put this at 1.5 times speed. Just take that into consideration. This, right here. Right here. Show me one time where any Naruto character drops so many punches back to back that they literally come down like, how does Law room before Naruto rocks him in a wall faster than he can get a letter out? Naruto's not that fast. He doesn't actually do that. Law has observation Haki and dodges him every time. Shambles also just lets him instantly teleport. Look at that. Show me the one time that Naruto throws this many punches this quickly and sporadically, that come out from multiple different directions that look like his punches are quite literally traveling. There are literally multiple punches coming at him in slowed down time at the same time. Show me one time that Naruto can do that. Just state it in the chat instead of axing all high and mighty. With Gear 2 plus Gear 4 on top of Foxy, Lightspeed Heat people here. Yeah. Luffy was Lightspeed in base form by the 7th island of the series. Naruto's Lightspeed by the start of the series. Why would I believe Naruto even remotely makes up the speed difference? So they're both FTL by 15 or 16. Neither have a direct number. No, actually, I do have direct numbers. I do have them, One Smart. I do have direct numbers, and that is 2nd gear being a 10 times amp, 4th gear being a several times amp beyond that, which would make it at least a 30 times amp. Luffy outscaling himself every single time, meaning that Luffy's speed has to be greater than every single other arc. That's just basing animation pacing, and that has nothing to do with statistical facts. So what's your statistical fact? Why does Naruto speed blitz? Give me your reasoning as to why Naruto speed blitzes, because last time I checked, Naruto is still only dodging. Naruto is still only dodging a light speed attack. Naruto is still dodging only a light speed attack. What's next? What are you gonna say? Oh, but the neck turn, guys. It's the neck turn. Naruto's dodging the neck turn. Naruto, what? The neck turn? Oh yeah, the MFTL neck turn, right? How are you give me an actual statistical fact for Naruto then, since you seem to bring that up, Creed. Bring me an actual statistical fact. Come on now. Do it. I know you can't. I listen, just to be clear, Creed, you and I both know you can't. Objectively speaking, you can't. You have nothing to go off of. But I'm asking you, still, how much does it work, man? How much? Every arc is unquantifiable, so faster gear 4 than base against is more clear. Yeah. MFTL weave. An MFTL weave, yeah. Yeah. Needs Ninja Jesus power up to barely dodge a light speed attack that's Naruto fans are living in Delulu. Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to tell you, right? What do you want me to tell you? Slide next. MFTL contends with Sasuke, who teleports, as well as his... Okay, so MFTL, since he keeps up with Sasuke, who teleports, right? Let's see when he keeps up with Sasuke, who teleports, right? What happens here, right? Right here, teleport, his left eye gets punched. So, no, objectively correct right off the first one. He has experience? No, he does not. He does not have more experience than Monkey D. Luffy, who has literally fought more opponents. Luffy has fought more opponents, objectively speaking. Luffy has fought more... for more arcs. And Luffy has had his powers for much longer than Naruto. Naruto's entire run with his abilities from the moment that the series starts on the first chapter has, mind you, and we're talking about multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto started at 12. Luffy started to learn how to use his powers at the age of 7, and his series doesn't start until he's 17. That's 10 years. Naruto's series ends at the age of 17, 5 years later. So Luffy not only has experience, he has quantitative amount of opponents he's fighting. He sent some immediately before he was occupied, and yet he still got hit. So it absolutely doesn't mean anything. Absolutely doesn't mean anything, Creed, because he still got hit. He still got hit. What do you want me to tell you? He still got hit. Listen, guys, if you hear an echo, deal with it. He was holding the fireball. Why didn't he dodge? He could have dodged. Why didn't he dodge then? If he's MFTL, he should have been able to dodge. Why didn't he? Why didn't he then? Come on now. Why didn't he? Why didn't he? Oh wait. He was holding the attack, right? He was holding the attack, right. So wait, Naruto's holding the guy, right? Naruto is holding the guy who is attacking him, right? You know what? Let me bring up a little panel for you, Creed, that you probably weren't aware of. Let me bring up a panel for you that you probably weren't actually that aware of, but I'll do you the kindness because I'm such a kind person. Right here. What's Luffy doing right here? He's holding two guys. Both of his hands are occupied. Whereas Naruto has one hand occupied, Luffy has two hands occupied. And what does he do? He dodges both of these attacks, grabs the opponent, slams them, turns them into pizza dough, and then sends them flying and laughs at their faces. Naruto's mindset, he's not out to kill Sasuke or on the offensive. Yeah, Luffy's not out here to kill Saturn or what's-his-face, or Kizaru. He's not out here to kill them either. So what about it? Come on now. What? So you're telling me that because Naruto's mind isn't in there to kill Sasuke, he just decided to willingly take a hit? So he took the hit because he doesn't want to. What do you want me to tell you? You're gonna need some aspirin? I don't need anything. I'm just asking real quick. Creed's fighting for his life. Yeah, they're constantly moving the goalpost. Creed does not have a single argument that he can even remotely use. He's trying to now say, well, for Naruto specifically, if we're talking Naruto specifically, yeah, we have to give him all of this benefit of doubt, and we have to see the situation in a completely different light. But then, yeah, Law isn't in character blitzing Naruto or just killing him on the very instant you see him. Let's see what Law just does off of raw instinct. Let's see what Law just decides to do off of his own free will. Let's see. Yes. God, can this thing load up? Alright, I'm over that. We're gonna go One Piece. Load! And even it's going to be the scenario. And that isn't even going to be a scenario that happened? Yeah, they argue like pre-war Naruto isn't an Elbath child victim. Yeah, he's an Elbath child victim. Naruto aim dodge the light beam will always be funny. Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Naruto's best feats are literally him dodging light speed. attacks. Meanwhile, you have Luffy and other characters here quite literally evading faster than light speed attacks consistently. Doflamingo, Kaido, let's see, Horty Jones. He's not, I mean, he can do whatever the fuck he wants. I'm not really raging. I'm just sitting here trying to dismantle their conversation because they have no points. It's always about moving the goalpost and always bringing up something else that wouldn't happen. And then when they have nothing else to say, he goes on and says, well, none of this would even happen in the first place because he wouldn't act it. Law teleports, Naruto senses it, and he kicks him? But why didn't he do the same thing to Sasuke? Why didn't he kick him through several, why didn't he do the same thing to Sasuke then? Why didn't he do the same thing to Sasuke then? Explain that to me. Come on now. Explain that. I'm gonna have this panel up for you. I'm gonna have this panel up here for you. Here you go. Here you go. This is for you. You deal with that. Figure out an argument as to why your little claim just now makes absolutely no sense when this happened as well. When you can do that, we'll continue the conversation. Or unless you want to just move the goalpost again. If you want to move the goalpost again, you're more than welcome to as well, right? Oh, look at that! Law starts up the fight. Let's see. Let's see what happens. The fight starts out. Law puts out a room. Let's see. The fight starts out. Law puts out a room and literally slashes somebody's head off. What is Naruto doing to that? How is Naruto beating this? The fight starts up. Law literally slashes Naruto's head off. Wow. Alright, we're not doing that. 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 I don't care. We're not doing that. We're not gonna sit here and say anything like that either. Nope. If you want to have a back and forth, we can. Here. So you tell me, Naruto couldn't even do this. Naruto couldn't even do that. Trafalgar Law cuts his head off. Every single time. What do you want me to tell you? The fireball was infinite speed? You're kind of quiet there, Creed. You're kind of quiet. Did Creed leave the stream because he wasn't expecting me to just pull up Trafalgar Law's literal first ever fight where he puts up room and just slices his opponent's head off? Man, crazy, isn't it? Oh, look at that. Shambled an explosive bomb into his head and then they blew up. Absolutely insane. Absolutely crazy. I don't know what to say. How about you read? Read what? Read what? What did he say? Shambles blows up his heads. Be careful, the cannons won't work against them. Yeah, what about him? What's on the panel? What's on the panel? 2 comments up. The fireball was infinite speed. Law teleports Naruto, sensing him in his terrain, does not intend to call this an argument would be embarrassing. You keep saying to contend it would be an embarrassment, but you're the only one here that doesn't have an actual argument, Creed. So what am I supposed to tell you? Why no? Why no? Why doesn't he just do this? Why doesn't he just do this? You know what? While you think of an argument, I'm gonna go get some water. Guys, I'll be back. Does anybody want water? You guys can go drink some water yourselves. Oh man, let's see. If you want to debate me, you can just put it up on stream. You can just join the debate stream right here. It's not that crazy. Creed got the Creed treatment. Yep. What do you want me to tell you? As soon as they have nothing else they have to say, they go quiet because they have no arguments. What do you want me to tell you? You know what? As a matter of fact, let me double check one thing real quick. Was not out to harm Sasuke. They point out in the fight that Naruto was convinced, and the reason why Sasuke... Okay, so then why did Naruto... Okay, but explain to me, Creed, why, objectively speaking, Naruto then didn't just dodge this. Why did Naruto take the hit then? Why did Naruto not simply just dodge this attack? Just because he's not taking it, just because he doesn't want to, quote-unquote, harm Sasuke, doesn't mean he has to sit there and just take random hits from Sasuke, especially if you assume that he can dodge them. He didn't dodge it, Creed. Come on now. He didn't dodge them. You're out here saying Naruto doesn't want to harm Sasuke, so he's just gonna take random hits from Sasuke, right? Naruto doesn't care whatsoever. He just says, yes, Sasuke, beat me up, stab me, do whatever you want to me. I'm not fighting back. Even though he took the hit, mind you, even though they both literally pull out their giant avatars, and then they literally use 2 of their stronger attacks to blast each other. But, oh man, dude. Oh man, yeah, Naruto just, you know, he just took the hit though. Like, this hit right here, no. Naruto getting instantly blitzed by somebody who just teleported behind him. Oh man, yeah, no, that was just him. That was just him taking the hit because he wanted to, right? That was just Naruto willing, because he's such a nice guy, taking the hit because he wanted to. Naruto could have dodged it. Guys, you don't seem to understand. Nobody else here's the thing, we're all biased. Creed is the only one here that sees this fight as it actually should be looked at. Naruto took the hit only because he wanted to. He didn't actually... There's no statement anywhere that implies that. There's no statement, there's no implication anywhere. No. That Naruto willingly just took the hit because, oh man, he's just trying to save Sasuke. Yeah. Naruto didn't actually get blitzed, guys. We're all just being biased. We're all just biased One Piece fans who don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, totally. Absolutely, my guy. Absolutely. You make such a good argument, dude. Such a fantastic argument. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm making such a thing. What's the issue with Sasuke being fast? There's no issue with Sasuke being fast. It's just that apparently Naruto is MFTL because, by their words, Naruto is MFTL because he keeps up with Sasuke, who can teleport, even though he literally gets blitzed by it. So there's no issue with Sasuke being fast. The issue doesn't even come from that. The issue comes from, you know, him getting blitzed every single time. Literally turns around 180, raises his left arm to block the hit, and objectively not a speed feat, but if you think he couldn't dodge it. Ah. Nope. Fuck. Let's see. These fucking... Yeah, right here. Yeah, right here. Yeah, you tell me Naruto actually tanked the attack. You tell me Naruto actually tanked the attack. Look at them. Look at him. Look at him. Yeah, Naruto tanked the attack, right? Naruto tanked the attack, right? Let's just put this down at the slowest motion possible for you people, since you... Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Yeah. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Crazy. If it was anyone Naruto did not know, he wasn't going to tank the hit to be lenient. Ah, so if it was anyone else, Naruto wouldn't have tanked the hit. Right. He's being lenient now. Right. Would you say that the soul damaging or soul attack would work in a verse where it stated that the souls don't exist? That's a bit weird. If souls don't exist, then you probably can't really argue it, right? Oh no, watching gayest fight ever. Yeah. Why would Naruto tank and lenient against Sasuke? Yeah. Didn't the anime change this scene? I remember hearing that. Not this scene specifically. It didn't change this scene specifically, but he does, well, it does change a couple of things about the fight, like Sasuke using Kieran. Oh, look at that. Kieran, a light speed attack. Oh, you guys remember Kieran, the light speed attack that, what was it again? Oh yeah, Naruto still got hit by. The hit that Naruto still got hit by. Let's see. Where the hell is Kieran at? Oh yeah, no, this fight is stupid, dude. That editing right there is stupid. I hate fights like that. They just like rip it completely apart. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Clash. When the hell does Naruto get hit by the lightning bolt? Ah, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, oh look at that. Naruto's getting hit by Kieran. Oh, you guys remember when Naruto got tagged by the alleged light speed Kieran blast? Remember that? Remember when Naruto just got tagged by it? Yeah. Oh man, they're slashing away mountains. Cool. When was Kieran ever lightspeed? It's in a databook statement, and even if I give Kieran the databook statement, it's like, oh, look at that. Another lightspeed attack that Naruto could not physically dodge. Another lightspeed attack that Naruto quite literally could not dodge. Let's see, right here. Oh, gets hit by it, even in the manga. Gets hit, I mean, even in the anime, gets hit by it. Look at that. A lightspeed attack. Kieran, lightning speed, or light speed. Naruto still getting tagged by it. In my opinion, souls shouldn't be assumed to exist unless stated otherwise, since there's no evidence they exist in real life. Sure. Crunchyroll ends their clips in weird places sometimes. I do agree with that. Didn't the anime change the scene? Yeah. It's not so odd when they make an argument for Naruto's speed feats, but don't apply the same logic for One Piece. Yeah. Wait, you all think that Sasuke could have beaten Naruto, huh? Well, he could have if he started off the fight going with the Ten-Tail stuff and didn't give Naruto time to, like, actually generate energy, he probably could have won. In my opinion, yeah, the light speed databook statement is mistranslated, I believe. Creed doesn't Naruto at precog? Why didn't he dodge Sasuke? That's what I'm saying. Why doesn't they do it? It's always some extra thing, but they never actually... It's always some, well, you have to look at it this way. You have to be able to look at a fight and an argument, etc. in this specific way, or in order for you to be right. You have to look at it the exact way that I'm saying it. It's always that, but then as soon as you put it into logic, it's like, well, why should I believe that? It is always, well, I mean, just look at it. No, I am looking at it. I don't see the same thing you see. Can we stop picking favorite chatters to read? I'm reading everybody, bruh. My people in Naruto with their false universal, but true peace. Let's see. Lao G level feats, King Punch level. You know, last time I remember someone said Luffy just having a fun time dodging around Kizaru's light beams in the anime only, but when it comes to Naruto, they insist it has to be used. Don't disrespect Lao G the GOAT. Naruto obviously knew Kieran was coming because of his danger sense and MFTL reaction speed. He just let Sasuke hit him because they're homies. Yeah, they're homies. So he hit him. I'm not picking favorite chatters. I usually try to read everybody. Wasn't Kieran anime only? Oh, it is anime only. Said that the anime scene made one of them look better in the scene compared to the manga. I don't really think so. I think that both look about the same. You can maybe say that Sasuke looks a little bit better in the anime. I think that's fine. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Got a phone call. Anyway, yeah. So, what am I supposed to tell you, right? Like, what am I supposed to tell you? When it's everything regards to One Piece, you have to ignore it, but when it's everything else... Also, by the way, just look at the size of Law's room. By the way, just look at the size of Law's room. This is a 60-meter long battleship. This right here is a 60-meter long battleship, and you can't even scale any of the tailed beasts besides maybe Kurama at full size to... anything beyond 17 to maybe 20 meters. Wasn't able to dodge Kieran because he was in his avatar state, and Sasuke had already subtly pre-planned Kieran when he missed the fireball when he was aiming at Naruto. So he couldn't dodge it with precognition. He couldn't dodge it with MFTL movement speed. Right. Do you see how... Okay, do you see how you have to jump? Creed, I'm just asking you something. Do you see how you have to jump through several hoops of logic just to convince yourself that Naruto didn't dodge it because of all of these things? Saying Naruto wasn't able to dodge it because he was in his avatar state or Sasuke subtly pre-planned it, blah, 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 just sounds like my my internet is lagging, my little brother's holding the controller, the light's in my eyes, it's just an excuse. Smart guy, he was in his form, and he could depower fast enough, and even if he could, Sasuke could counter? Oh, so now we're saying that, so now we're saying that a scenario that never even remotely happened, it would happen just because you think it would happen. Do you again see how you are jumping into all of these conclusions without any sign of actual evidence? What am I supposed to tell you, man? Sonic versus Mario, which one causes more waves? I should say tsunamis within the power scaling community. Just curious. I would say Naruto versus Luffy because people are more invested in how anime characters scale rather than, like, video game characters. Like, not to say that Sonic versus Mario isn't, like, anything remotely popular. I think that it is, but it's also, like, one of those cases where, like, when people are debating, yeah, by the way, Law can't solo the Naruto verse when he can quite literally pick up a tailed beast bomb with a finger. He just has to push his finger up, pick up a tailed beast, and then literally just throw it wherever he wants. Yeah, Law can't solo the Naruto verse. Law can't literally just put out a room that is larger than the 10 tails and split it to pieces. It's pretty inconsistent that Kieran would land on Naruto when Itachi was able to react to it while almost blind at a smaller distance. It's pretty inconsistent? Not necessarily. Especially if you consider that both the, let me see, search for Tsunade, data books were, I gotta like set up a thing for the data books, I keep forgetting, especially when you consider that both Kieran and the Light Fang are both stated to be the exact same speed, and Itachi didn't actually dodge or block the hit. He basically still took a portion of the damage. This should be basic knowledge. It's not basic knowledge, though. Why is it basic knowledge? Why should it be basic knowledge? Obviously, when you're in a giant form, you're going to be much slower in comparison to any of your other forms to move around. Okay, so we can reach to an agreement. Naruto isn't light speed in his giant avatar. Cool. I agree with that. I actually do agree with that. And yet, even then, why didn't he see the attack coming? When Luffy pushes multi-planet? Let me know when Naruto pushes multi-planet. When does Naruto push multi-planet, by the way? Because you seem to say that when Luffy does, but when does Naruto push multi-planet? What are you going to say? The Kaguya ETSO? Come on now. Let me ask you this. Do you think that the TSO are existence erasure or not? Because if you think that they're existence erasure, then Naruto is not star level and neither is Kaguya. Because it wouldn't matter what the object that it's going to be touching is, it's going to destroy it regardless. And if we're talking about, since it's just raw hacks, and if we're talking about actual attack potency, A, never destroyed the star. B, the star comes from a ninjutsu ability because Ame no Minaka is a ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, see right there? See the word ninjutsu? See how it says ninjutsu? Ninjutsu? Yeah, it's a ninjutsu ability, and where is it? Oh yeah, the TSO are also stated to nullify all ninjutsu. So, still, doesn't really change anything. The real skill for Naruto, which people don't want the reason, is normal ninja sound, mid-tiers less than lightning speed, lightning Raikage, above lightning KCM light speed. Naruto is at least, just for your sake, large dimensional to multi-dimensional. Why is that multi-dimensional? Why is he multi-dimensional? When does he ever scale to the ETSO? Explain to me how he scales to the ETSO. Explain how he scales to that jutsu. Come on now. How does he scale to it? How does he scale to it? How does he have the destructive capacity of this jutsu? Please inform me. Please inform me how this works. Yeah, he at least reacted to the Light Fang. Itachi was at least partially blocked. He was weaker and closer to Kieran. That kind of depends, because we also know that the Valley of the End is farther up above than the bottom area where they fought. So you could also make the argument that they were closer to the clouds through the area that they were fighting. Chakra equivalence? You think that just because Naruto has anything even remotely close to Kaguya? First of all, he doesn't have Kaguya's level of chakra. He does not have Kaguya's level of chakra. That's never explained anywhere within the context of the story. You think that he has chakra levels equal to Kaguya? You realize that the chakra levels don't equate to outright attack potency. That's actually objectively wrong. You're right. He surpassed it. When did he surpass it? Where is it stated that Naruto has more chakra than Kaguya? Let me know when you find the statement that says Naruto has more chakra than Kaguya. Let me know when Naruto has more chakra than Kaguya. Do me that kindness first. Man, always moving the goalpost, man. Always love moving the goalpost. Now Naruto's multi-dimensional. Read more about early Boruto statements? I'm talking about Naruto, first of all, but Boruto doesn't really add to the whole Naruto is beyond thing. How about you give me the feat and statement, Creed? How about you give me the creed? But Kieran in the fight, Itachi stopped at the top of the building before coming down. It definitely was closer. At that point, you have to argue that the base that they were fighting on is at a higher altitude than the location, than the top of the Valley of Death, of the final valley. You have to argue that it's basically closer to the sky than the top of the final valley. But what does it change if he has more or not? Introduction, him eating 16 planets in the foreground. 16 planets, right? He doesn't eat the planets. He plants a chakra seed that absorbs all of the chakra on the planet, thus killing the planets. He's not literally eating planets. He's not literally eating planets. He's eating the chakra from it. Work on vids, less stress, to be honest, yeah. When they can't even remotely generate an argument, they always have to go to, oh, but the multi-dimensional stuff, okay? So if I just bring up Montador, who can create an infinite number of books in an infinite amount of space, with an infinite number of space that also don't flow in time, I'm supposed to then just say, oh yeah, no, Montador isn't also creating dimensions then, right? Because if you want to, I can also just say Luffy scales massively above Montador, who can create an infinite number of infinite books. Yeah. Infinite number of infinite dimensions within books. Yeah, I mean, at that point, I guess we have to go with the Naruto multi-dimensionals meta. Isn't there a Benton alien that does that? Does what? Where's Six and Swag when you need them? Ah, so now you need other people to develop arguments for you? Simply because you have nothing that you can even remotely argue for yourself? You don't have the arguments, you don't have the actual feats, you don't have the statements, so you have to use somebody else to argue for you, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's kind of crazy in my opinion. How big are the dimensions in the books, though? Infinite in size. Infinite in size, as stated by Big Mom. Right here. Whoops, book's closed, page closed. Where is it? It's sticky. Get us out of here. Actually, no, we have to actually go back. Anything within a book is eternally ageless. It only makes sense, right? The contents don't change each time you open the page. I've got specific rares of world species all over it. After Blackbeard attack on Impel down 2 years ago, this is a manticore that escaped. This is my one prized possession. It's the power of my son, Montador. Here are some of the most interesting acquisitions that I got. Of course, the entire point of Totaland is one word particular. Coincidence, I have to leave. Anybody know this? Anybody got that statement from Montador? Are they as big as a closet? They are massive books as well, yes. The distance from the sky doesn't matter as Kieran came down and stopped before the rooftop before it attacked Itachi. Stopped above the roof of the building. As I said, Kieran came down and stopped above the roof of the building before it attacked. What do you mean it stopped by the building? Montador, Bluno, Brule, Naruto power scalers, arguments are universal, multidimensional, Naruto is not ready. You think the Big Mom is beating everything in the verse if she and the Giants take alliance with Loki? Yeah, no, they absolutely curb stomp the verse. There's nothing they can do. Lend me your talking points. This is base Eon I'm up against. Yeah. Man. Crazy. Anyway, kind of over this. Alright, it is 4 o'clock. I should get back to actually scaling Luffy. And also, I'm probably going to put out this video sometime in the next week or so. Nami versus Shikamaru. Nami curb stomps Shikamaru. He doesn't have that. He doesn't even have light speed feats. Alright. Shikamaru doesn't even have a light speed feat. No reason to believe that he could. Okay. Let's get through this. That was that. Here. Yep. It's always, yeah, they'll win because I said so, and it's never they'll win because of these reasons that I can provide evidence for. With the Sacred Treasure, I summon Swag Kage. I'm up against base Eon here. Yep. I feel like I'd be able to have a more civil conversation with anybody, with like Swag Kage or Six. I feel like they'd be at least a bit more reasonable. Okay, talking about holding a grudge on accused of the government. Nami smokes. The hero of Water 7, Mayor Iceberg, was struck down by an assassin. We can discuss this later. It was capable of holding a culprit. Judge, who was it? I'll never get used to it. Ice guy. Oh no, we got a big dip in people. But it's fine. He's quite a big shot. I've never seen an incident like this in this town before. Yeah. Ice guy. Yeah. Franky gets back. Shipbuilding. Galila. How is he, Doctor? Cuckoo. Okay. He was shot twice from the front and 3 times from behind. I don't know what happened. Iceberg was shot twice from the front, twice from the front, and 3 times from behind. Yet he still survived the his assassination. Now let me destroy Shikamaru. What the fuck? Yeah, I agree. But that's absurd part. Almost embarrassing on Eon versus base calculator. Type shit. Yeah. That was a pretty funny moment. Polly, please make a mistake. Did you hear? I said move, you idiots. Here's a picture. No, Mozu, Ami, Kiwi, am I dreaming? Kiwi, Mozu, am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? No, bro. This is definitely where the Franky house once stood. This is it. What the heck happened? It has to be them. I need to debate 6 about Yu Yu Hakusho scaling because he downplays the speed scaling. Even Bazor, Zeus, and Wano, not she was multi-cont. I think Nami's base lightning attacks are too much for him, not gonna lie. I agree. Darn that straw hat, how is he gonna get, this is how he gets back at me, how dare he mess with my underlings, it's unforgivable, it's Franky, you're back. It was terrible, they trashed the place, you gotta make them pay. I've been keeping tabs on the straw hat again, where are they? In the Indian staying in town, they headed towards a shipbuilding island a while ago, it means that there'll be a dock 1 where they went yesterday. Aqua Laguna, Calculator vs. Eon is truly a battle for all ages. Notify every household that hasn't heard. Okay, what's going on? A high tide. This town will be submerged underwater. This town, I mean, you don't like it. I mean, like, right now, so don't worry. According to the forecast, it'll hit midnight. It's an annual thing. Take care. This place is going to sink underwater. It seems that to be the case. Pretty sure that Montour's statement was in 852 or the one after. 852. Let me close these up real quick. I don't want to take up too much of my thing. Do I have the entirety of... I should have the entirety of Cold Cake Island, right? Yeah, I should. 852. I do not have it. You can see that you can find you see within books you can find an infinite array of worlds. Yeah. Karen Shikamaru caught Kinshiki mid-swing with Shadow Paralysis, and he managed to dodge a kick from... Until One Piece high tiers reach even large planetary... But here's the thing, Creed. Here's the thing that you haven't been able to understand. Naruto doesn't scale to large planetary either. He doesn't. You have no statement. You have no actual feat for it. You have no feat. You have to basically use another person's feat, which Naruto doesn't inherently scale to on his own. So you think Montour's scaling is valid? I don't think it's valid, but I also... Oh, it's just to counter the Naruto Unimeta. If you're gonna use disingenuous-ass, bullshit-ass arguments like Naruto and Kaguya are all like dimension-level beings that can wipe out macrocosms, etc. Yeah, no, I'm gonna use the Montour scaling. Why shouldn't I? If we're gonna use universal meta, why can't I use universal meta? They both don't make sense. They both have no actual evidence that backs up that they can literally destroy things around them. And I know, and this guy's probably gonna say something along the lines of, oh yeah, but Naruto's chakra also was like destroying the curvature of like the planet or whatever. It's like, yeah, scale that to actual attack potency. How does that scale him to attack potency? Now that's just a lie. Why is it a lie? How does Naruto scale above large planetary? It's stated that he can blow up the earth in a data book entry, but he has no feat to even remotely suggest it. Yeah. Yup. Give me the feat where Naruto blows up a large planet. Give me a statement that says Naruto can blow up a large planet. Don't just tell me, oh, well, Naruto is stated to be capable of being a Kaguya-level threat, because a Kaguya-level threat does not inherently mean that he can beat the ETSO on his own. Above large paper carton level. Tell us something, Mayor. There's no way you can get close. What's with the ruckus anyway, huh? You can't be. No way, it can't be. All right, did somebody call my name? We didn't call, you idiot. You can call, get lost. Where are they? I see him. Oh, where he's dancing. Don't be shy. Back now to my name. We don't want to hear. Just disappear. You must be the one who attacked Mr. Iceberg. He's that guy. He's got to be the one hanging on. There should be a guy named Strawhead Luffy. Or they show yourself. I'm the #1 hero on this island. The hidden face of Water 7. Yeah, say it. Franky. Yeah. A bounty hunter, key family house. Yeah. The Square sisters. Kiwi left. Mozu right. They look very similar for them not being sisters. They're gonna fight, right? That's... Hey, Speedo guy, huh? I'm Luffy. Everyone, Khalifa, please enter the room. Mr. Iceberg regained consciousness. Thank goodness. Cool. So you're saying you're the one known as Straw Hat Luffy. While I was away, you caused a bunch of trouble. I couldn't believe my eyes when I returned. I mean, there was nothing left of my house. You beat up my boys pretty badly. I can't just take it. I'm unstoppable this week. No matter what anyone says, I'll wring you out like a rag. The anger won't subside. Luffy, where are 2 million berries? Oh, that. I spent not a berry left. I spent not a berry left. You probably stole it from somewhere anyway. Don't act so high and mighty, you pirates. I don't care about that anymore. I won't be satisfied until I kick your butt. Do you like to listen to mommy ASMR? I don't know what the fuck that means. The answer is no. That's what I'm saying. Franky's about to run amok. Hey, come down here. What's he doing? Franky can breathe fire. Okay, cool. Franky breathes fire. Franky returns and wants payback for the destruction of his house and his men. So he finds Luffy and blasts and spits out a ball of fire at him. I was talking about the FTL thing and realized that the girl was talking about was white, but after starting to think about dark magic, she became dark-skinned. That's crazy. He breathes fire? What is he anyway? Never seen anyone breathe fire before. In the Belfru, he's gonna drown. He's probably slipped in fruit. Franky completely smashes the... Franky smashes the boat that they're on. Then smashes the boat that they're on. Gum Gum, I heard all about your powers. Strong, right? And counters Luffy with a strong right before he can let out an attack. Okay. He slams Luffy into a large stone gate. I've contacted the government on his Nico Rabbit. What the fuck was the author smoking? What the fuck are you talking about? I was talking about the fairy tale thing about I told you about, and I just realized now that the girl I was talking about was white, but after starting to use dark magic, she became dark skinned. Yeah, the author is kind of crazy for that. Damn, so using dark magic makes you dark skinned? I mean, as long as it's like a nice little level of melanin, right? We all love a little bit of melanin here and there. We all got to give a little bit of appreciation of melanin, right? It's nice. Now, is she like? Does she turn to like brown, or is she like when you say that like she turns dark skin? Is it like purple, blue? Is it like some like is it like an actual skin color, or are you referring to more of like does she just straight up like do straight up black? Like she straight up has like black face? That's crazy. Having your skin turn dark when you use dark powers is kind of rough. I'm not gonna lie. It can't be because I turned him down yesterday. They must have been hiding. Does that mean Straw Hat is also connected to the world government? What's it toppling about? What a crazy ability. No, she's brown? Oh. She looks nice. What chapter are you referencing? Maybe I can check it out. I'll stay here by your side. Watch out, it's toppling. Okay. Luffy. Their fight goes into the Galila Dock 1. Into the Galila Dock 1, and they bring down large portions of machinery. As collateral. Playing devil's advocate here, but can't Naruto just heal his heart like he did with Might Guy, even though I don't know whether or not he healed his heart or not? I mean, does he still have that ability to use it? Does he still have that ability? Because, like, Guy was going to die because he was going to run out of chakra. His heart literally, the tiny little flame of chakra that his heart had literally was going dim. He simply stopped it from, again, going out. I don't know how Naruto having his heart physically explode is going to even remotely put his hand on his own chest and fix that before Luffy just does it all again. Well, either way, I'm going to kick your brains out. Just try. Your attacks won't have any effect on me. Weapons left. Luffy dodges machine fire. Luffy dodges his projectile fire. Who are you? You've got some nerve, but they're stopped by the foreman. It says, I gained the power of black darkness. That is crazy. That is an actual crazy fucking line. Also, for anyone who is doubting the AP of internal destruction, yes, Kaido tanked the hit to the head, but he damn well, he dodged the second one, and while he was in a stronger form. You got some nerve. What is it? Just what is it that your after Straw had? Galila, why are you here? It's the foreman from Dock 1. There's the shipwrights from yesterday. They'll be on our side. The foreman left. What a nuisance. Hey now, Galila boys, you shouldn't stick your noses in other people's fights. If we want to get hurt, you're one to talk. Look at what you did to our factory. We were bound to come after you. That's right. Are you planning on atone for this? Just hold on, Tilestone. We'll deal with him later, but you have more important business. Don't we, Straw Hat? What were you talking about? Amazing you showed your face. What? What's weird with the old guy? So our family wasn't enough for you? You had to go and mess with Galila too? You must be an awkward age when you heard everything you touched. We didn't do anything. If you're gonna play dumb, I'm just gonna turn up the heat. Oh, look at that! Polly literally shot a rope at Luffy. He literally shot a rope at Luffy's throat. That's funny. Let's see Toneri pull up in one piece in one shot. He can't one-shot them, though. Why would he one-shot them when he gets massively speed blitzed? Why would Toneri even remotely cause a massive issue for the One Piece verse when he can't one-shot them? He doesn't have the attack potency, and even if he did, they quite literally always speed blitz him. He gets turned into tiny little, tiny little pieces by Trafalgar Law. He gets blasted by a rail cannon from Eustace Kid. Big Mom literally makes him so afraid of himself. Body was turning to dust. His body wasn't turning to dust, it was only his foot. His body was turning to dust, he was only his foot. Naruto even held together. No, he did not hold Obito together. That is a blatant lie. Why do you lie? Why do you lie? Naruto wasn't keeping Obito together. Obito was gonna tear up. He was literally going to rip apart. As a matter of fact, he said, you can't save me here, Naruto. Nothing can save him. It's totally useless. He's a goner. No, Naruto, he's absolutely right. Don't waste your chakra. He didn't keep Obito together. That's a lie. That is objectively speaking a lie. Jesus Christ. That's why I take so much of the things that some of you people say with such a grain of salt. You just make things up, and then when somebody puts up the panel, it doesn't even say what you said. Hard take, but solid truth. The L in the alien space is greater durability than Kenpachi. Yeah. Toneri can't even beat an L. That's what I'm saying. How does Toneri beat literally any Logia user? Not before he hurls dozens of meteors? You mean meteors that people in One Piece had dealt with? Carves the planet. When did he carve the planet? And rails a moon-sized asteroid at the planet? Oh no, he's hailing a hollow moon at the planet. A planet that is so large, it quite literally already has massive... Let's pull up the Marineford. Let's put up Marineford real quick. Yeah, a planet that already has stuff like this. Yeah, sure. Creed, you don't know what you're talking about. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to be blatantly honest with you, Creed. You don't know how to actually form a reasonable argument. You simply go to the highest tier characters in Naruto, expecting that just through some singular feat, they'll outright beat Naruto characters. I didn't say he succeeded. Yes, they also said it's totally useless, so again, you are objectively wrong. Naruto, One Piece characters literally dealing with stuff like this on average, and these kind of locations also being capable of being wiped out. But anyway, Eternal, what was it? Creed, I'm just gonna be honest with you. You don't have a good argument here. You didn't even remotely make an argument whatsoever. All you said all day, in addition to all the other guys, is Naruto should be too fast, too strong, and yet you don't actually provide any evidence. All you sit here and say is, well, Toneri's gonna hurl the moon at them, but, cool. Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, let's see, Whitebeard, if he were still alive, and Emu, any of the Gorosei, honestly. Any of them could take on the moon. I genuinely have no reason to believe they can't at this point, especially when the moon level feat for Toneri is actually multi-continental, if you consider that the moon is not that big by comparison and it lost most of its mass when it got hollowed out, right? So if the moon got hollowed out, if the moon was... Since you asked, the chapter is 163, be warned, it's ass. Cool. 1 second, I'm putting on some eye drops. You're basically basing your entire scaling on what one character can do, and yet, guess what? There are so many characters that just straight up out-hacks. And even if he crashed the moon into the One Piece world, it quite literally would do nothing. It quite literally would do nothing. Luffy could unironically punch Kaido so fucking hard with an island-sized fist that is beyond continental already in attack potency, and coated in Haki, coated in a second layer of Haki, that also prevents him from even making physical contact, and the punch was faster than light. Even if you go by like actual quantitative measures, that would put Naruto's Bajra gun at actual large planetary, but you're not ready for that conversation. You're not ready for that. And I don't even go by those quantitative measures. Alright. But can he beat Goku though? Probably not. And you know what? Goku, if he can't beat him, I'm completely fine with that. As a matter of fact, I would also be fine with Naruto being stronger than Luffy if there were an actual reasonable reason for me to believe that he was, instead of, oh man, you just have to because otherwise you're biased. No. Especially with no objective evidence. Luffy speed blitzes Naruto every single time. He speed blitzes him. He's faster. I don't know what to tell you. Quite unironically, this version of Luffy right here is faster than KCM Naruto. Why would I believe? Why would I even remotely believe? He said it wouldn't save him. He didn't say completely... I didn't say he completely healed him. I just said he kept them together for a bit longer. Nothing that you've added even remotely does that. What is Haki does not scale to what Naruto. Case in point. What has Naruto done? What has Naruto done, Creed? Answer me the question. What has Naruto done? Just keeping them together. But you keep saying that he's keeping him together, but it didn't. Where is it stated that he's keeping Obito together? You're saying that he is. I'm asking what objectively proves that. What proves that he is keeping Naruto together? You keep saying that he is, but no piece of evidence suggests that. I said what he's been able to take. Yeah. And he can't tank an attack that bypasses his chest, goes straight into his heart, and destroys his heart that has no chakra network in it. So, there you go. Speed blitzes because he's faster, punches him in the chest a single time, Naruto dies. You have no argument that Naruto can even remotely stop Luffy's attack because you cannot make the argument that chakra objectively stops internal destruction from Haki. You cannot make that argument. Number 2. You cannot make the argument that Naruto can heal his heart or his brain if Luffy simply punches it. Because with the just bypass chakra. Yes, it would. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it bypass chakra? Why wouldn't it? Under what line of logic? It's internal destruction. It's injecting the damage into the opponent. So why wouldn't it matter? Explain that. Come on now. Explain why wouldn't it work? Why? Because Naruto has high chakra quantities or reserves or whatever? No, that doesn't stop me from believing it. Naruto gets shot once in his chest and immediately loses. Gets punched once in his chest. If Luffy uses internal destruction, the fight is over. There is no argument you can make. There is no argument that you can make, especially within the 700 chapters of Naruto, that even remotely implies anything that you are saying. You can say Naruto has very tough skin. Sure. That's fine. The skin is irrelevant. His heart gets destroyed every time. Chakra cannot protect the internal organs from being destroyed, and Luffy has a habit of punching a person multiple times in their chest and midsection, including their face. Any of those punches carry internal destruction, it's over for him. Nothing you can argue even remotely changes that. You can believe whatever you want to believe. You have absolutely no reason that is actually emphasized by statements or feats. These guys are really strong. Okay, thought by the foreman. The foremen fight both. The foremen fight both Luffy and Franky. Lucci is capable of beating Luffy in close hand to... I'm just going to put H to H. H to end combat. Energy interacts with other energy, Naruto being more powerful. But what makes Naruto more powerful? You keep saying he's more powerful, yet you have no evidence. By reinforcing his body with chakra and transforming into Sage when Luffy is not stronger. Oh my okay, but you keep saying he's not stronger. Ate a Biju bomb, so Naruto definitely has internal healing. The Four Tails ate a Biju bomb? What is his better feat? Because last time I checked, none of these feats in the entire 4th Great Ninja War scaled to Continental. None of these feats in the 4th Great Ninja War are objectively scaled to Continental. Not this blast, not these attacks. What is it? Where are the more powerful feats? Where are the more powerful feats? Because I'm not even going to lie to you. Might Guy's, even Night Guy itself doesn't have Continental scaling. Even this attack does not scale to Continental. This attack doesn't even scale to Continental. There you go. This attack doesn't even scale to Continental. Why would it? If you want another crazy chapter... Oh yeah, let me actually check out the chapter before this thing gets wiped out. What was it? 163, you said? Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail. Okay, so it is Fairy Tail Space. Okay. You keep saying it, but you still don't provide evidence, my guy. You still don't provide evidence. Show the feat. Where are you coming from, my guy? Where are you coming from? If you're frustrated, that's because you have nothing. It's crazy. It's crazy that people will argue things and then say, oh, but he's stronger. But why? What? But why is he... Wow, she really did turn dark skin. No fucking way. So, like... Who the fuck are these guys? Okay, no, not quite. Uh-huh. I am the Dark Wizard Ferris. I shall join this battle. Cool. Cool. Uh-huh. Scared Agnologia. You're scared of Agnologia, aren't you? Can't you stay that way? Natsu. That left arm. That left arm. Father of Igneal. I am Agnologia's will embodied. This one will destroy everything. And gave me the power of black and black darkness. Ah! Crazy. That's kind of crazy. Oh, did you turn into your dragon form? Alright. Yeah. Anyway. Show the feat. Come on now. Show the feat. Where does Naruto... How does Naruto even scale to Continental in the first place? You keep saying that he is, but he doesn't. One smart... I'm not even going to look at your comments anymore, because every time you say something, it genuinely just isn't what is on the screen. By the way, she was never shown or named before this chapter. That's so ass, dude. That's so ass. Does Fairy Tail really just have things, just characters just pop up randomly? That's so ass. Natsu, also created Natsu, so he made a universal life form, which is pretty insane. Cool, I guess. But yeah. When you can give me a statement that implies any of these attacks are continental, I'll start considering your words, Creed. Don't know what to tell you. Knock it off? These guys are really strong. It's capable of being... I just say what happened. Yeah, and you said what happened earlier, and nothing that you said, like, oh, but Naruto kept Obito together, that didn't consist, so why again should I believe you? Every time you say something, I look at it, and then I see, oh wait, the thing that One Smart is saying does not follow what is happening on the page. You say that Naruto kept Obito together. No, he didn't. They literally said it was useless. They literally said, stop wasting your chakra, Naruto. What do you want me to tell you? Oh, but Naruto kept them together? Why should I believe that, dude? Believe whatever you want to believe, but stop trying to convince me of things from your point of interpretation. If I look at it and it doesn't say the thing, why would I believe just some other random person's interpretation of it? Last somebody broke into the headquarters. Naruto literally have to lie to support their arguments. Please don't call them tards, but yeah. After the Mayor King 2, there were assassinations in chapter 668. We're scared of lava. Yeah. They were scared of lava. Imagine falling into lava. When we asked the government, they told us one of them was a buddy of yours, a bounty named Nico Robin. Talking about considering one words, you think Luffy beats Naruto? You're a minority anime YouTubers who believe Naruto beats Luffy. I believe I believe Luffy beats Naruto specifically because I have read both stories. I know them, I would argue, better than you do. Not even from an ego perspective. I've literally been reading through them for the past few months, back to back through multiple streams. And nothing that you have said even remotely translates to anything that I have actually read. You keep saying he is stronger than Luffy. Show me a feat. Stop ducking. Show me a feat. You haven't given me a single feat this entire time, Creed. You haven't given me a single feat this entire time. You keep saying that people are delusional, but here's the question, right? You believe that Naruto is stronger than Luffy, but yet you haven't been able to give me a single reason. You say that he's faster, yet you don't give me an actual metric for his scaling. You don't give me a way to actually quantify how much faster Naruto is. You just say he's faster. Why is he faster? You say that he's stronger. Why is he stronger? You say that all of these big explosions mean anything, but then say, oh yeah, Luffy splitting a continent that is tougher than metal. Sorry, not splitting. Luffy scaling above characters who split continents of ice that are tougher than metal. Oh, that doesn't make him continental. Even though Naruto doesn't have a single continental feat. You keep bringing up the moon, but completely ignore that the moon is hollow. You bring up, that Toneri, you bringing up all that crap, and yet Toneri wasn't actually going to destroy the actual world itself. He was going to destroy society, because if the moon were to crash onto Earth, while the damage would be absolutely catastrophic, it wouldn't literally explode the planet off of a single hit, nor would the moon survive in the first place. Give me an actual quantitative metric as to how Naruto beats Luffy. Stop ducking. Give me a statement. Give me a feat. Because if you're just going to give me some random feat where it says, oh, well, this ETSO was allegedly going to wipe out a star. Okay? And aren't the ETSO existence erasure? So why does it matter if it's a star in the first place? If it's going to atomize whatever it touches, what does it matter? Especially when it just nulls all the ninjutsu and the star is a byproduct of the ninjutsu, right? But you have no counter arguments for this. Every time that you bring up something like Naruto's MFTL, he keeps up with Sasuke, but then every single example you offer, he gets tagged by Sasuke, who isn't even MFTL, just has instantaneous teleportation, which Trafalgar Law also seems to have, which you seem to put Sasuke at MFTL because of instant teleportation, even though Trafalgar Law literally has Shambles, which is just better Amano Tejikara. It's like, what argument do you actually have, dude? Here's what I get. Why would I believe you? Naruto was doing it on his back. And saving Obito wasn't the point. They literally wouldn't, they knew it wouldn't reverse it. I literally only said what happened in the screen and you showed it. Yes! You said what was happening on the screen. You also said Naruto was keeping Obito together. And in the manga panels that I showed, that wasn't the case. So once again, why would I believe that Naruto was keeping Obito together? Why would I objectively believe that to be the case when it is not stated anywhere? He's even saying thank you, Naruto, for fighting, for all that stuff, as he's literally whittling down more and more. Naruto's not keeping him together. Naruto did not help out in the slightest bit. It's totally useless. Naruto, he's completely right. Don't waste your chakra. You sympathize with him, etc., etc. Nowhere within the page, One Smart, does it state that he is keeping Obito together, that he is using his power to keep them anywhere close to one another. So then, when you win this debate of Luffy beating Naruto with either Swag 6, King of Lightning, Thunder God, Chucky, okay, why would any of their opinions even remotely? I'll put up an entire setup and debate you. So I have to debate people who actually know what they're talking about, and then the prize is debating you? You're not that special, my guy. I'm not that special. I'm just a guy with a computer, a microphone, and OBS. The same way that any of those guys are. None of them have any objective, truly 100% objective scale for how strong Naruto is, or Luffy, or any other character, because power scaling is all about interpretation. All that matters is how you're able to develop an argument. You cannot develop a very good argument because instead of giving statements or feats, all you have done, especially throughout the last few hours, is simply sit here and say Luffy loses every single time, Naruto's too fast, too strong, etc., but you haven't provided any actual argument. So, in that regard, why would I go out of my way to debate anyone else, especially people that would know the series better than you do, seemingly, just for me to then say, oh yeah, you're the grand prize, I have to sit here and actually debate you? No. Just because a couple of people believe one thing doesn't mean anything. Their opinion of this matters as much as mine does, which matters as much as anyone else's here. Our opinions matter nothing. Power scaling is all about interpretation. It's all about subjective metrics. It's at the end of the day, it's all about what you choose to believe. And I choose to believe that Naruto can't beat Luffy because when I go by actual statements, feats, and evidence, he does not square up to Luffy. And even if you wanted to say, and even if I were to agree with Naruto having, frame it how you want. Even if I agreed that Naruto was potentially more powerful than Luffy, he still loses to two major factors, which I have consistently argued since day one. Luffy is faster than Naruto by a large margin. Luffy can see into the future. Literally know what Naruto is going to do before he knows it. And Naruto does not have a chakra network in his heart, and I have no reason to believe that he can withstand a punch to the chest or a punch to the head with internal destruction. Those are my arguments. So, why would I debate any of these guys except maybe King of Lightning, who is the only person here that actually has read One Piece? I don't know about Thunder God if he's actually read One Piece, but I've seen his arguments. I don't agree with them in the slightest bit. Swag hasn't fully read Naruto. Neither has Six, neither has Chuck, so why would I care to have a discussion with them when they literally don't even know what the other series is talking about? And King of Lightning, we watched a video earlier from his. We actually literally watched the video earlier from his. Literally go back to the first 30 minutes. King of Lightning even consistently says, you can even get One Piece to star level. King of Lightning, the very guy you just mentioned, even says, you can get One Piece to star level based on the Montour stuff, as I mentioned before. So, he even says, One Piece is, his words, not mine, the fastest of the big three by a pretty decisive margin. So, once again, do you want me to phrase it as it slows down the process? No, I don't want you to even say that it slows it down at all, because that did not happen. You are making a claim, one smart. You are making a claim that has no objective evidence. All that happens is what you are visually seeing, but what you are visually seeing is an interpretation of what you think is happening with no piece of evidence that actually suggests it. So again, if you say Naruto tried to keep Obito together but failed, I would agree with that. You saying Naruto held Obito together longer, that I disagree with. That is my point. But anyway. There we go. Okay. Here's the battle we want to talk about. Buffy versus Luffy. Yeah, I know. It's always moving the goalposts, dude. It's always moving the goalposts. It's always, oh, I'll do this after you have to do all of these things. You're not special, dude. I don't have to debate you. I'm giving the offer to debate right now. If you don't want me to debate me right now, if you don't want to actually go out of your way to debate me, Creed, that's fine. I'm not going to force you to do it. You don't have to. But at the end of the day, if today is up, I don't have to debate you later. I literally won't even care to debate you later. I'm on the mood to do it today. Nobody wants to do it. That's completely fine. You know what? I'm not going to sit here and force anybody to do it. But at the same time, I'm not going to do it when somebody else wants to either. That's literally what happened on screen. We saw how quickly the Ashbones... You realize that they can also just have a conversation very quickly, right? Especially since the things that are happening in between that portion of time are Sasuke teleporting and Naruto and him having one single conversation. Roger Base would probably even agree as well. But I don't match him at all, I'll be honest. You could sit there, generate whatever argument you want, but hey, there's enough shit to argue. Yeah, what do you want me to tell you?
What do you want me to tell you? You don't even know Robin. You don't even know Robin. Stop telling lies about her. Eon not reading my chats. I'm not reading a lot of people's chats. Are we saying Madara gets his chain snatched by Luffy too? Thoughts? Yeah, no, Madara gets his chain snatched. Yeah, Madara gets absolutely fucked up by Luffy. I have no reason to stop. I have no reason to not believe it at this point. What exactly are you trying to debate on today? I didn't even notice the title. Naruto versus Luffy. And if anybody wanted to debate me on it, I could have a conversation with them on Discord. But nobody wants to today, so it's kind of a waste of my time. Yeah, tie up the criminals. They tried to kill the town's hero. Off with their heads. You little Nami, give yourselves up. The news and trial says, okay, don't care. We're gonna kill the whole lot of you. Find every last one of them. The criminals are here on this island. They say the Aqua Laguna tide is getting closer and closer. I know sometime tonight, but we'll be flooded. It's a disaster. We can't just stand here. We have to hurry and evaluate the thing. Gotcha. Literally didn't know dick about One Piece. Yeah. I know it's equivalent. Evacuate, run away. What were those voices just saying? Something about a high tide. We'll come to it. If you were Madara, what mistake would you fix personally? What mistake? If I were Madara? I would probably not let Black Zetsu backstab me. I'd probably stop Black Zetsu from backstabbing me. Knowing full well what's going to happen, I would stop Black Zetsu from backstabbing me. I'd actually love to see what Madara can truly do, but the most we have out of him is the Light Fang, a couple of meteors, and that's it. Robin has no reason to go after Mr. Iceberg any more than we do. We can claim all... You can keep claiming that's true, all you know, all you want, but yeah, Galila, attack our boss. Are you dumb? Why do you keep? Just let us talk to Ice Guy. Give it up, pirate. Crush them, Galila. Hot take. Luffy has great stamina. People tend to use Gear 5 as the reason Luffy has bad stamina. He has great stamina feats in other forms other than Gear 5. I agree. So he often has shit takes too. It doesn't matter if some random guy on the internet says something. It doesn't matter, make it law. Even if they're knowledgeable, they can still be biased. That's what I'm saying. Dude. Anyone can be biased, especially if they have some level of... As a matter of fact, the people that have some level of knowledge are oftentimes some of the most biased people out there because they know how to formulate the best arguments possible. Getting off by Zeus, Madara was done dirty. Yeah, by Zetsu. We're going to take it. I keep telling you, I have no reason to fight you guys. Darn it, they're serious. Boom. Direct hit. Luffy attempts to evade the Galila. Okay. The foremen are dead serious on taking down Luffy and blast him with cannon fire, which he evades even while having his arm wrapped up. If you want to see some other crazy statements, 131. I'm probably going to not check out any more statements for now because I do want to get through some work done before we go through today. I want to at least get to the Puffing Tom. Yeah. Anti-Sukuna versus Akatsuki versus a Rancor. That's way too many factors. And it generally depends on where you scale the Arankar for the most part. You can probably say that the Arankar have the highest destructive capacity out of all the characters there. You can unironically give it to Ulquiorra for the most part, although this scaling is again heavily dependent on whether or not you think Las Noches itself is the size of a country, which I don't. I can't move. Haha, heck yeah, it sure makes me feel better. Guys like them blown up. You expect the guy that accompanied the city's pride and joy who were listening to the Straw Hat was hated in me, our entire Franky family. Then you butted in and he was in my quarry. I was finding him first. Don't make me say it over and over, you freaks. Galila, just sit there. Just sit there. We'll take you on after we're done with him. That's what I'm saying. Why are you taking on my prey? Oh, never mind. Words won't get through to you. Look, Polly, Franky's gonna attack, and it's a nasty one. He just used that thing to knock down a huge crane. A crane? Okay, so Franky knocked down the
huge crane earlier with a single... My headcanon is that Lost Noche is the size of a big city, except, like, with that extra tall canopy. Maybe. With a... coup de vent. Madara should have locked in and killed everyone instead of ego boosting. That's what I'm saying. He should have just dropped... He should have just kept dropping shit from them. Go get him, big bro. It fires air bullets. The huge crane earlier with a coup de vent. But it fires an air bullet. It fires an air bullet that he states is faster than a hurricane. Is faster than a hurricane. How fast are hurricanes? How fast are hurricanes? A category 1 is between 153 kilometers an hour, 74 to 95. A major, 7 more rows. Major, cool. Let's see. Catastrophic damage, damage percentage of a framed. Ooh, this is interesting. You mean Madara? Is that the French? Is that French I see on my screen? Can't you put some disclaimers before you show those kinds of things? My apologies, dude. I wasn't expecting people to see this kind of information and then say, "Oh man, yeah, it's French." I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, bro. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I wouldn't call it Gear 6 probably. Yeah, catastrophic damage. Well-built frame houses can sustain severe damage with loss of most structure and some exterior walls. Most trees will be snapped or uprooted and power poles will be downed. Fallen trees and power poles will be isolated. Residential areas, power outages will last weeks to possibly months. Most of the area will be uninhabitable for weeks. Percentage of framed houses will be destroyed, while total roof failure and wall collapse. Okay, so let's see how much it is at like this range. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, basically anything that's not like literally anchored to the ground. Eon, is there a specific reason you're not gonna cover Boruto for the vid? I feel like a ton of people are gonna be bringing it up since Naruto gets higher feats in it. The biggest specific reason, yes, I have read the newest Blue Lock chapter. The biggest specific reason is that I already read through all of Naruto. I'm already reading through all of One Piece. I'm weeks into February since starting One Piece last month, and I'm only at this arc right here, Water 7. There's no way I'm gonna get it done anytime soon. Listen, I don't want to put the video out in June. I don't want to have to put the video out in June. I don't want to have to put the video out in July. And I know you guys are just gonna get bored of me if I consistently just talk about this. I'm actually gonna probably put out a video sometime soon just to like add up some time in between. But anyway, I'm gonna. I'm gonna put that there. Hurricane wind scale. The biggest two reasons why I'm not gonna talk about Boruto specifically are that A, I want to focus on just Luffy versus Naruto within the first 700 chapters of the series, and second being, if I ever talk about Hokage Naruto, I'd actually rather talk about Hokage Naruto from a I'd actually rather talk about Hokage Naruto from a perspective where I'm actually comparing him to Pirate King Luffy. My biggest reason is just so, since you now understand what I have to go through, can you motivate me to finish Fairy Tail? Fan service. Fan service. That's the only thing that I can tell you. Just stop reading what is happening and just look at the pictures. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. Just look at the pictures at that point. I'm not gonna lie, the pictures look fun. But anyway, so the biggest reason is just because the biggest reasons are just that I don't want a video to take too long. I don't want to sit here and basically try to scale a version of Naruto versus a version of Luffy that isn't Hokage versus Pirate King yet. But more so because as One Piece continues to, like, you know, drop chapters, etc., there's a chance that Boruto will continue to drop chapters and eventually we'll get Naruto back into the story. If Naruto comes back into the story, I would absolutely love it if he can get any more high-end scaling, because here's the thing. Why do sometimes you start echoing? I don't know, dude. Just stop worrying about it. I don't know. Just please stop worrying about it. It is what it is. Whenever your mic echoes, it feels like it's just you repeating what you already said. Probably, but what do you want me to tell you? Let me see. No, not that. Let me hear. I would absolutely love it if he can get any more high-end scaling, because because here's the thing. Why do sometimes you expecting people to see that... What mistake would you personally in time have the high fire? The area will be uninhabitable. Already reading through all of one. So since you now understand. So since you isn't Hokage versus Pirate King yet. Because here's the thing. It feels like it's just you versus Pirate King. I don't hear the echo. It has to be just on your guys' end. I just don't hear an echo. I'm sorry. But back to the point. It's really just to give Naruto better. I haven't read Monster and Osugui. I haven't read them. It's just to give Naruto better scaling. If Naruto comes back into the series and gets any higher scaling, I think that would just help him out a ton. Right now, I just don't think that Hokage Naruto, even if he can quote-unquote beat a Kaguya-level threat, quote-unquote, except he doesn't, I don't believe that he has anything within his arsenal that actually beats the ETSO, but regardless, Naruto, even if he has, like, planetary scaling, etc., it's the speed scaling. That's really just the biggest reason. Wacky, it was like you were suddenly an entire orchestra. It's weird. Yeah, it's just weird. I don't know. It's dangerous. Run, air, coup d'avant. Holy shit. Boruto is more likely to get axed before Naruto gets better feats than Boruto, to be honest. I'm hoping for it. I think it would be also more thematic if I have Hokage Naruto versus Luffy. Besides, isn't the whole point of it to be Naruto versus Luffy, not Naruto Boruto versus Luffy? Must be a YouTube-specific live stream issue due to your connection. I mean, my connection seems to be fine, though. That's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to, like, not take blame for this. It's probably the new mic. I don't know what it is, though. Like, if I had to be honest, I just don't know what it is. Low-key, I still can't stop thinking about the fact that they introduced an endgame villain with no prior mention. At least Kaguya was name-dropped 10 or 20 chapters before she was introduced. Yeah, that's crazy. And then Denson and... Franky uses coup de vent in Galila. Not the internet, your connection to the YouTube server. Probably that. Franky fires. Franky coup de vent Galila. Coup de vent shoots out a massive blast that indents. Yo. Ho, what the fuck? Yo. There was a reference. Isn't Boruto doing well in numbers? I don't know they're gonna get canceled. Be leftover issues. Yeah, there wasn't a reference, I guess, but yeah, no mention to kind of point though with how the world government works. Yeah. Holy shit. And specifies that it blasts away a giant ship. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Might be on the higher end of it. Might be on the higher end of hurricane categories. What in the... It's like I was knocked aside by the wind pressure. Another crane came down. It's coming. Ha ha ha. Yeah, bring it down. Crush this whole shipbuilding dock. Franky casually brings down the whole shipbuilding dock with 2 coup de vent, and even the foremen are knocked down by the wind
pressure. Yeah, there we go. That Franky feat is low-key crazy, not gonna lie. I mean, he tore metal through. Like, it tears straight through metals. Tore straight through metal in the anime. A cyborg, where do you get the technology? What is he? What a strange canon that's complaining. Not that I'm complaining. I got me free. Nami, run. Are you something to think something like that could you think something like that could finish me? Are you really okay? Anyways, I don't get what's going on. We gotta get okay. Nami asks Luffy if he's okay, and he replies, "You think something like that could finish me?" Question mark. You could say Franky is super! I'm feeling totally great right now. I'm feeling super this week. For no particular reason, do you think it's possible to reverse the airflow of the cannon? That sounds extremely painful. That sounds absolutely and positively extremely painful. I think it would probably blow up his arms. Fuck no. You use OBS to stream, right? I heard that the monitor in the output setting sometimes causes audio feedback and the stream causing an echo. Not a pro on OBS though. I'll probably look into it then. Monitor and output. Okay. Casual feats across One Piece are generally looked over. Cranky's Cube attacks. Luffy boxing Sea Kings. Buggy balls being town level. Yeah. It's sad, man. It's sad that people will see this kind of stuff and say, oh, yeah. Kid Naruto can replicate this. No issue. Yeah. Hang on tight. They got away. Bro. They got away. Aren't you going after that coup de vent used up all my fuel? Just look at my limp pompadour. Those annoying foremen got in my way. I'll erase them next time once I've refueled. Just what I'd expect of a 100 million berry bounty. He's got guts. He really did it this time, that Franky. This whole day has been insane. We can't let them get away. Aqua Laguna. You fool. It's obvious the air would exit through the back end. I guess. Maybe. I don't know the exact inner workings of Franky's cyborg body. Does Lapis not study sound design? Maybe ask him. Yeah, he does. We can't let them get away. Aqua Laguna. I don't know if he uses OBS, though. That's the thing. I think I heard it for a second. Hold on. It feels like it's just you versus pirate. I don't hear the echo. That's got piece are generally looked over. I don't hear the echo. That's got piece are generally looked over. I don't hear. Got away. All right, I don't know, man. You like Chick-fil-A? Not really. And not for any reason like Chick-fil-A supporting whatever the fuck or blah blah blah. I don't care about any of that stuff, honestly. If I'm hungry, I'll go eat at a place. It's not really for that. It's mostly just that, like, I've had Chick-fil-A before. People used to, like, really hype up Chick-fil-A, and then I had it, and then I'm just like, this is it? Popeyes is better. Popeyes is better, honestly. Like, I don't know. There's a bunch of different places that I just feel like are just better than Chick-fil-A. To be fair, though, I don't eat a lot of fried food in general. Or at least I can't. We can't let them get away. Aqua Laguna will be here tonight. Other than the last two sea trains leaving today, we'll have no to get off the island. We won't get any boats around. Post Galila, personal around them. Not to be personal, but American fast food is bad. The quality difference to you in Europe is insane. That's the thing. Would you learn dark magic to get the N-word pass? Would I learn dark magic to get the N-word pass? Let me see. Well, first, going back into, like, this discussion, like, I don't know about all fast food in America technically being terrible. I don't necessarily, like, agree with all of it being terrible, but I do agree that there is, like, a certain level of, like, I'll be honest, there are a couple things that I do like. I like McDonald's snack wraps and stuff like that. I remember when I went to France, they had some really good snack wraps over there. Like, food in general, something that people never consider is that the quality of, like, ingredients and even the flavor of, like, similar foods like rice, chicken, etc. tends to taste different depending on what part of the world you're getting it from. It's something that I've learned throughout my travels and even going back home. Like, when I go back to my house, when I go back to, like, my home country, I have trouble eating the chicken and rice at the house. I have trouble just eating regular chicken and rice at the house just because, like, the texture of the food just is so out of whack from what I'm used to that I just can't swallow.
And I wouldn't necessarily say I'm like the pickiest of eaters either. It's just a texture thing that I just can't deal with. I could probably agree with that. As would I learn dark magic, by the way? Why are you even thinking about it? I mean, listen, where I'm from, the N-word was something that like literally every single kid, especially every kid from like ages 12 to like 18, 19, 20, they all say that shit. It's very common in at least where I live, for that word to come out from motherfuckers. As a matter of fact, it took me a while to like get the word out of my vocabulary, not even because like, oh, the intonations of the word, all the historical significance behind it. It's like, bro, most people that use the N-word, especially in an urban setting, aren't using it in a way of hate. Let's just be clear. They're mostly using it as like a form of like a noun, like dude or bro. So like, I get it. For most people, like the N-word is like this terrible thing that nobody should ever say, especially if you're not black. But it's like, bro, where I was growing up, especially around like basically only minorities. There was like only like one white kid in my school. It's like, no, it's not that crazy of a thing for me. It's really not that crazy of a thing for me. Yes. Are you Hispanic by chance? Sí, yo puedo hablar español. Sí, yo soy hispano. Yeah, I'm Hispanic. Technically, yeah, I am Hispanic. I am full Hispanic. There is not even a bit of white in my blood. I guess maybe like there is a bit of German from like a really old grandfather or whatever, not grandfather, I think it was my great grandmother's grandfather might have been German, but like besides that, I'm not white. I am definitely not white. I'm definitely not white. Why else would he be called El Eon? Yeah. Is it because like the rice is too soft or crunchy? In some cases, the rice is too crunchy. In other cases, it's because of the flavor. The more I think about it, the chapters, the worse it becomes. There is a white magic cult whose leader is a grand wizard, and it's has black magic wizards. All right, yeah. Fairy tales. Fairy tales author is kind of wild for that. I'm not gonna lie. If that's really true, the Arby's in NYC gave me food poisoning, most terrible flight back home ever. Dude, here's the thing. I don't know about NYC, but I know for a fact that like Arby's, you should just never eat at Arby's. You might as well eat actual pavement off the ground before you eat Arby's. Who the fuck says, Arby's? I don't know, man. Depends on what you consider white. Basically Caucasian. I would say Caucasian is like white, but there's also like some differentiations I guess some people make between like people that are Italian because of like the whole like Mediterranean ends of it, like Greek people, stuff like that. I don't know, man. I'm not really here to like start to like specify different kinds of like what race can or can't say the N-word. All I'm saying is where I grew up, that word was very popular amongst the mouths of every boy and girl between the ages of what can I give you? 12 and 17 to 18. Yeah, I learned the hard way. Naive European, 11 hours flying home. By the way, that sucks too. Bison meat. Frozen meat. Never eat at Subway. All that shit gets touched with meat juice and sits out all day. Yeah, Subways, that depends. Little Caesars is the best pizza place. You have never tasted good pizza then. Little Caesars is trash. There is no way you can have a hot and ready pizza in under 5 minutes unless the ingredients themselves are absolute trash, especially in big old 2026. A $5 pizza, a $5 pizza pie in big 2020. Papa John's fans, fuck no. And I don't even like Domino's that much, but I would say Domino's is probably better than Papa John's or Little Caesars. I'm at least willing to pay for the ingredients being slightly better. Isn't written by the original author? Oh, damn. The author of Fairy Tale 100-Year Quest clearly, that motherfucker was clearly taking some American history while he was researching for his new story. Damn. Cheese I've ever had was Little Caesars. It was cardboard with cheese. Yeah, I know, it's cardboard with cheese. And mind you, I'm the type of guy that I will like, if it's for good pizza, I will pay money for it. Pizza is one of those things that is so volatile based on the ingredients, like obviously like any other food, but pizza in particular, depending on what kind of pizza that you are eating, right? Depending on what kind of crust they use, what kind of cheese they use, what kind of sauce they use, depending on what the ratios are for each one of these like ingredients, you can just have a volatile dish that either has too much cheese, not enough sauce, so it tastes just like bread with cheese. and a slight hint of tomato sauce. You'll have too much tomato sauce that gives no flavor for the cheese, and you're just basically biting into a messy pie of tomato sauce. Or you have a slab of cardboard that barely tastes like anything. I'm all for freedom of speech, but that opinion on pizza should get you straight to jail. Now, I think that pizza in general, I would spend money on it. That's why I don't understand people who call pizza mid as a blanket statement. That's the thing. Pizza cannot be mid on a blanket statement. I've had good pizza, especially when I went to Italy. I had some fantastic pizza. I never ordered my pizza without any actual toppings, and for the first time I ordered an all 4 cheese pizza all the way back in Italy. I think one was like a 4 cheese and the other one was like 5 cheese. And bro, I used it, man. I went hard. As a black man, I actually agree with you, Eon. This generation doesn't use the N-word as a slur, but as a noun. Hispanic in general say it more than us black folk. That's what I'm saying. I got called the N-word so much at school. I got called the N-word so much in school and used it more. I even called girls the N-word when I was in fucking high school, dude. We don't use it as a slur, bro. I even called my video game cartridge when I was listening to one of my friends. Yo, let me get that N-word back when you get a chance, bro. Like, bro, we don't use the word as a slur. We just use it as a noun. People get so uppity about it, but I get why, because nowadays it's actually more important to just not use the word in general, because people, especially with how blatantly racist people are nowadays, I do agree that, like, to an extent, you can't sit here and just assume that everybody isn't using it within some level of, like, slur, because, yeah, some people will just use it to upset people. I'm black, but all my friends are different races, gladly use it to this day. That's the thing. If the wind keeps blowing, as a matter of fact, I would say that most of my friends are either black or Hispanic. I don't really, like, I have a couple of white friends that I met in college, and they've never used the words, likely. As a matter of fact, I've even been called, like, the slur for Spanish people, S-P-I-C-K. I think it's what it's pronounced. And you know what's crazy? I was never called that in my life, even where I was growing up. I was never called the Hispanic slur, up until I got into college. But to be fair, my college is mostly white people. When I got to the college and I was called, like, the slur, I was like, okay, what does that mean? They were, like, explaining to me, and I was like, oh, cool. Like, I don't know, man. I don't let words to me in general don't mean anything. Obviously, they mean something, in general, words to me don't mean anything. I don't give power to words. I try my best to never give power to words, because the moment that I do that, I get upset about people using certain language, and I mean, to the end of the day, you can't really control what language everybody else uses, right? Obviously, there are certain keywords and phrases that shouldn't be used. That Hispanic slur is so unoriginal. Who came up with that? I don't know, man. It was a guy that I was kind of friends with. It was a guy that I was kind of friends with that I met in college. They called me that, like, jokingly, and they just kind of stopped calling me it, because I was, like, literally after that day. Actually, no, they called me it one more time. They were like, wow, it really doesn't bother you? And I'm like, I mean, I've never heard the word before. I'm only finding out it's a slur now. Why would I care? I'm not even going to look up what the word meant or what the historical connotations of it were. It's just a word to me, right? But again, I am not... Yeah, Hispanics do have a slur. People sometimes hit you with the F slur, but it's usually a drive-by SSO. They're fucking cowards anyways, yeah. What do you think about the rumors that you stream dressed in a cat girl maid outfit? Yo, if I could get to 1 million subscribers, fuck it. If we can get to 50,000 subs, if we can even get to 50,000 subs, I'll literally do an entire stream with a camera and a green screen in the background. I'll try to see if I can get it. You just don't want the car to stop. Yeah. You play competitive games or the vibes? I just play games for vibes. I've gotten to a point where I've realized that even when I was at my best in certain games, I was only okay at best. And I realized that, like, I care too much about winning. I'm a sore loser in, like, a lot of especially when it comes to, like, online games, because there isn't there's all I see are names on a screen, and I don't know the person. I don't know what they look like. I don't know what they sound like. So when I see it, when I just lose to some random fuck ass name on the internet, that does trigger me to an extent, especially if there's, like, anything that's actually, like, worth the wait in terms of me losing. I don't like... I would say I'm a sore loser in those regards, but when it comes to, like, playing games with other people, you know, actually having a discussion, playing Magic the Gathering, let's say Commander with others, or Yu-Gi-Oh! Face-to-face, or playing a video game with my friends, I'm like, I don't care about losing in those regards. I like playing more for the vibes. That's why I don't really like playing online games that much anymore. And when I play, like, games like, I don't know, Marvel Rivals, I usually play only with my friends, because in every other instant, it's like, I can at least talk to my friends, whereas if I'm playing with randos, they're either not going to talk to me, or it's going to be some toxic bullshit. So I'd rather just not deal with it at all. I don't really like playing games like that. You should watch Von Key debunk the One Piece verse. I want to see your thoughts. You said Von Key. Okay. Das ich doch auch gut. Okay, you guys are just talking. Okay, you guys are just talking German. I'll leave you guys to that.
You said Vodki? What the fuck was this? Von Key. What video? Can you give me like a video title for this person? Von Key? Oh, Von Key, this guy. Okay. Naruto's terrifying cosmology. Scaling Naruto like Bleach fans. Pokemon is very weak. Death Battle. Ash would lose to Yugi. The strongest Dragon Ball heroes. One. Okay. Toriyama. Yeah. Debunking over 20 One Piece calculations. If he's talking about calculations, I don't care for calculations. The video left One Piece power scale is shaking the definitive meta. Awful wank.
Basically, they use this clip to claim that the birdcage had this level of speed. And this doesn't work because they've completely nitpicked it. Because if you take the time to actually watch the anime, like most instances, the birdcage doesn't even move 1 meter in multiple center of 4 meters per second.
I'm not sitting through all that. I'm not. Is the Naruto guy? He said part 1 Naruto slamming 1 Luffy. Yeah, I'm not. I just don't even. Yeah, I don't. I know you're busy right now, but watch Naruto Luffy speed comparison later. We watched that a couple days ago. The person that made that video has no idea what they're talking about, and they're using it based on whatever weird ass metric that they used. I saw the speed comparison. I saw a video about like Naruto and Luffy running around. I just don't agree with it. Windows are broken. We're being attacked. Yeah. Naruto broke into the headquarters. Where is he? From the left. He's wearing a red vest and a straw hat. Protected straw hat. Are you serious? Where are the foremen? They're busy stationing personnel all around the island. Who'd have thought that these guys had the guts to run around and see the crime? There he is. I'm terribly sorry. Vonky scales One Piece verse to Demon Slayer verse. I mean, he can scale it however he wants. I would disagree with him, but whatever. Idiots, don't use pistols. We're indoors. We're dealing with it'll disturb the mayor. Miss Khalifa, where the pirate goes. All right then, stand over there. Oh my, I take it you're looking for me, pirate boy? That's right, you saved me by calling me here. I doubt you'd walk into an angry mob alone just to kill me. I came just because I want to know the real story. Last night I saw him. I want to see Nico Robin one more time. The gunshot was shot. I gambled on a silly little hope that I could get closer to the truth. Yes. Are you sure? All right. Capture the crew, every last one of them, as you wish, sir. Did you really get to talk to Iceberg? He says he really saw Robin. That can't be. Why would Robin do such a thing? I don't believe it. It's like building level lightning timers. Yeah. Hey, come in. Yo, how's it going, Bluno? Everything super? I think it's going pretty well. You think you're not very clever, dude. Oh, wait, no, that's not. You think? You're not very clever, dude. The usual. Fill him up. Have you got money? Yeah. Fill him up with cola. Trying to make money from your customers. It's a wonder you stay in business. Not gonna like, being a millennial is probably the best. Being a millennial is probably the best gen. We grew up without the internet, and with it, current gens don't know the struggles of not having manga sites. Yeah, millennium. Best U.S. state to visit after NYC. NYC was very interesting, not bad though. I don't know, man. I haven't really traveled within the United States. I've been to Florida, and I've been to Florida for like different things, but I haven't really been around that much. Alright, I'm back. Alright, I'm back. Have you guys heard an echo? 1 second. If you guys are hearing an echo, it's probably from my headset. I'm starting to think that it's probably the headset, because the headset does have a piece that you can remove for, like, sound. Otherwise, it doesn't produce sound, but maybe it's malfunctioning in a sense. Let me just leave it, and I'll try to see if I can troubleshoot it at another point, and if not, we'll just have to deal with it.
Yeah, I can't actually tell you, like, much about any of the other states. I really haven't been where. I've been maybe to Connecticut, but that's usually just to see, like, some family friends. By the way, the leader of the white magic clone fights a black clone of herself, and her comment is, I'll deal with this black one. That's crazy. Need to make 3 admirals replacing 5 Kage versus Edo Madara. Need to make 3 admirals replacing the 5 Kage. I already did, but Dead Rat. I've already done the admirals versus Madara. If we're talking about the admirals versus Edo Madara, they have no win condition because they can't literally put them down. That's crazy. Okay. Yo! Hey, fellas! It's your lucky day. Drink all you want, it's on me. You mean it? You're a generous guy, Franky. Thank you. Real boss of water 7. 1 million berries. What? We have that much left from yesterday? That's disgraceful. Not cool. Couldn't Kuzan just freeze him? I guess. Can't Madara just pop out with a Susanoo? You aren't hurting for money, are you, Franky? Yo, Kokoro the Hag. Is that you? I thought you were a grotesque statue. Damn, that's crazy. A grotesque statue. Can I get another juice, Franky? This is no bar. This is a bar. This is no place for kids, you hear? Yeah, I've got money, but I feel lousy. It's just terrible. Here's your refill. Yeah, just what I've been waiting for. Super! Girl, I'm back. Next time I see him, he better watch out. Hey, Hag, what are you doing here anyway? Aqua Laguna's coming. Figures the wind was strong today. Have you waterproofed your house? No, don't have a house anymore. No house, no worries. That's what I call carefree. I think I was having a drink with Iceberg today but I hear he's been shot. Sounds like it. Yeah, look at it. The work of pirates. You really think that? Sounds like, something. Around here. Wait, does Franky's hair go down again? Why does it go down? I don't think it goes down. Yeah, right, of course. You've also become wanted by the entire town. True, but it's only temporary. The important thing is tonight. Get to the mansion. If this things go wrong, feel free to erase all evidence. Say someone named Tom had it originally among his followers. Iceberg is the only one still living. However much he pretends he's innocent, in the name of CP9, we will not fail to steal it tonight. Whatever happens, this is a mission for justice. Yeah. Is it because he's out of cola? Yeah. His hair usually goes down because it's made out of cola. First session in a minute. Alright. Damn, it's been 4 hours already. Time flies. I'm going to sleep. Hope you guys have a good one. Wake up with the strength to finish the shit manga. Best of luck, Aster. Best of luck. Seriously, dude. I mean, it's ongoing, so you're not going to finish it for a while anyway. Arg. Here we are. Wait here, don't give me that. Okay, we're here. Don't give me that. I thought I was gonna die. How else am I supposed to do it? We couldn't use the elevator because it was way too risky. You said it yourself. That doesn't mean you had to jump. I mean, come on. We're not that shipwright. Well, whatever. At least we got down. If you're fine with it, don't hit me. I love Nami so much. Why finish the manga? Why finish a manga you don't enjoy? Because sometimes people do things. People put themselves... Bro, wait, 100-year quest is ongoing? Are you kidding me? Yes, it's ongoing. Wait, you didn't know it was ongoing, Aster? Aster, buddy, what the fuck? You didn't know it was ongoing? What the fuck? Yo, there is no way you didn't know it was ongoing. Fairy Tail, right? 100-year quest, yeah. A new episode comes out every couple of weeks. Listen, sometimes people put themselves through situations that they hate because of whatever the reason might be, right? Because of whatever the reason might be. I put myself through a bunch of fights in video games, with all these stipulations, just to bash my head against the wall. Sometimes we hate ourselves enough to want to go do something. We think when Naruto fans uses water style as the reasoning to finish off One Piece characters, most characters in One Piece are objectively not Devil Fruit users. And then for the ones that are, a lot of them have ways to get around water. I don't know what their reasoning is anyway. Alright. Kristen Bell is voicing Amy Rose in Sonic the Hedgehog 4. Lovely. I love her. Yeah. What's with this about games and smashing heads against the wall? Somebody asked, like, why would you sit through something that you genuinely don't enjoy? Like, why would you sit through a manga? And I'm just like, I mean, I play through games that I'm not enjoying a certain portion out of them, but I keep bashing my head against the wall until it works. If I knew, I would have waited for the anime. I started the manga because I wanted it to be done with it. Yeah, no, you're fucked. Oh, no, fuck that. Personally, I understand the idea. I dropped Boruto because I simply couldn't take it anymore, like, mid-series. There are series that I have dropped just because I couldn't take it anymore either. That's completely fine. I'm sealing the door, the iron door. I'm sealing the iron door. Everyone got everything? Yeah, that's fine. Let's evacuate. Make sure to seal it tight. If the house floods, everything will be destroyed. Okay. You need a water prison or mobile ocean one. Yeah. Yeah, you need a mobile water prison, if anything. The one's really picking up. Brace yourselves. Passengers, please show your face. Masks are forbidden today while riding the C train. Show your ticket and your face, please. We're looking for the straw hats. Yeah. Is this... So that's why they're chasing me. A gang of assassins. Probably can't wait. Only faces. Sleeping until then. You sure this is the ship? Yeah, this is it. Look at the mark on the pirate flag. There's nobody here. The ship is falling apart. It probably abandoned it. Yesterday's inspection, they told it was on its last legs. The ship looks like it's pretty cleaned out. They definitely abandoned. Look elsewhere. Who are they? They're carrying weapons. Saying dropped record of Ragnarok after Tesla lost. Biggest ass pull ever. Bro, we are already at the final boss. How could they possibly drag the story even more? You got like 100 chapters left, my guy. You have like 70 chapters left. I'm not gonna lie to you. Well, at least you can say you watched all of Fairy Tail, Aster, and you know what? That's more than a lot of people can say, right? You gotta just take it up with a head held up high, with a smile on your face, and say, "Yeah, I finished all of Fairy Tail." You should be proud of that. It's an accomplishment. And I don't say that, and I'm also not saying that like, you know, I'm also not saying that with like any kind of sarcasm. You know, you say it's good to finish things. I never finish things because I was debating on Greenville versus Hashirama. I don't really care who was winning, but they just kept using using water arguments. I mean, Hashirama doesn't really use that many water style jutsu, and unless you have like an actual argument for what water style jutsu he has, they're basically just arguing headcanon. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I watched a lot of Fairy Tail. It's a tail with an AIL, right? Yeah. Now, the Tesla loss was pure bullshit. Made me rage hard. This is why I didn't like Record of Ragnarok. I really did not like Record of Ragnarok. I didn't like the art style, and I definitely didn't like the fights. Because you have to essentially expect a person to to feel things for characters that I'm meeting in the moment, and then seeing the characters fight and just seeing them die instantly. I don't know. I didn't like that kind of format. It's not for me. Because characters like Tobirama and Kisame create tsunamis in forests and deserts. Water style is an easy go through rather than going through a character's entire elemental arsenal. Yeah, it's an easy go-to. I mean, you could argue it's an easy go-to, but also there's like a handful of water style characters that can do what these two can do. Maybe Mei Terumi as well if you want to throw her in there, right? But most characters don't have water style jutsu on that level to begin with. It is good to finish, yeah. I barely finished Fairy Tail. Did I ever finish Fairy Tail? I think I did finish the manga when it was coming out. I won't be going back to the crew. No, don't bother. I won't be going back to this part ways. There are no lies about me in the article. Yeah. Goodbye, wait. Quit joking around. The whole point of the story is defeating 5 dragon gods. They're already dealt with 4. Are they really going to put unrelated villains between the fight with Ignia? I mean, maybe. ROR started but recently, but it just got mad and went on. Record of Ragnarok started. I just got mad. I haven't touched it in a long while. I haven't touched it since I saw the, have you played Hollow Knight or Silksong? Somebody asked me that in the Discord server yesterday. I think it was Drake. I dissociated the whole time, the whole last Fairy Tail arc because it was poo-poo water of it. Yeah, I didn't like it. Where would Jiraiya stop in One Piece? Probably around Alabasta and hard stops on Skypiea. He can't beat an L. There's no argument you can make that Jiraiya can beat an L. You genuinely have to give him every benefit of doubt for his scaling, and even then he doesn't reach he just doesn't reach those speeds. Where did he go? He's on the roof. What about the alley? Curses. Did he get away? Looking. Where did they all go? Is it a coast yet? Huh? Chopper, how did you know where we were? You're sent. Oh. Uh-huh. She really said that? Robin actually said that? We should have been ready for this. Regardless of the circumstances, Robin first showed up as an enemy, and we let her on our ship. If she's suddenly frightened by that and has run off, then I'm not gonna feel right about it. Isn't it about time we settled this? Is she an enemy or a friend? I like Record of Ragnarok, but it has its weaknesses. The fact that the animation, the overall quality gets better each season at least shows that people care even with a small budget. The only character I truly liked was Lu Bu because he's been in a lot of the Dynasty Warriors. Dude, I remember the Dynasty Warriors games. Would stop at the best. Jiraiya is getting vaporized. I don't know why people wank Jiraiya to high heavens. It's because they like the character, and he did go out in a pretty badass way, right? So, I mean, it's fair. I think it's fine, but I think there's also a difference that we have to kind of set up for ourselves where it's like, look at the feats for what they are. Don't just think that they're just too fast, too strong, and actually just argue it. Did you make the new Discord changes? Kind of important to your Discord channel. Yeah, they wanted to add like a face verification or whatever, or age verification. I'm not comfortable with that, and if there is an option that we can use to like sort of create another server or whatever, I'd probably go with that. As long as we don't have to like put our faces on it, I think it'll be fine. I think I still want to keep the channel, but otherwise I'll probably just make up like a Reddit community or something. I don't know, man. I'll probably make up like a Reddit community or whatever, or probably make like a, I don't know, like a Facebook group or something. And I just say that because it's like, I don't want to just reach the point where it's like we can't use Discord, which is probably like the best, it's probably just like the best social media app for just like having a specific thing. It's because Payne said Jiraiya could have won if they knew their secrets. Yeah. But, yeah, he wouldn't have won. Nobody in Naruto is as fast as lightning or light until the war arc, though you can argue Haku and the Raikage, but the rest are not. Yeah, that's true. In short, Record of Ragnarok starts with amazing themes and narrative, but ends up recycling the themes and makes the characters so much less than they first appeared. Yeah, if you discuss Record of Ragnarok so much with my friends, I've been so angry, and it made me so angry. It's the potential man of manga, that's crazy. She said she wouldn't meet again after today. She's probably means she's going to do something today that will make matters even worse. That's how it sounds to me. This time to actually kill the mayor. The city is already in an uproar over the failed attempt. That would naturally be what you think, but we don't. She's crying on, trap us and lure us. If they get to carry out the assassination and we're spotted on the scene, they'll make it easier to lay a crime on us. Hang on, when you say that you're assuming that Robin's the enemy, we're taking possibilities. I'm not leaning either way. Do you believe her? Do we doubt her? If we start leaning in towards each other, we won't be able to. Are we going to do it? They'll do it tonight. Yeah. They want a selfie and an ID picture. Yeah, fuck no. Dang, YouTube ate my comments again. We have live chat, which shows everything. What are you documenting on that Google Doc? All of Luffy's best feats and anything that could help improve or make his scaling more consistent. I've already done it all for Naruto. I just have to go for One Piece, and then we're done. Alright, let's go. Alright, the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats have doubts about what exactly is going on, especially with Robin. This does play into the idea that Luffy is mentally nerfed by the time of the mansion fight. They were caught lying about data being deleted right afterwards. It won't be. Fuck. I know people aren't comfortable with like putting their information out there, and Discord's already been hacked once, so I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. If enough people want to just shut that, if enough people want to leave the Discord server, not Discord server, but just leave Discord in general, I can't blame them for it. I don't think I'm going to do that unless like I finally get to the point where like Discord is asking for these kind of things. I get why Discord might want to, set up this system specifically because there are a lot of groups within Discord that also have, very wild takes. They share very wild images, and I don't know if it's in order to like also protect kids necessarily, but either way, man, it's completely fucked. There's just nothing. She can do the same to most One Piece characters, if not at all. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see something real quick, guys. 1 second. Ah, they deleted it. Right. Well, that's fine. That is completely fine. Sacrifice, remove time count to reactivate the ability. Okay. Why did you document Luffy being mentally nerfed? What are the parameters of you scaling, or are you just scaling everything that you then select what you need? I'll kind of select everything that I need, but I'm only bringing up this stuff because I know that some people believe that Luffy's mentally nerfed, and I don't really care for that line of logic that because of the mental nerf, Luffy didn't get any stronger throughout the train, and actually could fight Bluno on par right from the very beginning, which I don't think was the case. But let's just say in the event that it was, it doesn't genuinely matter because Luffy doesn't get a mental nerve. Luffy doesn't have a mental nerve from the moment he fights Bluno onward, from the moment that they basically head out. Could base Luffy beat KCM2 Naruto? Which version of base Luffy are we talking about? Wano Luffy? Curb stomps. Basically any version of base Luffy, any version of base Luffy post time skip onward should be faster than KCM2 Naruto. Should be just straight up faster. They said that the data would be deleted and the AI company they hired has a terms of service saying all the data must be kept. They lied. Egghead? Yeah, just blitzes the fuck out of KCM2 Naruto. Why not disregard the argument? People are going to bring it up regardless, so I'd rather just talk about it, go over it a little bit, and then just basically say, listen, I have no way of actually quantifying how much more powerful a character gets when they go through a mental nerf or a mental amp, but I can tell you at least how much powerful Luffy gets after he goes through a fight and then eats a meal. So I'm going to go with that over. I'm going to go over those. I'm going to go over those quantitative multipliers over a random mental nerf that at the end of the day cannot be quantified. I can't tell you how much a mental nerf nerfs Luffy or Kizaru or any other character by, but I can at least tell you how much stronger Luffy should get after every single fight that is on the same level as what's his face, Bluno, or tougher. Base Luffy fought Hybrid Kaido, so anything above Rogue Onigashima is Ragdoll and KCM2 Naruto. Yeah, I agree. Please, all the lumber I can buy with this. Also tar and rope, nails and hasps, and little tin. Look, I wish I could help, but we're closed. I'm sorry. I know I'm sorry, but alright. But you'll need more money to buy all that. I'm begging you, evacuate now, scram. Then I'll make up the difference by trading you tools. Hey now, quit talking crazy. I only sell stuff, barter. What are you, a country bumpkin? No help for it. No help for it then? Are you sure you're okay? I'm looking, you're banged up. You have friends, don't you? Make them do the shopping. Hey, yeah. People compare One Piece characters getting stronger to Zenkai boosts. The reason why I'm comparing it to such is because we know we have an actual objective metric for how strong Rob Lucci is in comparison to his comrades, and Luffy not only fights Bluno in base and says he cannot beat him, but then eats 2 slaps of beef after he beats Bluno, and then immediately fights Rob Lucci, relatively speaking, in base form. Yeah. Heck, even Asura Mode Zoro is doing a lot to Naruto. Yeah. So yeah, I would say that there are something similar to Zenkai boosts in One Piece. Hey, hold a minute, I'm fine. I mean, here, take some rice balls. You must be hungry. Thank you, sure. Take care of yourself. Tasty. Tasty. That old guy was pretty thoughtful. Yeah, what a nice old guy. The waves are getting bigger. Yeah. Don't worry, it'll be fine. You're a ship that has flown in the sky. Don't worry. Sure. My, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? What's the matter, Frank? I love these two. I love these two. They're so fucking funny to me. Bro, I'm getting ticked off. I think I'll start wrecking stuff again. Hey, bro, wait up. Thanks for the drinks, Bluno. Okay. With him, you can't just tell. Who knows what idiots are thinking?
Curses, the sun's already set. Let's pull out. I'm going to headquarters. What about that? Sounds like they're at a large... we got Fusion, Eon. There we go for a sec. Unfortunate, but what am I supposed to tell you, right? Let me see if maybe, like, affecting this will, change... Does this sound better for you guys now? I had a friend that was convinced that Pain Shibaku Tensei was a black hole. Why do Naruto fans always over-highball their verse? You can do the same thing with One Piece, dude. It's not just about not just about Naruto fans. You can do the same thing with One Piece. You can do the same thing with Bleach. You can do the same thing with Dragon Ball. Every series. It's a gravity sphere, but it's not inherently a singularity. Singularity would be way more dangerous, honestly. If you're coming, bring it on. Shut up, Taiso. Cuckoo. Be quiet, Tilestone. No one saw them get on the sea train, so they're somewhere still on the island, but I bet those idiots would show up with this many guards around. Yeah. By the way, Mr. Iceberg, why do you have Nico Robbins posters in your room? Does it bother you a little? It's better if you don't know. That demon, it's okay, kind of far. A lot of that. You can stretch your arms and jump over after the commotion starts, so that's it. You're right. If we start a ruckus first, they'll just take the advantage. If Naruto and Luffy swapped villains, Naruto's going to struggle. Naruto's not beating an L. Naruto is not being an L, especially within the first 400 chapters of his series. Are all getting turned into Devil Fruit Awakening property? Yeah, they're all getting turned into Devil Fruit Awakenings, yeah. Okay, listen, if someone doesn't register that they are classified as teens, that means they can't join the server, can't speak on channels, can't view pictures, and more. If someone doesn't register, they are classified as a teen. That means they can't join the server, can't speak in channels. Damn, fuck. I don't know what to do with this whole thing. I'm kind of like just stuck on like what to do with the whole Discord situation. Pekam would be faster than Naruto based on him blitzing Caribou on Fishman Island. Probably. But Caribou also doesn't have like light speed feats as far as I'm aware. Ace made a star, casually putting Ace. Yeah, was Mahoraga gonna get past the hidden leaf? He could. You could actually make the argument Mahoraga could probably do it. I don't think there's anyone in the hidden leaf, especially if it's not like specifically Naruto or Sasuke, etc., that should have the attack potency necessary to simply blast away Mahoraga's body. I know people like to say, but Kakashi, like with a Lightning Blade is piercing through Mahoraga, but it's like Lightning Blade is a single jab attack. Night Guy is a kick. Is Baryon Mode Naruto truly solar system level? I don't believe it. I have no reason to believe it. And the only reason people say that is because the character vaguely scales above a character that vaguely scales above Kaguya, who has a jutsu that was going to wipe out a singular star. But that scaling is entirely reliant on whether or not you believe the TSO or existence erasure. Most important is that your channel is sub 18 plus, or else no one not registered as an adult can view or join it. That's so fucked, man. Fuck. Let's not talk about this right now. I don't want to think about this right now. I'll figure out a solution later. I'll talk to my mods and I'll to the mods when like Discord fully implements it, and we'll figure something out, dude. We'll figure something out. No worries about it. Naruto fans are always consistent with their highballs. They can be as consistent as they want. You don't have to believe a highball that isn't directly stated or implied. You don't have to believe it. And if you're just gonna get to a point where you just don't agree, it's like, all right, fine. So super weak, long nose away, repairing ship by himself. So I figured you got the rest of them. What? You found one on a ship? This will go faster if we got one of them. We can use them to draw out the rest. Bros making an evil face. So plan, then I'll go right and make for truth. Yeah. Keep your guard up. We'll set. If we let someone slip through, it'll be a disgrace for Galila. Yeah, everyone's got weapons. Look at the Yuta versus Hikari. I'd probably put it on Yuta. I'd probably say Yuta's likely stronger than Hikari. Naruto scaling is basically if you created or destroyed something with some projectile-based attack, your raw stats automatically scales to it. It doesn't work like that, and I 100% agree with you. Here's hoping that the backlash is enough and they won't do it. Yeah, hopefully they lose enough members that they just simply said, all right, fuck it. We're going to have to find another solution around this that doesn't involve people putting in their identities into the Discord servers. Listen, I get it. It's probably just to like whittle out and like have some level of like protection for teenagers and children. And I get that, but it's like it's also coming at the cost of people's privacy, especially when Discord has been hacked before. You can't really expect people to be okay with this. Khalifa, Mr. Iceberg, would you leave me for a while? Of course, Paul Lee. Mr. Iceberg has something he wants to discuss with me. Yes, alone. I shall be in the secretary's office. Call me if you need anything. His last will and testament, huh? And then Lucci just punching him in the face. What could be so important? Yeah. Polly, yes. I understand. This may come with a great risk. I thought long and hard, but you're the only one I can ask. Do you accept? You sound like we're strangers. Just leave it to me. In that case, then we'll get right to it. Cuckoo, the conversation, give me an errand. Sure, we'll go by. President's office, Carpenter, I'm going to you to a combination. Listen closely. First 6, bring, click. Everybody's ready. Ready, Enrico, Robin? Yes, anytime. I'm going to create a distraction. The 4 of you will carry out your assignments as soon as you see the assignment. Yep. Kaguya can create a solar system as much as she wants, but does it skill her durability? Hell no. Why reason why an ass character like Sakura fucked her up so bad? Yeah, and broke her horn, too. Discord has been having remarks on deciding not to do this in the past, but it is still up in the air. Just leave it. Hopefully they make the right decision, because they'd be losing a lot of money and a lot of users if they do that. I think that's just the biggest issue. I mean, once used the same line of logic on Montour, and they kept trying to say that his dimensions are illusions and not real. I mean, yeah, you can use the same line of logic on them. It would be if the AI didn't do it and they didn't keep the data. Yeah. Yeah, but you can't really expect it, man. I don't know, man. Information, this world lately has been all about information, and like a friend of mine told me before that like he doesn't care if he has his information like used. It's like what does he care if like somebody knows what his face looks like, etc., etc. But it's like, and I get it, and I'm kind of in the same way. It's like, okay, they got my information. What are they gonna do with it? I went through a personal thing. I went through a personal thing last year that basically had me shut down my credit. I don't earn credit anymore technically, but it's like, yo. If somebody takes my identity, I mean, so what? What can they do with it, right? What are they going to do? Sell it? Okay, and what does selling it do for me, right? I don't know. Maybe it's very ignorant of me to say those things, but it's like, at the end of the day, I just feel personally like this is one of those situations where, like, I'm not just going to sit here and, like, also sit here and say that it doesn't matter, because it clearly matters to people. At the end of the day, people don't want to have their identities out there, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't have it, especially if they have to put their face on it. I'm German, I care, yeah. They're going to impersonate you and your channel? Maybe, I don't know. Still shocked how Cracker's minions could tank better than Doflamingo? Ah, yeah. Still shocked? I mean, yeah, Cracker is a monster, and people think that Doflamingo would still be relevant in today's scaling climate. Didn't you use the whip to reach the roof? They didn't leave the roof unguarded. You did. Stand down if you want to live. You people are no match for me. These tech companies want us to use our data so they can get their crooked hands on. Yeah, they want to use their hands on it, but my question is always for what Yo. Chopper looks so fucking funny. I love Chopper's face. Stolen data can result in spam emails, credit card, identity theft. Yeah, even the smallest amounts. Yeah, it really does. I know it matters. I know it matters. I'm gonna do something illegal and use your identity. I mean, you can try, but my identity's already kind of like locked in, and I say that by like credit companies. I've had to do that shit in the past just because of a situation that's completely separate. You have any idea where Emu could scale? Nope. I do not make assumptions on characters that have no feats yet. I like to wait until I have some level of definitive scaling. This is what Mr. Iceberg was talking about. Well, it seems that you were so that's where Iceberg was keeping it. Hand it over. You can't know how valuable that is. Do you think the summoning jutsu would work if they traveled to another verse? Probably not. Probably not, but I'd still allow them to use it just as the sake of giving them the argument. Gorosei versus Edo Madara. Edo Madara gets curb stomped, dude. What is even this argument? Edo Madara isn't even light speed. He can't even dodge the Raikage's non-light speed movement speed. Why the fuck? Did you scale Loki's height? Should be around Harold, who's around 60 meters tall. Don't move, pirates come. Show yourself. Show your faces. Yeah. They vanished. They're gone. You're alright. What happened? It was a whip user that ran to the ground. Don't say I didn't warn you. He jumped. Moonwalk. Okay. The assassins arrive at Iceberg's home and easily dispatch the foreman, the Galila, the Galila employees. Someone steal 1,000 from a family member just because they knew their credit card number. The bank workers are also humans and they make mistakes. Yeah, that's the part that sucks, dude. That's why I'm like, yeah. I mean, yeah. There's just no way that like they can go through with this without worrying about the massive amount of backlash, especially if they ever get hacked again. I left for a bit. What's all about safety and stealing identities? They're just talking about like Discord stuff. We're just talking about like Discord. What's the most destructive One Piece feat? Do you think the top tiers can survive it? The most destructive One Piece feat you can probably say is the complete removal of Lulusia Kingdom. Like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. You can bring up Lulusia Kingdom never existed. Like, this is probably the most destructive feat in the series so far, and it was completely wiped out. There was even a massive hole left there. Like, an island not only got wiped out, but the explosion itself was larger than the island, and it left a massive hole that has literally affected the world's tides, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you would scale that to. It wiped out an island on the lowest end possible, but it also affected a massive planet's... How do you regroup your notes? Do you use apps like Obsidian to organize? I don't really use any apps to organize this. I have them going by arc and arc and arc. So everything that happens in this arc, I go by here, and then I'll start separating. Undercover Intelligence Organization, CP9 shows up. Galila employees. Conquest of the Sea. Nah, I don't think Conquest of the Sea is as powerful as... I don't believe Conquest of the Sea is as powerful as the complete wipe of Lulusia Kingdom. No matter how you got in, you had to run from some men. There have been casualties, maybe not resulted in this. Yeah. So this is no longer as genteel as assassination. I don't recall saying anything of the sort. We're here from each other's versus I hand it over. Furthermore, since you now know what it is, we're after. I'm afraid we'll have to kill you. Okay, on the other side of this wall. Yeah. Don't push. Now push. The power of the door fruit, however thick the wall, wherever I touch, it becomes a door. As long as there is a wall, I can get in and out of anything. YouTube ate my comments. People try to downplay it to island level, by the way. I know they do. Depending on how deep the hole is, how big the planet shook, this could be planetary. The weapon is large planetary. It not only destroyed an island country, but it caused a worldwide tsunami, global rise to sea levels, and importantly, a global earthquake. The mother flame is infinite fuel. Is pretty obvious, don't you think? Yeah. What are you doing? There hasn't been a single yet. He isn't harmless if he has the energy to talk. Just a famous chef. Just as famous chefs are careful to prepare the ingredients, so it's professional. It is only professional of us to restrain him and keep him acting against his unexpectedly before the signal. Is that the CP9 way? Good guess. You're right. Would have done terribly. Nothing concern yourself with. What's the part of your strategy? Correct. We could let you live yesterday, so blame would fall on the pirates. Besides, if we had killed you sooner, we wouldn't have found out where the blueprints are for the generations that have been passed down from shipwright to shipwright. Honestly, for master apprentice, you chose. Usopp's Gallery, Robin's Conqueror's Haki, Roger's Conqueror's Haki, made Oda Temple. If Gear 5 Luffy does some shenanigans with the Mother Flame, could it turn to Infinite Energy Luffy agenda? I mean, you could. If Luffy, like, absorbs it, I guess. Why doesn't this go up? Why doesn't that go up? Is it crazy to say that Inuyasha and High School DxD have taken Bleach's spot from the Big Three? I mean, they did not, but sure. I don't think they did. Breaking the fourth wall? Yeah. Alright, guys, I think I'm going to probably end the stream here. I know it's a little early, but I think I'm probably just going to end the stream here. I know I want to finish this, but goddamn, I need to... There is no way in fuck shit hell I have no more scans from here on out. Hold on. Okay, I was about to say, there's no way in fucking hell I didn't have that. I was about to say, good night, Pookie. Alright. Is that you, 6? Why do people say that? These YN generations, man. Bye, Eon. Yeah, have a good one, guys. I'm gonna end it here. I do have some family over. I'm getting a bit of a signal. I'm probably gonna spend the next week just editing through this this Trafalgar Law video, fixing it up and whatever. Tomorrow, today is Wednesday. I'm gonna do a stream again tomorrow, and I'm probably just gonna work on the script on Friday. Yeah, I'll probably spend on the script. Yeah, we'll try to finish Enius Lobby. We'll do Water 7 Enius Lobby tomorrow. I'm not gonna do any kind of like debate stream or anything. I'm just gonna try to get straight through work. Yeah, we gotta finish Water 7 this week. I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one. Peace out.